Hello, hello. Good morning. If you are here in the building, please comment in the comment box. We're about to get started with our first session today. Super excited. Let's keep it going. It's Friday. It's a little, gloomy over here in LA right now, but it's Friday and that's what we're happy about. Hey, Kamoy. Hey, girl. Super excited to be back for day 2 of Project Beauty Expo 2021. Yesterday's, classes and workshops were nothing short of amazing. We covered so many topics. We talked about, how to, make $5,000 in revenue. We talked about, how to raise money. We even had Alamide share her real pitch deck that she used to raised $2.6 million for her business topicals. We covered, oh my goodness, there was so much. I'm still processing everything. We went over market research and learning how to launch your next hero product, ways to really implement SEO. So if you missed yesterday's workshops, don't worry because you're here with us today and you'll still get access to all of the workshops that took place yesterday as well as today's if there are any that you can't make it to during the replay. So after today's session concludes, which I believe is scheduled to be over at 5 p.m. PST. We're going to gather all the content, all the videos, and, upload them as well as give you access to our private Facebook group next week. But we have to wait for all of the content and the videos to download. So super excited. We're going to get into our first session in about I would say another 15 minutes. Good morning, Tori. Hey, Adrian. Hey, I'm so excited to see people are coming back fresh and early today. The next day, I'm super excited because y'all not playing. I got my notebook here. I'm ready because I know we're going to go over and learn some amazing things today. Our first class is with Akilah Releford, talking about the 10 key essentials for your business. Next, we're going to go into how to save money on marketing with Junae Brown and myself. Then we'll get into a specially curated session with our sponsor of the Expo. The Target team will be here. Yes, you are not, your ears are not fooling you. Target team members will be here in the building today to go over how to get ready for big box retail. I'm really excited about this because, if you ever had dreams of wanting to be sold in Target, you're about to literally hear from the team on what you need to do to get ready. You can't get this information anywhere else. I don't know about y'all, but you can't really get this anywhere else. We're going to be talking about, product development, how to work with your first contract manufacturer. Oh my goodness, how to pivot your business. We have so many more, amazing workshops planned for the remainder of the day. So be sure to stay tuned. Have that notebook ready, have that pen ready. Your pens and your pencils will probably run out of ink because it's going to be a lot of information to write down today. But I would love for you all to just comment maybe the name of your business and where you're from as we're, waiting to begin the first workshop before we get started. Just comment in, the comment box, where you're from, where you're tuning in from, and the name of your business. And, I guess what you're looking to, what you're looking forward to learning today, or what workshop you're the most excited about today. Don't be shy, y'all. Go ahead, shout your business out. Shout out your business. We all want to support you. We want to shop from you. I'm always on the hunt looking for new beauty brands to support. I literally have a folder saved in my IG. You can save according to collections and sections. I have everything saved in my IG of brands that I plan to purchase from. So, all right. Okay. We got people coming in. Okay. We have Tori, who's the founder of Gleam Beauty based in LA. Hey, girl. Then we have Dee, okay, from Trinidad. Good morning. Good morning. We have Lynette. Hey, Lynette, tuning in from the British Virgin Islands, who is the founder of Sage Roots. Yes. And Lynette is, one of our, exhibitors as well. And, also I'm super excited because tomorrow is when Shop the Expo goes live. For those of you who don't know, we weren't able to gather in person, obviously due to, COVID restrictions, and host our in-person trade show, which is what we're absolutely known for in New York. However, we have created a unique experience where people will be able to shop and discover our virtual exhibitors starting tomorrow. It goes live on our website. So definitely turn on your post notifications for Project Beauty Expo and follow us, because tomorrow we're going to be definitely, promoting all of our virtual exhibitors. We're going to be doing that for the remainder of the month as well. And you'll be able to discover amazing beauty brands. Okay, happy curls, happy girls, Caribbean strong. Yes, we have a lot of folks in the Caribbean. Okay, Justice New Beauty is your makeup and cosmetic brand. You take pride in making women feel bold and beautiful, and you're located in DC. Okay, DMV. I'm from Baltimore. I'm originally from Baltimore, even though I'm based out here in LA. So love to see that the DMV is in the building. Okay, we have Oslin. The name of her business is called Flower Box, plant-based. She creates plant-based intimacy and wellness products. And you're based in Maryland. Okay, Maryland. I'm originally from Baltimore. I'm loving all the DMV folks. Okay, we have Tiana from Detroit, Michigan, who's the founder of Bamboo Beauty Shop, a conscious beauty and wellness shop. Okay, you guys should be connecting because, we have Tiana, who's the founder of literally a beauty shop who, carries conscious beauty and wellness. And we have all of these beauty and wellness brands in the building. So makes sense. Seems like some synergy here. Sounds like you guys should maybe connect, network, get to know one another. Kamoy, head of customer success for Carib Shopper. We help brands based in Jamaica and Trinidad sell their products to the customers in the US. Okay, wait. So you need to connect with who just said that they were based in Trinidad. Okay. D from Happy Curls, Happy Girls. Please reach out to Kamoy if you haven't. I know you both were on yesterday. You guys should totally connect. I see and this is my favorite part about hosting PBE is just the way that each of the attendees and exhibitors will be able to connect and network and build together. So this is awesome. Okay, so we have Awa. So she is the founder of Natural Awa, Authentic Wonders from Africa. I love the name. I love how it's Authentic Wonders from Africa. It sounds so regal and amazing. I love that. Adrian, the founder and creator of Melador. The debut product will be an elevated mineral sunscreen for gloriously melanated skin. Yes, come on, one-liner. And that's awesome because yesterday during our workshop with Yarden from Spate, we were talking about how sunscreen was, trending. So I hope you took advantage of that link that was given out yesterday for the 7-day free trial for Spate NYC. Get those keywords so that way when you officially launch, you have that SEO on lock, okay? Definitely have that SEO on lock so that way you can get as much traffic coming to your site as possible, for sure. We still have about a couple more minutes before we're gonna start the next workshop. Anybody else in the building that, wants to shout out their brand, the name of their business, and where you're from? All right, anyone else? Trying to make sure I got everybody. Okay, looks like I got everyone. So we're gonna go ahead. Oh, hey Sherry, hey girl. She's also one of our virtual exhibitors, also from, so she's from Fulton, Maryland. We got a lot of DMV in the building. Okay, sounds like I need to make my way back over there and do some sort of mixer or something like that. Got it locked in my mind. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get started into our first workshop, which I'm really, really excited about. It is with Akilah Releford, who is the founder of Mary Louise Cosmetics. I'm not gonna do too much introduction because I know she probably has so much to share and so many amazing things happening with her brand and her business. I actually met Akilah out here in LA, so I'm super excited for her workshop titled 10 Keys to Having a Successful Business. I think we all could benefit from this. So let's go ahead and let's invite our workshop teacher in.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
Hi.
So excited to be here.
Yes, 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 yes. Super, super excited. So we're gonna go ahead. I'd love for you to introduce yourself, tell us about who you are, tell us all about Mary Louise Cosmetics, and then go ahead and get into your presentation. Feel free to drop your questions in the comment box, but we will be answering questions towards the end of her presentation. All right, go ahead, take it away, girl.
Hi, everyone. I'm Akilah Releford. I'm the founder and CEO of Mary Louise Cosmetics. We are a natural skincare company that is redefining beauty rituals through natural ingredients such as clays, fruit, and plant extracts. And I'm super excited to be sharing 10 keys for a successful beauty business with you guys. So let's get started. I'm going to share my screen. Perfect. So I wanted to really change the perspective of how we approach the I want to change the perspective of how we approach what 10 essential keys for a successful business are. When I was first starting out my business, the 10 key essentials that I needed then were completely different from the ones that I need now. So I wanted to kind of move away from a kind of high growth key essentials and move back a little bit more to a bootstrap feel of what those 10 key essentials are for a successful business. So that may include things you may need on a budget or things you may need if you don't have a network at all or are still growing your network. So I hope this will be super helpful, and let's get started. So this is my brand, Mary Louise Cosmetics. I decided to show you guys a picture instead of text to give you guys a feel of what the brand stands for. Super textured, playful, colorful. We cater to a Gen Z demographic, and we use natural ingredients like honey, cocoa powder, turmeric, sunflower oil to incorporate in our skincare products. So the first key essential is community building. I started the company in my dorm room at Howard University. My background is biology and chemistry. I was a pre-med major, so I really didn't have at all a background in business or beauty. So it was really difficult at the time, and I felt like I could never build a community in beauty when my background was science. But I decided to leverage my background in chemistry and use that to benefit my start in beauty. So instead of doing homework with my chemistry classes in my dorm room, I would go back to my room and make skincare products. So one of the first things that I did was in my dorm room, I created Mississippi Mud, which is our hero SKU. And I would give it to the girls in our floor to try out the product. And some super interesting feedback they gave me was that they weren't using the face mask just as a face mask. They were using it as a body polish or as an exfoliator, which at the time was super interesting feedback that anyone had given me. So I was using the girls on my floor as a focus group. So I'd like to tie that into community building, focus groups, leveraging the people around you, family members, friends. I know it can be sometimes, I don't want to use the word disappointing, but when you look at orders and they're all like friends and family members, but that is the best part about starting a business, is getting that honest feedback early on. So another step to community building that I learned is creating meaningful content. I've put myself to the forefront of the brand as a founder. So if you are not already the face of your brand or not in as much content online on Instagram, Pinterest, Twitter, I suggest maybe consider being the face of your brand. I know that a lot of customers and consumers really love the fact that they can put a face to a name and have someone they know and can identify a brand, a person with a face. So some content, that I think is super helpful, especially in 2021, has been Reels, IGTV. Those are amazing forms of interactive content that you can add to your brand, and they really do expand your reach on social media, and it's also free to do. You don't need a super high quality camera. You can use your iPhone, get a stand, and do multiple tutorials, schedule them out, and that will really help community building. It'll reach people in your target demographic. Next key essential is inner beauty. Your product formulation and your formulation philosophy is an important part of having a successful beauty business. You never want to make a product that you wouldn't use on yourself. So this is also something that will differentiate you by what methodology, ingredients that you stand by in your formulation. So going back to when I first started my skincare company, I was creating things in my dorm room from a chemistry background. This is probably one of the most asked questions that I get personally is, how do I create award-winning formulas? How do I create a hero product on a budget? Or how do I develop that next SKU that's going to make my collection tie together? So something I've learned along the way is to find contract chemists. So instead of spending thousands of dollars upfront to find out or explore what products you want to develop next, use different websites or find on LinkedIn contract cosmetics chemists, and then you can give them the different formulation you want. Do you want it to smell a certain way? Do you want it to have a different feel, texture? Do you want it to be foaming, non-foaming, whatever the product may be? So that would be a great way to set yourself apart and create award-winning formulas that everyone will love. Outer beauty. So now we've touched on inner beauty. Now we're going to touch on outer beauty. Outer beauty is packaging. So in the next slide, I'm going to show you kind of the before and after rebrand that we did. We just went through a rebrand, which has opened so many doors for us, but this was the aspect that I was missing in order to really hone in and touch base with my target demographic, which is Gen Z. So you want to keep in mind during this process who you're targeting, who is this going to resonate with the most, and how do you want the customer to feel while using your product. So this is more of the lifestyle aspect, and it's just as important as the inner beauty aspect. Everything is an experience, and you want your customers to feel fun, playful. You want to evoke as many emotions as you can. So if you're rebranding, thinking of developing new packaging or making certain tweaks to the current look you have now, even on social media, everything all has to tie together. And you have to think to yourself, how do I want customers to experience my brand? Or if you pretend you're a stranger, go on to your own Instagram or your website or have a product shipped to you and be honest with yourself about what that experience is based on the outside packaging. So packaging and rebranding can be super, super expensive. So some things that you can incorporate right now that are that will fit into your budget are updated flyers, updated website banners, maybe stickers. You can include a tote bag or a little gift, things that will help elevate the experience and keep the customer in mind along the entire journey. So this is a before and after of the packaging that we went through with our rebrand. So the products to your left are the packaging that we've had for the last 2 to 3 years. It was minimal, it was minimalistic, it was working, but it really is not resonating with Gen Z the way it could have been. It was more medicinal, more RX, and didn't seem as fun. So this year we decided to launch the rebrand. The entire rebrand took about almost a year to do. It was quite a long process to go through the design, bottle type, testing, but we are super happy with how it turned out. And we have been able to acquire so many more retailers from the packaging. And I really understand firsthand now the importance of having amazing packaging, having a certain look and feel to the products, and how that does tie in with who you want to target. So we get a lot more customers from the Gen Z demographic and even some millennials, because they understand that this product can look good in your makeup bag. It's part of the lifestyle. So the next key essential will be exposure and how to become your own publicist. So this is something that I still do today. I've yet to pay for any PR, and we don't use a PR agency. As of now, I don't know how long that will last. As of now, I can confidently say that all of the press and press features that we've acquired have been 100% organic. So in order to be successful in your own PR, it's really simple. First, you want to find out who you want to reach out to. So let's say you are selling supplements or beauty supplements, and you may want to target Women's Health, Self Magazine. I'm trying to think of some other fun magazines for supplements and health. So let's say Women's Health and Self Magazine. Or if you are in skincare, hair care, you may want to target Cosmopolitan, Glamour, Allure. So, well, first, you should already be pretty avid readers and listeners of these publications anyway. They're great for market research. They're great to stay in the know of what's going on in your sector in beauty. So once you find out who you want to reach to, you're going to find them by reading articles, and you're going to see a journalist's name. You're going to click on the journalist's name on, let's say, glamour.com, and then it will take you to the journalist profile. Sometimes they may have their contact readily available for pitches on the website, or you may have to do a little bit of research on your own. Follow them on Instagram, message them on Instagram. If they say DMs are welcome, you can send a DM. If they strictly want an email for a pitch, be respectful and follow directions. That will go a long way too, and they know that you're reading and paying attention to what they're saying or what they're posting on their page. So after you send them an email or a DM, you want to do that after you've genuinely kind of developed a relationship with them. So you're not spamming people, you're not bombarding people with pitches all the time. You really want to see what kind of writing style they have, how they see beauty. Everyone is completely different, and not every journalist or editor may be the right fit for you and your project or your story. But get to know people, generally get to bond with them online, and they will take notice as well. So here I have an example pitch. This is not the exact email I've used, but it's kind of a synopsis of an amazing way to get an attention of a writer or editor that you want to share your story with. So you're going to start off with hi, always use their name. And then you're going to insert, my name is whatever your name is, and I'm the founder and CEO of, let's say, Louise Cosmetics, and explain in one sentence what you do. So if this were me, I would say, hi, my name is Akilah Releford. I'm the founder and CEO of Louise Cosmetics. We are a natural skincare company redefining beauty rituals for Gen Zers through natural ingredients, plants, and clay extracts. You would say, I really love the content that you're creating, and I felt compelled to reach out to you about my story or whatever you're working on. If you just went through a rebrand, if you just launched in your favorite retailer, insert that there. And let's say 1 to 2 sentences. Oops. How did I do that? So then you would say, I would love to find some time to chat with you. Also, where is the best place to send a sample? You always, always, always want to send a sample to whatever journalist, writer, editor you're reaching out to, and they will give you an address. Some may decline samples, but it's always good to to offer to someone in the first place. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention is it's good to be persistent, but not bothersome. So if you don't hear back from a journalist or an editor within 7 days, reach out. Just have like that weekly reminder for you to reach out to in between every time, so you won't forget, and it'll just show up at the top of their email again. The next key essential is networking. I know that trying to find that one mentor can feel like a daunting task, but you really shouldn't stress about that. It's great to just have an array of connections that you keep warm and are interacting with than that one mentor. If you have a mentor that you love, great, but don't be afraid to reach out and get other perspectives on your business and what you're working on, because different advice from different areas will be really valuable to you in the long run. And you don't ever want to be afraid to ask for help or for an introduction. And the best way to do that is if you know that you already have a connection or a mutual friend to someone who you want to reach out to, a warm introduction is always the best way to go. For example, you could go on LinkedIn. If there's someone you want to connect with on LinkedIn, but you see you have a few mutual friends, kind of fish around to see who knows who the best, and ask if they would be comfortable with giving you an introduction and give just a 5-minute blurb or a little bio about you, and do it that way. So that has been the best way that I've experienced networking, especially now with COVID, things are closed and physical events are limited. Events like this and the internet are your best friend to reach out to people. So I would also prioritize networking as a really key factor in growing your business. You want to find as many panels, workshops that you can register for, connect with as many people as you can on Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, and really form true and genuine relationships with them. So the next key essential would be standing out. We all know in beauty it can be super saturated, and you can only build a moat so big at some point. So you really need to sit down and think, what differentiating factors can you stand behind that you feel comfortable saying that this is why my business stands out? Is it your formulation methodology? Is it your mission statement? Is it a charitable aspect? Is it the type of packaging you use? Is it biodegradable? Do you have an amazing partnership with an influencer or celebrity? So really sit down and write down as many differentiating factors as you can that are special to you. Everyone has their own thing, and this is something during the rebrand and growing the business that I've said that multiple times. So this isn't something that you're going to just do one time. You may have to do it multiple times a year, maybe 3 times a year, and really kind of refresh and sit down and say, what makes it different? Why do our customers come to us? And how can we kind of 10x that? And the next piece of advice is, I would say, don't get too caught up. I know it's really easy to kind of fall into like this cyclical way of seeing beauty on Instagram. Everyone is doing this and this and that, but just stay focused on what makes you special, and don't be afraid to stay original and produce original content, because in the long run that will be amazing for your business. The next key essential is market research. So you want to stay on top of trends regularly. I would say once a month, maybe quarterly. If that, you want to research what trending skincare products are coming out, ingredients, packaging types, that cater to whatever demographic that you're reaching. So an ingredient right now that's super hot is turmeric. That wasn't hot maybe a year ago, but now everyone's obsessed with it. You can see these trends, and this will help you stay ahead of the curve, stay original, and really be in the forefront of whatever your sector is. Social media updates are also super important to stay on top of as well. I know Instagram has now Reels, IGTV. You can create your own AI face filter. So you want to make sure you're on top of your community building as well. It'll put you in a place where you are thought of more as a leader in that space, and it will definitely pay off in the long run. So also doing your homework is something that I don't think a lot of people take the time to do. I know we all have like that one big book of lists and ideas that we can't wait to launch, but doing your research before you create a product is so important. That will save you a lot of time and money, and you will really find a product or collection that will resonate with your customer base when you do your homework about what ingredients you want to use, what package you want to use, and don't be afraid to use your consumer base and your customers as a giant focus group. You can do this through Instagram polls on your Instagram story, ask customers what bottles they would like to see, what ingredient they would like to see, and you'd be surprised an overwhelming majority of your customer base may want to see rose instead of cocoa powder. So don't take it too lightly that the impact that you can have just by posting an Instagram story or just asking your customers, and they will also feel that they are part of the process as well, which ties into your brand loyalty. Goal setting is the next key essential for a successful business or beauty business. So you want to break down your goals into 3-month goals, 6-month goals, and 9-month goals. This will keep you from feeling overwhelmed, tired, and burnt out. So things you know you can accomplish in a shorter period of time go first, and maybe 1 year, 3 year, 5 year goals will tie into that 9-month category. I use Asana currently for my project management. So I'm the type of person that I need to see everything laid out in front of me. And I just have to get it out of my head and either write it down or type it out on a project management software. So that's something that's really helped me. And with goal setting, I know it can be super intimidating sometimes, especially if you don't know where to start. But most likely, we already know the first 5 steps it takes to accomplish a goal. So let's say the goal is you want 50,000 followers on your brand page, but you have no idea where to start. A great way to start, or the first 5 steps you could take, is posting regularly or partnering with influencers in an affiliate program, or figuring out doing some A/B testing about which content that your customers like. Do they like more video content? Do they like still images? So taking the time to break down as many goals as you can will help you feel less overwhelmed, and the rest usually falls into place once you at least start. So the next step is attitude. Attitude and your mindset with your business, I believe, are half of the battle with anything you do. So when you feel overwhelmed, tired, you can't focus, change your mindset from, oh, I have to do this, to I get to do this. This is what I want to be doing. It's so amazing that I have all these emails to answer. It's so amazing that I have so much to do, because it means that my business is growing. So would you rather have things to do than nothing to do at all? Another way to look at it is you do not have to be the smartest person in the room. I've never set foot into business class ever. I actually left school and focused on Mary Louise Cosmetics full time. And this is what I'm doing today. So you just have to want it the most. You don't have to be the most talented or have the most degrees. You just have to have the most grit. So how you show up in your business will drastically affect your results, how you interact with people, your sales. So mindset is everything, especially when you have a solid morning routine. So we all know that being an entrepreneur is super crazy, hectic, and we really don't have a set schedule. So finding time in the morning or at night to do the same thing every single, or at least for that part of the day, is super helpful to keep you grounded, motivated, and focus for the day ahead, the weeks ahead, the months ahead. Something I like to do is journal, meditate. I do have a gratitude journal about all of the amazing things that have happened to my business that may I know it's easy to focus on the bad things that are happening in business or things that stress you out. So just take time to focus on the good things, and I believe that more good things will happen. So I put an extra slide in for first-time founder resources. I called it first-time founder resources just because these are the things that when I was a first-time founder, they are still helpful to me today. So I broke them down into categories. These are websites you can use for your networking, finance, content organization. I use all of these today, and they're all free. I do have a brand essence deck that I do want to share with you guys. I've never shared this deck with anyone except retail partners, but I wanted you to kind of see another essential key that I think is important to have is a brand deck. So someone you want to connect with, whether it be for speaking on a panel or a news article or retail partner, this is something that you can just send to them so you're not always typing out, hi, my name is this, we do this, clicking all these links. You just send them the document. Everything is here around your deck. So this would definitely be something I would invest in. So this is just a breakdown of brand story, where we started. You do want to slide about yourself, something that really highlights who you are, what you like to do, and not so business, it's more casual. You do want to have a differentiating slide and how you position yourself.
Hey, Akilah, we can't see the brand deck. Let me see. I might have to remove your current slide.
Okay.
And then share the deck again. I think we had to get rid of your original presentation because I don't think we could put
Gotcha. Let me do another document.
Okay. Yes, Adrian, I love it. We definitely are getting special treatment. I really appreciate you sharing this brand. Okay, here it is. I'm going to go ahead and edit it.
Okay, perfect. Let me start it from the beginning.
There it is. Okay, awesome. Perfect. All right.
Well, good. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I'm going to mute myself so you can go ahead.
Okay, cool. So let's see where I left off.
Oh, wait, can you do it full screen? And then we should be good.
Okay, let's see this.
Perfect.
Okay, great. So you want to start off with the brand story, how you came to be, and make it fun. Be real and don't hold anything back about your brand story. Let's see. Oops. Let me go back. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so you also want to include a founder slide as well when you started the company, the origin story, and your mission statement in this slide. This is your differentiating slide. So what makes us different is our dynamic multi-use product formulations. I tied that into kind of going back to my dorm room when I had the focus group about how my dorm mates were coming to me telling me that they weren't just using the face mask as a face mask, they were using it as a body polish as well. So that's something you would include on this slide. This is just engagement. I'm not sure if these are completely updated. Okay, this is fine. And then this is what you include: recent press, engagement, website, traffic, audience, just kind of in your stats. Then you would do an ingredient highlight. So this is kind of the breakdown of a highlight ingredient in each of our products. So you would pick out the star ingredient in whatever product you are displaying. If you have one SKU, this would be the entire slide for that key ingredient. Visual strategy, this is where you would insert your mood board. You can get images from Pinterest, other graphic designers. This is your brand identity. So different ways you can play around with your fonts. Doesn't have to be super complicated. I did have a graphic design team put this together for me. My graphic design skills only go so far, but this is a great way for different press articles and retailers to use your logo in ways that you approve. This is your color palette. I also use this color palette when I'm doing our Instagram feed to kind of make sure everything stays aligned. So I know that you may already have your color scheme in your head, but just having it laid out is a great way to kind of give people who are new to your brand a guide as to what colors are acceptable to use. This is the text that you want people to use as well when referring to your brand. And I think also the brand essence deck is super important because you want that sense of continuity in every aspect of your business. So this is a great way that if you have a major article coming out and the color is off or the text is off, it may not seem like a big deal, but it's just great to have everything look and flow the same way. And it's your brand and you want it to look amazing. So this is the packaging design. And then our hero SKU or bestseller is Miracle Serum. So this is just a breakdown of the description, the ingredients, and the benefits. Oops. Let me go back one. Okay, so this would be a kind of a mock-up of how you would have your products laid out in a retail space. This is something you can also have a graphic designer do. Just you don't have to have an entire shelf space. It's something that kind of gives it a feel of what it would look like walking into a store. Social strategy, how you want to market the products. If you're partnering with someone, we focus on lifestyle, textures, ingredients, product, education, and benefits. And then these are spread out through either video content, which could be IGTV, Reels, or stories. And then this is where you would have your testimonials from real customers. And that is the end of the brand essence deck. This has made my life so much, everything has been so much easier because I'm not typing emails. I'm just putting this attachment together and everything is in this one PDF. So if you don't have this, I think this is something that would be extremely helpful for you to do. I think you're on mute.
Sorry about that, y'all. Yes, I was on mute, but like that was like so amazing. I'm like the brand essence deck, like really like changed the game. It does make things a lot easier. But I saw a couple of questions come through while you were doing your presentation. So let's go ahead and start with some of those questions. I saw a couple of them come through. Okay, let's get in with the first one. Okay, so the first one is, where did you find the cosmetic chemist, Akilah? Or how did you find or what did you use the source?
Right, so I initially developed the first product or all the products myself, but as we started moving to different packaging and working with a contract manufacturer, I found my initial chemist on Upwork. Or Upwork and LinkedIn. So Upwork is a great place where freelancers come together. So you would find licensed cosmetic chemists, and then you would send them kind of the breakdown of what you want your formulation to be, or I want to use these products. I'm a clean beauty brand, so I don't want to use these ingredients. I want it to be foamy. I want it to have a light scent, and they will give you the ingredients and kind of the breakdown of how to make what you say you want to make. And so there are also different labs you can use to take this formulation and say, how can I create this? So a cosmetic chemist is a huge way to, or using Upwork for a cosmetic chemist is a huge way to kind of, if you're on a budget, create a super nice formula and then take it to manufacturer. So some manufacturers also have a lab in place as well. You can take that list of ingredients and take it to manufacturers. So.
Got it. Okay, so I hope you guys caught that. Write that down. Upwork is where you can find a cosmetic chemist. All right, let's go ahead and get into the next question. Okay, how can you get around personally being the face of your brand? Delivering value, but not you as the face. You may alienate some customers or get pigeonholed when you want to appeal to a wider ethnic base. Who is the face of Maybelline painting came to? Just saying.
Right. So I think that really falls into what's best for your business. When I first started the company, I was always the face of the brand. So it's hard for me to kind of pull back once I had already introduced myself saying, hey, I'm Akilah. These are my products. How can I help you? How can we connect? So I feel like a way to move around being the face of your business is to partner with people who resonate or have the same type of values similar to you. So that may be influencer partnerships, a celebrity brand endorsement. So really taking the time to filter through people who you strongly believe can carry the brand and who genuinely will use your product is a great way to substitute not being the face of the brand. And that way you're also able to appeal to a wider audience as well. I just think personally for Mary Louise, and Mary Louise is my middle name. So it was harder for me to pull back once people already knew I was the face of the company.
Yes. And just to, piggyback off of what you were saying, I agree. I think it is, dependent upon what works best for you and, your business. And, for those that were tuned in yesterday, I had launched a skincare line back in 2014. And I also didn't want to be the face of my business for those same reasons, because you really didn't know who the face of, like you said, Maybelline, Pantene, and Cantu were. However, I think that when you decide to not be the face of your brand, like Akilah mentioned, you should have somewhat of a face of the brand, someone that is representative of who you are or who the company is as a whole, what that means and how that will be communicated, whether that's through all of the messaging on social media, all the messaging that's on your website and what your brand stands for. I think that's important. If you're not going to be at the forefront, then who would be the essentially? I see this is for Happy Curls. Who is the Happy Curls, Happy Girls girl? Who is this girl? Is she the girl that, like they were saying in the classes yesterday during the Building Out Loud workshop, right? Is she the girl that, likes to get her hair done, doesn't like to leave the house without getting her hair done? You know what I'm saying? Or, or does she care mostly about ingredients? Does she care? How does she, who embodies her in a sense, whether that's, like she said, a celebrity, an influencer, or it could just be an everyday girl. But I do think it is important to have a brand persona. And, you can kind of see the elements of that in Akilah's brand essence deck for Mary Louise Cosmetics, which she uses. There is an essence of like who the Mary Louise Cosmetics girl is, which she is the face of her brand. So that is who, is kind of like embodied in the product. Okay, I had another question. I did have a question. I wanted to know, for the brand essence deck, do you use that too when you're pitching PR? Like in the example pitch that you gave, do you also include that brand essence deck as well? Or do you only use it when you're looking to work with retailers or influencers?
I will send the brand deck to, like, for example, if Pop Sugar wanted to do a story on the brand and on me, that's something I would send to them in the meantime to learn about their brand if they don't know much about it. So that has the founder story, the ingredients we use, highlight some testimonials just to give them a sense of who we are as a brand. Let's say we don't have time to set up an interview, or it's just something good to have in the meantime. And so you're not scrambling to type up a giant email or a last minute document and say, oh, what's the link to this press? What's the link to this press? Something you can just send off. But it's something I've used this deck for retailers, editorial press features, investors. There's so many different ways you could use it, but I think those would be the top three.
Yeah, I think that's good. I can definitely see how you would use it definitely for press, because I feel like the one thing about press is when they reach out, it's like a quick turnaround. They're like, oh, I need to get this. I need to get everything from you in almost like 24 hours. So you really have like a short span of time. So having everything already pre-written out, unless they have very specific questions, is literally going to save you a ton of time, because they get a lot of pitches, a lot of stories. So it's like when they kind of like connect with you and they're ready, it'll be like a really quick turnaround for sure. I have another question. I know you mentioned as one of the key essentials is goal setting, which I agree. I think goal setting is definitely something that is important. You know, for me personally, I've been working on setting personal goals as well as business goals. But when you were in the early stages of building Mary Louise Cosmetics, what were some of the examples of the goals that you had set for yourself? Because I think when it comes to building a business, and, you know, a lot of folks are maybe still working full time, or maybe they still working full time and working on their business part time, or maybe they are full time in their business and they kind of get overwhelmed. It can be overwhelming, especially when you see so many brands, you know, are, you know, doing so well and reaching, you know, certain milestones. And it's like, what were some of the goals that you originally set when you first started Mary Louise Cosmetics?
I would say the goal setting started probably around year 2, 3, just because my intentions weren't to start like a national skincare company. I just wanted extra money to like go shopping at Zara in Chinatown in DC with my friends. So some of the earlier things our goal setting is, well, I'm the type of person that I like to write. Some people like to like type things into, like, I still use a project management system, but I like to write everything down. I will take printer paper, put it on the wall and say, this is the breakdown for what we need to do in July, August, September, and I need to like see it in big writing. So some of the goals they had were getting into retail, hitting a certain sales number. And to your point, I know like people can get caught up with, well, so-and-so is doing this, why aren't we doing this? We have to forget about all that. Everyone's business is different. Everyone's timing is different. Positioning is different. So your goals will be different as well. So outside of sales goals and retail, those are my biggest for like the first 2 years, and even today, but I think those were the first 2.
Got it. Oh, we had a couple more questions come in. What were some of your sources of funding, and how did that affect your business development as you were, you know, growing each year?
Right. So we have never taken outside funding. We're currently fundraising now. So for the last 3.5, 4 years, we've been bootstrapping the company. The scaling when you bootstrap is obviously slower than when you take outside capital in. But you do have more control over your business in a lot of ways. And now that I'm talking to investors about the company, they do appreciate that the company was bootstrapped, because they see that you may not be super eager to spend money so readily, and you have a responsible sense, and you're able to grow a business that has been able to self-sustain itself for so long, which proves that you have a good, loyal customer base. And you're responsible with funds. So my sources of funding came from the business. Initially, we just put everything back. We generated back into the business. I'd say, well, if we're going way, way back, I used to work at Zara in Chinatown in DC. And so I would save like 3 paychecks, and that's what I bought, like the website, the domain, first packaging, bottles, raw materials, and then sat on probably 100 units of inventory for like months, and then all of a sudden sales started coming in. And then I would just little by little put money back into the business. Now we're in a point where we just launched Macy's, and we have other retailers coming out end of this year and next year. So we are at a point where we feel like taking capital is the right move for us in order to scale and manage the growth.
Got it. Congratulations on Macy's, and super, super excited to hear about retailers that will be announced. I had another question come in. How much would you suggest how much would you suggest budgeting for working with a freelance cosmetic chemist when starting out? I think that's a really good question, because cosmetic chemists, you hear about the numbers, you know what I'm saying? Especially cosmetic chemist is different than working with like a contract manufacturer, like a bigger facility. So what are some ballpark figures, like realistic numbers that people can like understand, like really?
So this would also depend on how many formulas you're doing. Like it's not uncommon to spend between $400 and $500 per formulation, which is actually pretty reasonable for a good cosmetic chemist. So don't be alarmed by those numbers. And some will also send you samples of products. It really depends on who you're talking to. You may need to, I would say, look at different references. Upwork is a great place to find freelance cosmetic chemists because you can see people that they've worked with in the past. Reach out to those people, get their feedback too, and do your research. Don't rush this process at all. And it's like dating. I would feel like the same thing to look at with a manufacturer as well. You may go through or talk to 4 to 5 different cosmetic chemists, talk to people who've left reviews on their page on Upwork. So everything is super transparent, which is great, and just reach out to them. But I would say a budget, if one formulation would probably be between $400 to $500 per formulation, depending how complex it is too.
Got it. And with Upwork, do they have all types of cosmetic chemists, like ones that work with, more natural ingredients, or ones that work with more like kind of like medical grade ingredients? Like, can you kind of, and is it very vast where it can not just be like skin, it can be body care, intimate care, maybe like nail polish? Like, is it, okay, awesome.
Yeah,
okay.
Totally. And usually when you have a chemist, a formulation is a formulation. So it just could be for different things. So there could be a fine line between a gel-like serum and a cleanser by a few different ingredients. So usually if they can make a serum, they can make a cleanser, they can make a body lotion. You just have to give them the guidelines that you want. If you want to be a stay clean beauty, tell them the ingredients you don't want, preservatives you don't want. So you do have to do your own research as well to stay in the guidelines of your own brand.
Got it. Next question, which I'm sure a lot of people are wanting to know this because your rebrand looks amazing. Your packaging looks amazing. So did you able to find your packaging in the US, or did you have to outsource outside the US?
So the company who makes our products is located in the US. When you mass manufacture with tens of thousands of units, you're not going to be able to really find that in the US, but you can find the company who makes your products in the US. We partnered with Sunshine Enclosures, so they're a great company based in the US. They are 100% sustainable. They use a closed loop waste management system for all their products, which means everything is 100% recyclable. And they also have plant-based products too, which are 100% biodegradable as well. But when you are doing mass production of packaging, up until the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, which is what we ordered, it's going to be difficult to find in the US that generate that amount of volume.
Got it. Okay. So just based on advice, would you recommend trying to source outside of the US? Just because in the US they can't really, if the intention is to grow and, most can't really maintain that volume.
Right. So I would not look outside of the US to find or have your packaging made unless you can sell the 50,000 units, which is a lot of products. So if you are, let's say, moving between 5,000 to 10,000 SKUs a year, which is amazing, you can stay in the US, and there's other manufacturers who can provide you with those services in the US for sure. So what I would do is I would just Google local or tri-state area bottle manufacturer or jar manufacturer, and you'd be surprised by how many places you can, and just visit those places as well. You can order from them online, depending. I used to use, I can't even remember the name. I've been using them so long, but they were downtown LA, and I found them on Google. So if you were moving between 5,000 to 10,000 units a year, you can definitely stay in the U.S.
Got it. I had another question that came in, while you were talking is, I know you mentioned the first key essential is community building. How did you go about building your community when you first started Mary Louise Cosmetics? What was like that first step like for you?
So before I even had a product or even a company, I would always share tips and tricks and hacks about natural skincare beauty that I personally loved myself just for fun. So I would just go on Instagram or Pinterest and share like detox water recipes, how to make an oatmeal mask. And organically over time, I built this customer base that was genuinely interested in natural skincare products who were my age. And at the time, I didn't realize that I had like my own little demographic of people who I could launch a product to. I just thought, wow, this is like so amazing with all these friends and followers. And then I just decided to, they started messaging me about, okay, well, how do you fix this? How do you fix that? How do you fix this? And so I decided to start the skincare line from there. So I think the first step in community building would be to put out quality content and on as many platforms as you can. I would stick with maybe 2 solid ones. I like to use Instagram and Pinterest just because it's very shoppable, very interactive. And people on both platforms love content that isn't sales pitchy just as much as they do that's just pure content. So someone could save a post that's a guide just as much as they would save like their favorite new product that they want to buy. So those are my top 2. And I just think putting out content also, and you can reuse this content to your blog as well. You can optimize your website, have a blog. People can shop your website if they happen to stumble upon your blog online. So generating as much creative content as you can is a great way to do community building.
Got it. Yeah, I definitely think blogs are like super, super helpful, especially when it comes to SEO. You just never know, right? Does a Google search depending upon the words that are included in your blog post could have it show up on the first page or maybe even the second. And they might be like, wow, okay, I just discovered this amazing brand called Mary Louise Cosmetics. I'm going to go ahead and check it out. And maybe they may place an order. So, definitely, I agree with you as far as like getting really, really creative with the content. And I think, also just making sure that you're being very diverse when it comes to your content and not just focusing only on one platform, because the platforms change every day. I mean, we all know that Instagram has already announced that they're going to, push reels more. They want to be a video first platform. Who knows when that transition will happen, with regards to like photo sharing. They already deem themselves not really a photo sharing app. So, with that changing, that affects your business because now you have to invest in creating video. That takes time and money depending upon where you are within your business. Oh. And, so just making sure that you're being diverse and just not only focusing on one platform. Don't forget about Twitter. Don't forget about, LinkedIn and just like sharing. You can still like share and connect with people and let people know you have a product that's launching. Don't forget about Facebook. I mean, Facebook and Twitter, I would say, has almost remained the same, during that time. Don't forget about, like TikTok. Don't forget about, like I said, blogs and SEO, like just really making sure that, within your marketing plan, that you are being very diverse and dispersing your content everywhere, because you just never know how people will find you. I mean, all the time I'll have people come up to me, when I'm hosting the event, during the event and say like, hey, I found your event through Google, or I saw you featured in, a press release. And it's like, wow, like it may be something from years ago, but you just never know when that person will find it. So I want to thank you so much, Akilah. I really appreciate you, sharing your tidbits and information on 10 key essentials of what it takes to build a successful business. Congratulations on all of your success with Mary Louise Cosmetics. Please tell people how they can follow you and support you, and as well as let us know what's next for Mary Louise Cosmetics, especially as we enter into 2022.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me. This was an amazing time. I'm so grateful that I got to do this. You can follow us on Instagram at MaryLouiseCosmetics.com. You can shop us at mine, MaryLouise.com. You can follow me at Akilah Releford on Instagram. And we will be partnering with new retailers by the end of the year, launching with another national retailer next year that I'm excited to share. And more products. I'm so excited. Yeah, thank you so much.
Congratulations. Again, thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Bye, guys. Thanks.
All right. I really enjoyed that presentation. It was amazing. 10 key essentials of what it takes to build a successful business. I have notes here. Literally, I don't know about you, but I have notes here. We're talking community building, market research, goal setting. She gave us tips on, for first-time founders, certain resources that you can use, as well as her brand essence deck, which was like awesome. So if you missed anything, again, I just want to reiterate that this event is fully recorded. And once all of the sessions conclude today, you will gain access to all of these workshops to be able to replay, rewatch, pause, take a note, and play again. So don't worry at all. Like, everything is already set up for you to be successful. I'm super excited about our next workshop that's coming up, starting at 10:30 a.m. PST, 1:30 p.m. EST. Sorry, it's like, oh my goodness, PST, EST all the time. So next workshop is how to save money on marketing with myself, along with Junae Brown, who is the founder of Brown to Perfection Agency. I'm going to go ahead and let's go ahead and hop into some marketing. Let's network. I see a couple of, contacts were exchanged in the comments. So let's go ahead and hop into some networking over here. Like, let's hop over to networking. And so the next session starts at 10:30. All right. See you in a little bit. All right, y'all, I'm back. Hey. If you are still there, comment in the comment box. I'm super excited about this next workshop. Did y'all enjoy the networking? Did y'all network? Because I saw networking happening in the comments. I saw people exchanging information, sending DMs, which is honestly what I love to see. It warms my heart. This is a part of why PBE exists. You know, it's not only to just learn from, you know, the teachers and from each and every one of us. It's really so that you all can connect with one another. And the reason being so is that because, you know, networking across is really, really important. You know, I think that we all are in a place where we're all trying to build, we're all trying to grow. And you'd be surprised how much you can learn from one another. You know, one person can provide you with it wasn't working for you on your phone. I wonder if it doesn't work on the phone feature. You know, it could be like an issue, you know, with doing it on the phone. I know it works on the computer. So let's try to use it on, it might only work with like laptops and desktops, but oh, you couldn't get in? Okay, well, we'll go and check in the back end and make sure the networking features next time. I apologize about that. But yeah, so, you know, it's really about networking with each other, sharing resources and ways that we can help one another. But, you know, without further ado, we're going to get into this next workshop, which is more of a Q&A style. It features Junae Brown, the Beyonce of marketing, but I'm going to go ahead and add her in to the chat. Hey girl.
Hi.
Hey,
how are you?
Listen, I'm doing well. It's Friday.
It is.
It's Friday, y'all. Like literally, like I'm happy it's Friday. The sun is coming up over here in LA. I'm like, where was the sun? But go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell us who you are, all the companies that you own, everything that you got going on. Go ahead and introduce yourself, girl.
Yeah, so hi, super excited to be here. First and foremost, love this platform, Brittany. So thank you for having me. My name is Junae Brown. I'm CEO and founder of Brown's Perfection Agency. We are a creative marketing and event production company. We specialize in digital content strategy, influencer marketing, brand partnerships, you name it, but we're all about taking brands and just maximizing what's already great about the brand and, you know, presenting it to their actual target audience. We love working with, on one side, creatives, so like artists and media personalities, models, actors. On the other side, we work with a lot of companies, startups, entrepreneurs, tech companies, you name it. I'm also a part-time speaker, hi guys, and a startup advisor for some wonderful tech apps and companies as well. So that is me, and really excited to talk all things beauty and marketing.
Yes. Listen, that's an introduction right there. Okay, like this is why she's the Beyonce of marketing. I see now, because it's like, okay, because Beyonce does everything. It reminds me of that Masego song. I do everything. I
love Masego.
I love Masego. I love that song. It's like one of my favorites. Definitely drop y'all questions in. I got questions for her, but drop y'all questions in the comment box because we about to get into it. Okay, so you just named so many things that you do. But one thing that stuck out to me is that you are a startup advisor, right? And you work with, you know, startup companies. So tell me how you approach marketing for a startup beauty brand. Like what would be like kind of that initial step process, especially in today's landscape, you know, with social media. I learned from you about, you know, them taking away, like being a, no longer being a photo sharing app. They're going to be pushing reels and then
video.
Getting rid of the swipe up feature and adding the sticker for a certain. So tell me what like that first step one. If I am Brittany Brown, the founder of PBE Beauty Company, what is the first step I should take when it comes to trying to market that beauty business?
I always like to start with the goals, right? So like what kind of brand you want to be, where you want to take it, how far you want to take it. you know, how much money. I was a business major, so I think I always go back to like, what's the actual business plan? And I don't think in 2021, the business plan traditionally is the same way. You don't need this extensive 60-page thing to start your business, but I think you do need to have goals and know like something outside of like, oh, I just want to make money selling this thing, right? How much money do you want to make? How much money is it going to take you to make the money you want to make, right? Because it takes money to make money. Who are you talking to? Who's your customer? Because it's not everybody, right? I think we like to think that our thing is so wonderful that everyone is going to want to buy it. And it doesn't mean it's not wonderful, but, you know, there's people that use Bounty paper towels. There's people that buy Brawny, right? For their whatever their specific reasons, whether it's the price point, whether it's just the packaging, the quality, you know, whether it's access, right? Where your stuff is, you know, in proximity to them. Can they get it online? Can they get it in stores near them? Like you need to figure out, you know, who your customer is. So I like to start in those areas, right? Like, where do you want to take this? Because even, you know, in beauty, you may not want to be a Kylie Cosmetics. You might want to be a different brand that you like, right? You might want to be ColourPop. You might want to be Fenty Skin. You want to be in those arenas, right? Not wanting to be them, but thinking about, you know, the size of your company, the reach of your company. Again, I think it's easy to just say, I just want it to be lit, right? I want it to be, I want to be the biggest, whatever. But, you know, that is thought out too. So I like to start where you want to go and then who the customer is. And then once we figure out those things, then you realize all the other stuff we have to figure out in the middle, right? So again, going back to, you know, how much money is it that we need to do what we need to do? What are the best ways to market to this particular audience? Because everyone's different. I think one thing that helps that I think is really not dead with brands too is creating buyer personas, right? So these little characters you can create of who your different customers are if there's more than one, right? So maybe there's 3 buyer personas. One is a girl who's 21, college student. She's just really, really getting into makeup. Let's say you're a makeup brand, right? She's just really getting into makeup. She finds out all her makeup trends from people on YouTube and TikTok, right? There's a very specific way you want to be marketing to her, and you would need to make sure that you're either utilizing the kinds of influencers that she would want to watch, you're on those platforms she's on, and doing things that would interest her. Then maybe a different persona is someone who's mid-20s, working woman. She's post-college. She's stepping into herself, right? She's more into skin. Like that's what matters to her when it comes to her makeup. What is it going to protect my skin underneath? Like there's, you know, all these different things, but you can literally mark out, you know, create the character down to age, where they live. Do they live in a big city? Do they live in a rural area? Do they live, you know, what do they do for work? You can say, oh, she's a paralegal. She's in law school. Like you really, it seems silly at first, but it really, really helps because a lot of times what happens is we're like, oh, you sit down and you're like, okay, I got to figure out how to promote this product. I have to figure out how to market to these people. And you don't know who you're talking to. So you're just doing what you think looks cute on your Instagram grid. And that's it. And then saying like, why am I not making sales? Why isn't it translating? But it just takes, I think, a lot more thought than that.
Yes.
So that's where I like to start.
Yes, I agree with you, especially with the buyer persona. I remember I was working with someone, you know, in the early stages of, you know, when I established PDE, and they made me write one, and I could not understand for the I was like, I really got, because she was like more specific. I mean, where she went to school, how old is she, what does she like to do? What's her, I'm like, oh my gosh, I really had to create a character. And that goes in honestly along the theme of like we've been talking about these past few days, and just like storytelling and just, you know, not being afraid to like, you know, and diving deep into the information of who you want to, you know, be as a brand, setting that goal. And what that girl looks like that will be, you know, purchasing your products. You know, a lot of folks don't want to be the face of their brands. So it is imperative to want to create a buyer persona, because who is the girl who shops at your
girl? I mean, think about CoverGirl, one of the biggest beauty brands we've ever seen, right? When you think of a CoverGirl, you think of something very specific, right? She's gorgeous, she's glam, she's that girl, right? And it's like, then we've seen a bunch of CoverGirls, like the literal spreads that, you know, they took it there. And so when you see the name, whether or not you have any CoverGirl products in your, you know, in your arsenal, it's like, you know what that means. You get it right away. I mean, I even think about, you know, some of my favorite brands like a Fenty Skin, like, you know who it's for, and they make sure that you know who it's for throughout all their marketing and their voice tone. And that's really what it is. Again, it feels silly at first. Like, why am I creating this character? But essentially it matters, because everything, that's what she's like, break it down. Where did she go to school? That matters. If you went to Howard versus you going to NYU, you're going to have a different flavor to you, you know? So it's like, you gotta know who you're talking to. Someone asked, do you recommend only creating one buyer persona or a few? I think it depends on the brand, but for something like beauty, you're more likely going to have a few. And it doesn't mean that they have to be totally separate, like completely different. Because I mean, imagine like, okay, let's go back to Fenty. Let's say Fenty lip gloss, right? Me and my two friends, we all wear Fenty lip gloss, but we probably all like a different one. And we're friends, so we're similar types of women, but we're still very different. We have very different tastes, different buying habits, different. I like to wear my makeup one way. This person's super glam. This person likes hers a little natural. I'm somewhere in between. So, you know, I think it helps to create a couple of different ones. I like to say, I think keeping it in like 3 is cool. You don't want to have 6 and then you back to square one. Don't know who you're talking to. So I say from 1 to 3 is usually good.
Got it. Okay. And so we set those goals, right? So we founders, we set the goal. We know what numbers we want to, we know what we want to add to the industry. We know where we want to be, where we envision success for our companies, right? And, you know, we got the buyer persona, which I also feel like is important, especially if you plan to outsource your marketing. Because if we don't know who you're trying to talk to, we don't know how to talk to them. Right. So, you know, we got the buyer persona though, we good. So the burning question is, which is the title of this workshop, how do I save money on marketing? Because it is expensive. Ads are expensive. They have gotten increasingly higher. The iOS 14 update has made it a little bit more challenging to get in front of that, you know, warm traffic. In front of cold traffic is just as expensive, you know, when you invest in influencers or just, you know, other avenues as far as like maybe billboards or whatever. So it's like, how do I truly save money on marketing? Especially because I ain't got that much money. I only got like a little bit because I'm funding this and bootstrapping this by myself. What can I do?
To save money. So first of all, set a budget, right? Another thing that we do is we just dive in. Oh, I need ads. Oh, I need this. Oh, I need graphics. Oh. And you never gave yourself a number to stay in, right? Even when I'm working with brands, huge brands, I'm like, what is the budget? Whatever the budget is what I'm gonna create the marketing with. I think when we leave it open-ended, it feels like everything costs so much. There's obviously, you know, social media, digital is a really big thing. Actually, some numbers, had to write them down because I don't remember these types of stuff off my head. But so what's interesting is that 67% of customers trust influencers when it comes to making purchases, right? 59% rely on reviews from actual people. And then 44% lean on ads, right? So to me, that says, right, I love utilizing influencers. What I will say, though, is that another number I'll give you is that only 34% of people make purchasing decisions based off of celebrities or public figures. So stop chasing macro influencers or thinking that that's who's going to push your product. I think more people should be leaning into nano influencers. So nano influencers are people who are under 10K in following, right? And then micros are people from 10K to about, depending on who you're talking to, they might say 50K, but really 100K. And then 100K and up is like more macro, right? But nano, right? People who don't have a huge following, but have a loyal following who actually engages with them and still trust them. When you see, all of us know what ads look like on social. We know when our favorite influencer is getting a check and we like, go ahead, girl, right? But it's like, okay, I'm probably not going to pay too much attention to that because he or she is getting their check, right? Or they are getting their check.
Mm-hmm.
When it's someone that you kind of know that's like on the up and up, like if I say something online, and I'm like, hey guys, I love this tea. It is my favorite tea right now. And here's where y'all can get it. Most people might lean in like, okay, if she's saying the tea is good, let me check it out. Versus like, no offense to anyone, but versus like, I don't know, Summer Walker or somebody saying, hey y'all, get well, she would probably be serious about tea, but hey y'all, buy this shirt because I love this shirt. We like, get your check somewhere. It might even be cute, but get your check. Junae, I might check out the tea because like you still have that authentic trust. So I say definitely lean into nano influencers way more. Also, again, set yourself a budget. I think another thing too is if you have an influencer budget, you can spread it way further across 10 nano influencers than you could get for the price of one micro or macro influencer sometimes. In beauty, it's very visual, right? So you need to be utilizing people who know how to do video, reels, TikToks, YouTube, right? And even on TikTok, like, right, TikTok's still very new. Most of the creators on there and the way the platform works, they're not charging a lot, whether it's because, again, it's still a new platform and they haven't quite figured that out yet. Like, you need to be jumping in now. You always tell people too, you only really need like maybe 3 or 4 really good TikToks to run it up. To get people's attention, to get people to see you. And you can honestly save a lot of money too, creating your own stuff. Not for nothing. I know a lot of us don't want to, but it's very easy. Again, that, one thing too recently is like voiceovers, right? So instead of having someone sit there and do that, you can literally just have the product, showing the product, and then you talking over it and explaining it, or, I feel like the creativity is endless. And also, push come to shove, worst case scenario, go on Fiverr and find you somebody who could make you something that looks cool, right? Of course, we know about Canva, right? Yeah. Canva has, I've been swearing by Canva for years, but they have dramatically shifted to the point where you can get a lot done on Canva. There's people making whole livings utilizing Canva. So please use Canva. And Canva Pro is worth the $12, y'all. I'm not going to lie to you. It's worth $12. You can do so much stuff on there now. It's crazy. So definitely utilize that. I think QR codes are awesome too. QR codes had a huge rebrand during the pandemic, and now they make sense to us. So I think everything you're doing should have a QR code on it, whether it be a video, whether it be a business card, whether it be a merch item, anything. It's just a quick way to spread your business and get people to opt in. I mean, half the people are just using QR codes because they're curious, like what is at the end of it. So I think you should utilize that. And I would say, it might sound weird, but sometimes investing a decent amount of money saves money. So for example, outdoor advertising is back. It's the return on it is up because outside's kind of open and people are also a little fatigued of being advertised to online. So when someone sees an interesting outdoor advertising, they're like, oh, wow. Right. So outdoor advertising can be posters. It can be benches. It can be actual physical billboards, digital billboards, but they go a long way. They also are a nice like stamp for you once you like repost it on social media, like, oh, I got a billboard in the middle of wherever. And they're really not, it depends on the season and everything of when, how much they're going to cost, but they're not as expensive as you would think. And it depends on how long you want the billboard up for. Again, you can add a QR code to that too. But I think, again, it's reaching a larger place. You place it somewhere where your customers likely are or will be. For example, I'm here in Atlanta and a really popular billboard spot is right by Georgia State University. It's a huge billboard, and it makes sense for brands that are targeting collegey, early 20s kind of people to advertise there for however long. And so, yeah, I think that, and then my final thing is testimonials. If you do have customers already, you need to be utilizing them, and don't be afraid to ask them what they really thought, how they felt. 2 good sentences from the right customer can take you a long way. That's why I said 59% of people purchase and make purchase decisions in the beauty industry based off of reviews. So they want to know if it works. They want to know if people are using it. You can have the best marketing in the world. Let's go back to like a Fenty, right? Their user generated content and their ability to create community and have the customers sell the product damn near before it's on the shelves. Like
they definitely do. Like
if you want to know if it works, they're right there ready. It's almost like they have them like in a room. I would imagine if they weren't so good at this, that they had like thousands of people in rooms, like waiting, looking, searching keywords, like, oh, you want to buy Fenty skin? Here you go. You know, like it's insane.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just honest reviews. And so you need to start to lean on that. You know, if you have a repeat customer, take care of them. Those are the people you need to be sending free samples to for your next thing. You know, you want to create that community, create that conversation online where people want to post like, ooh, this came in the mail. Another easy trick is packaging. Unique packaging goes crazy. If you don't have and again, people, Fenty obviously has Rihanna, right, as a face. That's a big, but I will have to argue and say there's a lot of celebrities with brands that we pay no mind to post-launch. They really have been consistent in creating and maintaining the community. I don't even think of Rihanna all the time when I'm looking at their stuff. I'm thinking about the product and whether I want it, which means they're doing a good job, right? But let's say you don't have that big thing. You need something that's going to make you stand out. I remember there was a girl who went viral with, I believe it was lashes, and it was because she put them in pill bottles. And her brand was called like RX Cosmetics or something like that. And she made it, and it was cute. It was lashes coming out of pill bottles, whatever, right? But it was.
I think I remember seeing that. I feel like I remember seeing it.
It caught everybody's attention, and she like sold out just because it was cute packaging. Her lashes look like every other pair of lashes I've ever seen, right? Beautiful, but they weren't like, some new lashes, right? Like you don't have to invent the wheel. You just have to do something different, right? Like there's those quotes where they say the best ideas are like stolen. What they really mean is they're a better version of something that already exists. I don't think, packaging is a big one. Utilizing your actual customers, getting that user generated content. I think people also sleep on ambassadors, affiliates. Affiliates are a great way to save money because ideally they're not making money if you're not making money, right? So they're going to work because they're trying to make money. And I think a healthy balance of really solid influencers and combined with affiliates can be great. Like, again, a lot of influencers or, emerging influencers are very much, they're very much trying to monetize just as much as you are, right? And the influencer game is great once you get your footing in, but a lot of times it's not that lucrative at first. So you offer somebody, they actually think it's something that they can get behind, and you offer them a chance to make money based off of how much they sell. Like most people do opt in for that. But those are probably the main ways. And when it comes to ads, with ads, the biggest thing with ads is making sure that you're targeting correctly. And that takes testing. You should not be spending more than, honestly, with my clients now, I'm not, unless it's a really big brand and we got a really big reach we're trying to make, like, listen, test $20 in different avenues, right? Different cities, different demographics before you go crazy with the ad spend. You would be surprised. And then again, that leans back on your personas and like who is your audience? Who are your customers? Where are they? And then trying to find more of that person, not just, okay, I'm going to do ads for women 18 to 34 in the city I live in. Boom, that should work. No, you got to get more specific. And I think with ads as well, if it's something that you're not super confident in, I think every beauty brand owner, it is worth it to invest in either hiring someone or learning the basics yourself. So all the Facebook back end stuff, like, but go on YouTube, figure it out, and then test it, but with minimal amounts of money until you find your sweet spot, and then you stay there.
Yeah, I definitely agree with everything that you were saying. I feel like, definitely number one is setting a budget, whether you're working with, a contracted marketer like myself or Junae, or you're just doing this yourself. I think it's important because marketing, according to industry statistics, it should take up about like 30% of your overall budget for your business. So like, I think a lot of times as founders, especially when you're just starting out, you focus on the packaging and the formulation, the website design, the graphics, all this stuff. And then when it comes to the marketing, you don't have anything set or left over. And then products are sitting on the shelf. You know what I'm saying? Because you didn't invest and set aside money to the most important part of your business. Marketing is the most important part, because I've seen businesses that have okay packages still, you know what I'm saying? But the marketing is fire, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like they're being consistent. So I think that that's really, really important. But I saw a bunch of questions coming. So
yeah, me too. I'm like, looking like
I'm gonna pop them on the screen real quick. Okay, so one of the first questions I saw was, we answered that one. Okay, what would you invest in first when it comes to marketing?
First, I would invest in the actual branding of like, what's my color palette, my logo, the website, because how are they going to shop if there's no place for them to shop? I would invest in that stuff first. And then soon after, packaging, and soon after that, social media. So whether I'm doing it myself or I'm having someone do it and manage it. And then after that, I would go to the influencer realm.
Got it. Makes sense. All right. Another question came in. What is the budget range for nano influencers, and what should you expect to pay for a post for a nano influencer?
So no one likes this answer. I literally talked to Fortune 500 companies about this question. There's no straight answer. It depends on the influencer. It depends on what you would like them to do, how much you want them to post. And again, set your budget. If you say, I have $1,000 for quarter one for influencers, and this is what I want them to do, then you need to be sourcing influencers and saying, hey, my budget is $200 for you to make this TikTok or whatever. And then that means you're going to have 5, right? A lot of what I do encourage people to do is to reach out and ask them what their rates are. I mean, again, and whatever the budget is, 9 times out of 10, you can find somebody to do something for you. But I would say the lowest I'm seeing nowadays is like $250 to do something, like $250 to do something.
Got it. I agree. I think, when it comes to, when I work with my clients, when it comes to, the budget, we have a budget for like ads. We're broken down by platform, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and then we also have a budget for influencers. And I think also it's important to be specific with exactly what you're asking for, because you might get a no because they don't understand what you're asking for. You have to be very specific. So give an example and say, hey, I have $200, or if you're just really just trying to gather rates, because I like to gather rates and say, hey, I would love to, work with you. Can you please share with me your rate to create something like this? And maybe you have an example of a 30-second TikTok that really is just them like showing the product with a voiceover, or maybe they're talking, because that can determine between them saying it's 1,000 versus like, oh, I'll probably charge you like 300. Or you need, what I mean? Like, you need to get specific with what you're saying, because if they don't understand, they'll just give you a rate because they don't know what you want because they're not in their head, and you
right.
may
So say anything. if you ask me, Junae, what's your rate to do this? I'm going to give you the number that I want. And then, again, if you come back and say, okay, well, I was thinking I just wanted you to do a 5-minute chat, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh, okay, you should have said that,
right.
Versus you just being kind of broad. And then again, if their number's too high, you can either say, okay, that's out of budget for us right now. Thank you, but we're going to keep you in our Rolodex, maintain a good rapport. Or you can say, hey, okay, got it. Would you be able to do this? And like you said, Brittany, like a smaller version maybe of whatever it is you wanted to do, because it might still be beneficial. Like it's not, influencer marketing is still very new in the sense of like, it's so broad and it's just going to differ everyone you're talking to. To be honest, there's no standard rate in any industry right now, if you ask me. But, most influencers also are managing themselves. So they don't have like a price sheet sitting there. They just mostly are working with what they've been paid, what they'd like to be paid. So it's more of a conversation. But I will say again, set your budget, like based off of how much money you have to work with, et cetera. And like, again, if marketing is 30%, like, okay, what's my marketing budget? Like Brittany said, what's my budget for ads? What's my budget for influencers? What's my budget for social media? What's my budget for assets? What's my budget for packaging? Blase, blase, blase. Like line it up so that And then if you got to dip in somewhere else and say, okay, maybe 1,000 is not enough. I need 1,500. Maybe you find the $500, or maybe you say, okay, you know what? We're going to work with what we got now. Next quarter, I know I want to double my influencer budget. So it's a work in progress.
Yeah, definitely. And Jackie, I saw your question. Your question's next after this one. So I got you. Just want to make sure that you are seeing. Next question was, I feel like it was relevant to what we've been talking about just now. So any specific guidelines for working out, formalizing relationships as far as contracts, briefs, when now starting out with influence so you maximize them, especially in-kind compensation, you have a small budget?
Yes. Crazy. I don't remember where I saw it, but I saw something very recently where it was asking like statistics on what influencers prefer. And it was like, who prefers just product, who prefers no one, right? Who prefers just money, and who prefers products and money. And I think it was like over 50% preferred free product as well. So take care of your influencers.
Yeah.
Even when they're not working for you, send them, my favorite thing to do for any client is to send people stuff in the mail, right? Even if you're not paying them to do something, if you happen to have small trinket items, and this is a great place to invest in marketing as well. Small items, small sample size versions of your product, extra product, all those things. And then you make a list of people that you feel like would be a customer of yours, or have an audience of the customers that you want, or someone you want to work with, and just say, hey, I thought you would like this. Make it look pretty. Send it to them in the mail. People love free stuff. Love. And this is again with the nano and the micro influencers kill it, because macro influencers got boxes sitting in their house they haven't opened, but nano and micros don't get stuff all the time. So it's like, oh my God, this is so cute. What's the first thing they're going to do? Pull out their phone, post it on Instagram, and tag you. So I think that's a good way to kind of, get the relationships going. Reposting their content is always works too, because they'll be seeing your name like, oh yeah, they always share my stuff, like that is easy and free 99 to do. And then when it comes to contracts and things, have your basic agreement set up, and then have the actual work part interchangeable, and be specific as possible. If you need them to post one Instagram still post, a story post, and the TikTok needs to be 30 seconds, like be very specific. A lot of people have a bad taste in their mouth from influencers, but then you talk to them and you say, okay, well, what did you ask them for? And they weren't specific. So you don't want to, and then they say, oh, I wasted my money. It's like, you probably didn't waste your money. You just didn't contractually make sure that things were airtight. So that answers the question.
Yeah. It does, definitely. And I agree with everything you're saying. I think, definitely having a formalized contract in place and being clear about exactly what you want. Like Junae said, like you have to be clear, like she said, like if you want, and the thing about it is, and if let's say you're trying to like get down to the nitty gritty, like this is how I do it with, some of my clients. If we have a promotion happening on September 13th, and I want that amplified by working with an influencer, tell them you want them to post September 13th or 13th on TikTok. Here's the copy that they can pull from.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? That way there's no error in the copy. There's no error in the code. They know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what day they're supposed to post and all of that stuff. Make sure all that's included. And then also one thing you want to make sure that's added as well, because I've seen this happen to a couple of clients and a couple of people. There should be a clause, and I will probably get this formalized actually with a lawyer, and you can get a contract for like a couple $100. You know what I'm saying? And it's a smart investment because it's going to save you in the long run. Like you don't want to get a lawsuit or something like that. You want to have a clause in there about media amplification. If you plan to use that content for Facebook,
you have to know that. We have to say, and for how long, right?
Yes.
Is it like, never ending? You use it forever, or you're going to use it for 3 months, or you're going to use, like, you have to say that because it's still their likeness and technically still their IP, so their intellectual property. So, I love what you said, Brittany, because it's like, be specific. I think a lot of times people aren't specific because they're like, oh, I really like this influencer and I just want them to create something. I want them to do their thing. Be specific with them. They're going to put their sauce on it regardless, right? Like they're going to add their flavor. It's going to be them, but you need to be satisfied, especially again, if you are an emerging brand, every dollar counts. So you need to be specific about what you want to see happen and make sure you get that at the end of the day. And I'm so glad you mentioned that about like how long and the amplification, because that's been a big thing lately. People not realizing that's a big deal.
And big brands have been getting in trouble for this too. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you may notice, like, if you tag a big brand, you might see somebody from the Instagram page that says, "Hey, can we use this?" They ask you because they have to ask.
Yeah, you have to ask. Even on like Twitter, they have to ask now, and it's crazy because I'm not a beauty brand, but even my words, like my tweets and things, go all over the place. And my attorney last year was like, "What?" Because someone was using it to sell products. Like they just had used like a tweet or Instagram or whatever, and he was like, he's like, it's up to you, but they need to at least tag you if they're gonna be making money off you. He's like, or we could do a takedown notice. What you want to do? And I was like, I didn't care that much. So I was just like, hey, can you at least tag me or cut me a check? And so they were like, oh, we'll tag you. I was like, right. But it matters, and social media is evolving by the day. And it's such a big part of our lives. So things change constantly. So you want to definitely keep up with that stuff. I also saw recently someone I know who used a product, right? And she posted herself using the product online. The company then took her content of her using their product, but took the content and ran a paid ad and had to take it down. Because she's an influencer, and she actually, I guess, reached out to, or they had tried to reach out, and they just couldn't agree on a number, and so they took the content anyway, and it was a big old thing. So again, it gets a little muddy, and you don't want to have to. So
it does. Okay, Jackie's question: handmade small batch skincare has evolved a lot over the past few years. What are your recommendations for relaunching in 2021?
Immediately pulling on the pain points of your customer, right? We've been through almost 2 years of a pandemic. I think although we've been mostly home, I think people are very stressed and still trying to figure out ways to take care of everything they need to take care of and take care of themselves. Great brands solve problems. They fulfill needs, right? So figure out who, what your audience's pains and needs are right now, and pull on those in your messaging, in the packaging, in the experience, right? Like I'm a big experience person. Like, how does this person feel when they use this product, right? What type of vibe is it? Is it, you know what? It's Friday night. I had a long week. I'm about to get my wine. I'm about to put on my music, and I'm about to use my skincare products, right? Is it that? Like, is that who you are to people? Are you self-care Sunday? I'm doing a whole routine. Or are you, like, who are you everyday use? Like, this is my treat to myself every day at the end of the night. Like, what is, that's my thing. I think that's where you start. Marketing is all psychology, right? Yeah. Like, how do you get into this person's mind enough to get them to purchase, right? Like, what is it about your product that will lead them to want to have it as a part of their lives? And so that's my first recommendation. I think once you figure out that, the ideas and everything sort of come, and you can utilize pretty much anything we talked about, but it'll just be in a very specific way. Yeah.
And I agree with you I feel like the best marketers study people.
Yep.
They study people's behavior, right? Mm-hmm. Because like you said, is it the girl? Because small batch skincare can mean a bunch of different things. The way Junae interprets it could be very different than the way I do, right? Yep. Is it the girl who likes to go do a nature walk, with her chai tea? Or is it the girl who, just came in from Friday night, but she can't go to bed without washing her face?
Right.
Okay.
Who is it?
Because they too different. You know what I'm saying? They two different girls, So it's like really studying people. And it sounds kind of weird, but if you think about it, like the ads that you see, it's studying you. It's studying your behavior. Like the ads that people pay for and see is based on the behavior you're taking on an app. Mm-hmm. So if I'm talking about chai tea, I bet you if I open my phone, I'm gonna see chai tea on here. Like
Tazo, different brands, Tazo, everybody. I'm getting a puppy, and I've been obviously talking about the puppy. I was on the phone, I think, with my mom. I had tweeted about getting a puppy, opened up Instagram. I have never seen one dog brand on ever. And I have a pretty diverse feed. All of a sudden, custom leashes and this and multicolored harnesses and dog food. And I was like, okay. And I was like, I'm loving it, but wow, right? I was like, what if I was like talking about somebody else getting a dog? Right. Like, literally your whole feed, even outside of like that, right? All of these social media platforms, they all have different algorithms, but the AI that's attached to them pays attention to what you engage with. The goal is to keep you on the app. So if all you look at are inspirational quotes, even if you go look at your explore page, that's what's going to pop up. Or you're going to get an ad for someone who fits inspirational quotes or writes poetry books or affirmations or something like that. Mm-hmm. Like it's the same thing. So again, constantly even just creating content that's geared towards your product and what you do is going to lead you closer to your customer if you're consistent.
Yeah. Okay. We had another question here. Any tips for relaunching after a rebrand? Should we pull a Akilah or after a period of inactivity? Maybe you couldn't show up for health or other reasons.
So I just want to make sure I understand the question. So after any tips for relaunching after a rebrand? Mm-hmm. So pull a Akilah as far as which thing? Because Kylie's done a lot in the last.
Yeah, I know she's rebranding, and so is Kim. With mm-hmm. They're both rebranding their beauty lines. So I guess be more specific. I'm gonna take this. Oh, wait. Okay, I have another question. Okay. All right. What would you recommend doing first for marketing a business who's relaunching ads or influencers?
Awareness, relaunching ads or influencers. I would say influencers. And then run ads on the influencer campaigns. Because, and I say that because I'm thinking ads, right? Like you could target them or whatever, but you don't have proof of concept, right? Like they'll see the ad and they're like, okay. But if you have an influencer, again, pulling on the human psychology aspect, now they have someone that probably looks like them or that they identify with co-signing and saying, hey, look at this product, it works, I like it, look what it does, I think that's a better relaunch strategy, because then it creates conversation.
I literally, I literally would say the same thing. Like, influencers, and then run the ads on the influencers, because like that answers what you said earlier about the testimonials. Like you said, proof of credibility. You know, that people like this product, because people like to buy what other people like. You know, we do operate as, you know, a group in a sense. You know what I'm saying? So if I see somebody hopping on something, I want to hop on the next thing. And there's like a great book that I actually have here, you know, it's called Contagious. And it talks about, you read that too? Yeah, it's amazing. It talks about.
I'm actually about to read it again. The audiobook version. Just bought it like 2 days ago. So
it's bomb. It's literally bomb. Like, Contagious is literally bomb. It talks about why things go viral from a human psychology standpoint. Because as we mentioned, if you understand how human brain works and your customer thinks, you're gonna make money. You're gonna make a lot of money.
I always think about, like, what makes you buy something? You're not any different. Like, I'm a marketer. I'm a consumer still. Like, so I think about what makes me actually buy something. What influences my purchasing decisions? Like, what are those things? I think, I think Delau clarify her Kylie question.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Oh, okay. Let me add in the clarification. Oh, she said like a new look regarding.
Oh, okay. So are you saying like, because Kylie's the face of her brand.
Yeah.
So her getting a new look, she has to get a new look almost if they're rebranding, you know, but I guess whether or not you're the face of the brand, maybe you don't always have to do a huge, like, completely change everything, right? Like, we were pink the whole time, now we're orange, but you can do updates. So maybe you update your logo, maybe you update your website, maybe you know, again, maybe you're pivoting from graphics to more videos and reels, and like maybe you have a new messaging tagline, maybe you are introducing a new product. But I would say, yeah, like, I mean, what's a rebrand without an updated aesthetic of some sort? Again, it doesn't have to be complete transformation, but I would say, okay, so like removing everything, that's really up to you. It's truly up to you. That whole like, ooh, delete my whole Instagram and I have 4 posts up. I mean, sometimes it gets people's attention if you have a really large following, but other than that, it really doesn't do much. Whether you archive all your posts or you keep it and create a separation so people can see the growth and the story, either thing works. It's really, that's definitely like a more choice thing, I'd say.
Yeah. Do what works for your brand persona. Like, literally. Okay, Three hit a question. What do you think is a common problem when you see small beauty brands and their marketing strategies?
Common problem. Common problem, I'm just going to say what comes to mind first, is that all the branding looks the same. Like every lash brand, every hair brand, most makeup brand, like a lot of them look the same. Like, I don't think anybody's pushing the boundaries, or majority of people are not pushing the boundaries when it comes to creating a unique aesthetic. It's a lot of hot pink, black, glam, glitter. It's a lot of that. And I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but it becomes something wrong with it when it's like everybody doing the same thing. And then it's hard to stand out in your market, right? I think another thing that I think beauty is so visual. And I think it's so interactive and so personal. And I don't think enough brands, again, are utilizing that. One beauty brand that I really enjoy on Instagram is ColourPop Cosmetics, really because I love their story features. I think they do a great job with the Instagram grid, but in their stories, they literally do these things where they'll have like different like eyeshadow looks, and they'll be like, oh, which one? They'll use the little Instagram feature where you can like rate how much you like heart eye something, like with the little, I don't know if I'm making any sense, but basically it'll be the 4 looks and you're choosing but based on how far you drag it, or they'll say, hey, they use the poll feature and say, hey, do you like this one of our new products coming, or do you like that one? And it's so easy, but you go through the whole story and it's like a little puzzle. It's so cute, but it's easy, but it's effective. Like, again, I don't think beauty brands sometimes are being interactive enough. And leaning on the actual customer. Like, it's not like it's a chicken sandwich, right? Like, it's something that women put on their face or on their body or on their hair. Like, so there's nothing but feedback available for you if you ask for it, or if you I mean, even that, sending products. Like, the eyeshadow I have on right now is PTO Beauty. A friend of mine, she launched a eyeshadow palette brand, and she's also, her second product is body butters. And so I purchased the palette to support, and she sent me free body butter samples in it, right? And so I'm gonna use those, and I'm gonna be like, oh my God. But yes, my skin, it's so easy. Like, and I think, that is like just utilizing what you have. Like, I think beauty's so fun, and it's a business. Yes. I know running a business is it comes with work, and but don't let yourself get so burnt out that you're not creative anymore. You're not having fun anymore. Like, remember why you do it, why you like it. I mean, always embody that feeling that women feel. That when women feel beautiful, we are like magical beings. Like, and again, whether it's the lash, the eyeshadow, the lip gloss, the hair, the oil, whatever. Like, when you finally have that transformation and you're about to go outside or do whatever, you're feeling nice, it's like, try to bottle that feeling up and put it into your strategy. Like, how can we, you want to sell that's what, a lot of times in marketing, don't sell people what they're going to get, sell them who they're going to become if they utilize what you're selling, right? So, like, who do I become if I use your lip gloss? You know what I mean? Whether I'm going to the gym and I look crazy and I need to real quick, or whether it's like the final piece of my fit before I go on a hot date. Like, what is it? Who do I become when I use your products? I think that is what's missing from strategies.
Sorry, I'm writing down. No, I totally agree with you. I feel like beauty is supposed to be fun. Like, I think you have to have fun. I mean, shoot. I mean, this has nothing to do with beauty, but like, Wendy's and Chick-fil-A be going off on Twitter. Like, go off on Twitter. Like, it's okay. Like, people need to put a human behind the brand. And people make mistakes. They talk. They have fun. Do some quizzes. Do some polls.
Don't overthink. I always tell my clients, like, anything can be archived or deleted, pretty much. I mean, the internet's forever, so as long as it's not something super problematic. But as far as like Instagram, the grid, and should I do this, should I do that, like, have a good time. The biggest part is letting people know that you have something they need on sale. Like, that's what's important. Are people seeing, like, we're busy worrying about debating over this Instagram post versus that Instagram post, this color versus that color, and there's someone else posting something super janky but getting sales. Because they figured out how to communicate to the customer and let the customer know, one, I'm selling this, two, it's for you. Like, that, I think, should be the focus, is always the main focus. And then everything else, you'll find your flow, you'll find your footing. Like, it's just like almost like a personal style. Like, you start off with a couple of pieces, and then the next thing you know, you're like, oh, this is very me. This is not very me. Like, I know when I'm going to put this on, I'm going to feel this way. If I'm going here, I know I should put this, it's so much fun. And it reminds me, my cousin's a professional makeup artist. I'll never forget this. When we were little, she was all in my grandmother's makeup, all in my grandmother's vanity, powder on her face, looking crazy, right? But playing with it was almost like the same way kids would use crayons or paint or whatever. She was just in there, accessories, this, that, the third, just having a good time. And now she's grown up, having a good time, whether she's, modeling the makeup herself because she models part-time, whether she's doing people's faces, whether she's doing celebrity beats, like she's having a good time. And I think that's what makeup is about: creativity, feeling beautiful, anything in beauty, hair products. Like it's about creativity meets feeling beautiful, looking beautiful. So again, things to keep in mind.
Yes. Okay. Last question. What is a good way to get testimonials? Like if you can't afford free incentives, what are some ways to get those testimonials?
Ways to get testimonials. So from customers, reach out. I think your email marketing is important. I love text messaging marketing way more. So ideally having a text message feature where people can opt in, and then maybe you say, hey, send me, if you send us a 2-sentence review, you get a discount code. Something simple, whatever. You really just, people love discounts. They love, maybe they get a feature or a shout out or something, send us your videos of you in this, maybe you make it a giveaway. I think, and just asking sometimes too. Mm-hmm. Also, if you're really, 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 really new, again, whoever is supporting you, those are the people that you ask. Because for some reason, you convince them to buy, even if it's friends and family. I would say, that's what you want to do. And I know people can't afford free incentives. I always tell people you can. If you're not making the amount of money you want to be making, you can afford to give out stuff. Make you money. And we got to stop looking at it like that, where it's like, oh, I'm giving away free products. Like, no, I'm not saying stand in the street and throw your products in the air and say, hey, y'all, everybody run and take my free stuff. Bye. This is our name. Like, no, you just got to be strategic about when you're giving out something for free. Like, just be strategic, be strategic. Don't be pushy, but be strategic. You meet someone that you think is dope or does have you meet someone, listen, give them something. It makes sense. Even if they don't use it, they'll remember it and they'll be able to tell the next one. Like word of mouth goes crazy. Maybe the person doesn't give you a whole Instagram, campaign, but they can say to their friend, their friend's friend, whatever, like, oh yeah, or even somebody might come to my house and see it sitting there and be like, oh, what's it? I'm like, oh yeah. Oh my God, I met this really cool girl. Yeah, she has a lashes brand, whatever. And they're like, oh, this is cute. And I might let my friend have it. Or I might be like, oh my God, remember? Oh, let me use these next time. You don't know. It all goes somewhere, though.
Yeah. I think you have to, sorry to cut you off. I think it's really about not attaching yourself so hard to the outcome, because when you're starting out, you want to make money, so it's like you're itching for those sales to come in, but you have to get to a place where it's like, I planted the seed, and when it grows, it's going to grow, right? So if you give somebody a discount, a free product, you don't know when that seed is going to sprout. It could happen 6 months from now, 3 months from now, a year. You know what I'm saying? So stop looking for things to happen immediately, because not everything is meant to just happen like this. And I think sometimes on social media, you can think that everything is supposed to happen like that because it appears like it, but it really doesn't. And the things that you see, these opportunities and partnerships, some of them people have been putting those things and having those conversations for years.
Years.
So you have to just pray on it, feel good about it. If it makes sense and you feel like this is something, if you believe in that, do it, and then just wait for it to grow. It just might not happen at the time you wanted to, but just wait for that to grow.
And I think customers can feel that. The audience can feel that when it's like all about money, right? And ideally, like, even though your business is based on a sale, like it's a product-based brand, you're still in service to the customer, right? Like you still are indebted to make them feel comfortable in all aspects to make purchases and spend with you and stay with you. They're still a client in a sense. And not only can they feel it, but the universe can feel it, that you're not trusting and that everything. So like Brittany said, like you got to kind of let go of the attachment to the outcomes a little bit. Be strategic, but don't be so hell-bent on every single thing turning back to be something else. Like sometimes things really do just take time.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. I thoroughly enjoy. I felt like we could have went on and on and on more ways to save money on marketing. Like you dropped so many gems. I don't know about y'all, but my notebook is full, brain is full. I hope you learned a lot today on how to save money on marketing. The theme was really setting budgets, being clear about who your customer is, buyer personas, developing 3, being very specific, being very strategic, not attaching yourself to the outcome, offering incentives, testimonials, leaning into your customers, and overall just having fun. Have fun with beauty, have fun with your brands. Don't be so rigid and stoic at life and humanity when you are marketing, when you are speaking to your customers. Make them feel the way you want to feel. Talk to them the way you would want to be talked to if you walked into a store or shopped online. Thank you so much, Junae. Please tell everybody how they can follow you and support you, or even, book you for your services. Just please go ahead.
Yes, for sure. So one thing that just popped into my mind, I would feel very wrong if I didn't mention it before I say where y'all can find me. One thing that works, reach out to other entities, events that are happening, even if you don't feel like it's tied towards beauty, and say, hey, can I come and have representation at this event? Even if they don't have a budget to give to you, come set up your branding, have samples to give out to people. Hey, can I do some free makeups for free, something, test out my stuff, with your target, especially if it's young women, whatever. Hey, can I come to your school and do a talk to young girls about skincare, whatever. People remember that those people turn into customers later. NYX, never know what to call them. They did a truck in the middle of Union Square to launch new products. And obviously they're a bigger brand, but they gave out free stuff. They beat a couple of faces in the middle of 14th Street. And again, people started paying attention. So do that in your own corners of the world. But now I'm done. I almost forgot. So just found that so interesting. So yeah, you guys can find me, my name, Junae Brown, at Instagram, Twitter. You can follow my agency at B2P Agency, be the number 2P Agency on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. We have a TikTok. And yeah, if you'd like to book me for anything, services, consultations, we have a coaching program. We obviously do retaining clients as well. And a bunch of other things. We do a la carte influencer marketing campaigns and things of that nature. If you click the link in all my bios, you can find all that information. And we're actually also doing a webinar series this October that's on sale now. And one of them is for entrepreneurs specifically. It's a 2-hour crash course on all things branding, target audience, and ways to specifically market and build your brand based off of your different groups, entrepreneurs being one of them. Thank you guys so much for having me. Please continue to support Project Beauty Expo, guys. I think this is great. It's for us. They work really hard. And I was so happy to be able to be here with you guys. Friday well spent.
Yes, thank you so much. Everybody go follow Junae, book her for your services, get those holiday marketing strategies in place for sure. And thank you so much. We're gonna go ahead and head into our next workshop. Really appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day. All right, y'all. Y'all ready? Okay. Y'all ready? I don't know if y'all ready for this next session. I am like so happy and excited. The next session is how to get ready for big box retail, featuring Target. Okay, did y'all hear what I just said? I said it's featuring Target. Yes, we have Target team members in the building that's going to be sharing how you can get ready for big box retail. I mean, I don't know about y'all. My notebook is ready. I'm gonna stop talking because she's here. She's ready. I'm gonna go ahead. Oh, there she go. Hey, guys.
Hey, hi. Thanks for having me.
Yes.
Happy Friday. I'm excited.
I'm super excited. we're going to go ahead and get into it. So we have Angie here. Well, I'll let you go ahead and introduce yourself. And then we're going to go ahead and get into this quick session on how to get ready for big box retail. Oh, they ready. They coming in here. They ready. They ready. Okay.
Are they?
Yes, they said I'm not breathing. They ready. Oh, they ready. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, well, I'm excited. Thank you for the intro. My name is Angie Dozier. I work at Target. I'm part of the merchandising vendor development team, which everyone should be excited about because we're here to support small, diverse businesses. That is supporting you before and trying to get you a line review, working extremely hard with the buyers to understand their strategy so we can align new vendors indoors. That could be .com or that could be on shelf. And then once you get in the doors, we're here to help support you with longevity. So I cannot wait to build this team, and I'm working closely with PBE as well. I'm excited about this partnership. Also, we have an accelerator team as well. Is she on?
No.
Not yet.
She's not on yet.
So we're a big partner for both of our teams, accelerator and merchandising vendor development. A little bit about us, what we're gonna help is with financials, helping the businesses understand how to do forecasting. How, once you're on shelf, how are you gonna do your mentoring and forecasting? How are you gonna make sure that you're shipping on time? So that's what I'm here to chat about.
Yes.
Thanks for having me.
Of course.
I'm gonna just jump right into it.
Yeah. You can go ahead and put the screen, and when she comes in, I'll drop her in.
Okay, sounds good. So it's from pitch to shelf is what I'm gonna discuss. So it's about the vendor. There is the merchandising buying team that you will have to partner with and do line reviews. There is the multicultural buyer that will help you partner with as well. And then my team, the merchandising vendor development. So my team is the one that you'll start with. We'll help review your pitch. We'll do mock pitches with vendors as well, especially if we believe that you are aligned with the buying strategy. So those are the 3 pillars that you'll work with. And if you take our merchandising vendor survey, if you're not quite ready for on shelf, then you will work with our accelerator lead team. And that team will help you.
Are you showing a presentation?
I have one, but
okay.
I didn't know how to add it on.
Oh, so at the bottom it says say share, and then you can share the screen, and then I can add it on so everybody can see.
Okay. This is the first time, everybody. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, listen, it's totally fine. We're gonna make sure y'all can see that screen. 1 second, y'all.
Yeah, so you can take notes because I do talk fast because I only have 25 minutes.
Okay, I got you. Wait, why?
Can you see it?
Is somebody doing something? Okay, there it is. All right. Yep, it's there.
Okay, so these are your key partners that you'd work with once in the doors at Target.
Can you make it bigger? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Is that good?
Just a little bit smaller. Or is there a way to like present it? Because we can see the
You can see my slides.
Yeah.
There you go.
There it is. Okay, that's perfect.
Awesome. Okay. Oh, now I'm going backwards. Give me 1 second. Sorry, everybody. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then develop your playbook is crucial before speaking to any big box retailer. And here's where you start. You ask, are you wanting to go in limited doors? What are the limited doors? Start doing research of your target, for example, your target areas. What doors do you see yourself at and how many? And lay out what you need and how your product supports target strategy or any big box retailer. What should the team expect? You should really understand your metrics to focus on, share your financial forecast and your guest expectations. I want to go back to financial forecast. That is crucial when you're working with big box retailers to really understand your financial forecast of how you want to grow your business. Also negotiating, be open to adjusting your ask, do cost analysis, don't have a high margin, too high of a margin, get ready to really understand how to partner with the buyers for cost, store count, and capabilities. Strategize your growth. That is huge. I know everyone gets really excited about getting your items on shelf or online. I really want every vendor to leverage your data and your insights from your meetings and your negotiation. Do a rough outline of your strategy of how you want to grow or test your product within big box retailers. I'm sorry, it keeps going back and forth. All right. So the next is understand your product. Really understand your competitive edge, your advantage. Go into those big box stores and really look to see where the assortment gap is. I always like to tell vendors to go in with one of your products, even if it's a mock-up, a photo, put it on the shelf. Visualize your product on the shelf. Take a picture of where you feel like the assortment gap is with your product. That will give every buyer a visual and know that you're above and beyond and you love your product, and you envision it at that retailer. Your term strategy is part of your pitch deck. Explain your intermediate goals, how you'll get there, how Target is part of the path or any retailer is part of the path. Again, I'm sorry, I keep repeating myself, but your sales expectations, really go into understanding your sales velocity, your units, your dollars, your space, your inventory. And if you're not ready for go ahead.
Sorry to cut you off. Just wanted to let you know Ann was here. I know you're presenting, so you can't see the screen, but Ann is.
I can't see anyone.
Hey, so late. Wanted to be here.
No, I'll just finish up the pitch deck and then we can go back to Accelerator. Does that work? Okay. So then your sales expectation, really be honest if you're not ready for on shelf. Start.com, that is okay. Just make sure that you're 100% ready for on shelf because you only have that one time to shine when you're on shelf and you don't want it to be a quick exit strategy. Also look at your unique product. Is it on demand? Is there one way with your packaging? Is there some area that you feel like you can enhance your product and it's a white space or assortment gap? And understand your capabilities. This is a huge one, and I probably will harp about this every time I talk to one of you. Understand your capabilities, especially working in a big box store. Your capacity. Based on your current capabilities, how much product can you really produce, deliver week over week? Reliability. Are you able to ship week over week? For example, at Target, you have to ship domestic every Monday, Sunday, Monday. Are you able to ship every single week? Your compliance. Be sure to understand that compliance required by any of your big box retailers. Understanding chargebacks, return allowances, all of the compliances. Don't be afraid to ask the buying team to give you that information before you even accept a business award. Your capability gaps. What can you do? What can you not do? Be honest. Be sure to audit yourself before your every meeting to make sure that you're understanding your capability gaps. And then my favorite part, the pitch. This is what the merchandising vendor development team will really bring to the table for all small vendors. What we express that we would love from vendors is to make sure that you have a brand intro template before you email any big box retailer to get your name out there. Make sure you have a 1 to 2 page deck. Should include the following: brief company summary, who you are, marketing strategy, and of course your product. It's a quick snapshot to really understand who you are in an email. So let's just face it, it's going to take probably 2 to 5 shots before you can get someone from an email from a big corporation to return to you. So if you have a 1 to 2 page deck, it'd be easy to forward to the buyer right away. Your deck presentation, once you do get a line review, 5 to 7, maybe max 10 pages. And it should include the brief company summary, who you are, item costing. When I say item costing, we really want to see your cost, your suggested retail, and then your units in dollar. If you're not in a store already, but make sure you have your units in your dollar for your website, either week to week or month to month. Costing or country of origin, and then any current trends, insights that you have already with your marketing strategy. Who should come to the line reviews? You don't want to have a lot of people in the line reviews. I always like to have either the founder or if you have the third party, like a rep group, join you, but somebody that really understands your business and the logistics. And then, of course, last but not least, your product. Make sure you have your product. Even if it's a mock-up, make sure you have your product to talk to, because it shows that you love your product and you know everything about your product and it's always by you. Okay, I know, am I going too long, Brittany?
No.
Okay, so we're kind of going backwards. Ask me any questions. So here is Anne. I'd like to introduce you.
Yes, so sorry I'm late. Brittany, I was in the last session enjoying it and completely lost track of time. Like, oh no, I need to be presenting. But hello everyone, I'm Ann Kitchen. I get to work with Angie at Target, which is so phenomenal. But I represent our accelerators team. So we have a couple of accelerator programs that we run here in the US to support CPG brands that are looking at exploring what mass retail is like. Prior to this role, I was an inventory analyst. So I've seen kind of what Angie was saying, you know, you get the meeting, the line review, you get business with Target. That's actually when the work starts. And so I've kind of seen brands walk the walk with that. But I really want to tell you about our accelerator programs that we have available. I'm going to go quick because I want to make sure we have plenty of time for Q&A. So definitely bookmark targetaccelerators.com because you can find all of this information there as well. But the first program that I think will be relevant to most of the folks in the audience today, and I know we have some people who have come through our program that are here today and are also speaking. For example, Jamika from ROSEN is a proud Target Takeoff alumni. But Target Takeoff is a 5-week accelerator program. We know that a lot of accelerator programs are much longer in length. Think of this more of as a boot camp. We don't need you to put your life and your business on hold to participate. We just want to give you a peek under the hood at mass retail. So we will put in front of you subject matter experts in marketing, packaging. You will meet one-on-one with your buyer. This program is really designed for those that maybe you're selling in some smaller retail or specialized, localized sets, but you're really looking at what would mass retail look like for my business. This is really the right program for you. We will run cohorts each year focused on a specific category at Target. So, for example, in 2022, we will be running a program with the beauty team at Target with pet care, food and beverage, and then baby. So if you know anyone in the industry, let them know. But for all of you beauty brands out there, definitely keep an eye out for our application for the Target Takeoff program, which will go live next month in October. Another program that we have in our Target Accelerators portfolio is called the Forward Founders program. And again, check it out on the website. Forward Founders is perfect for early stage companies that you're looking at mass retail as the next step, but maybe you don't have many doors experience in brick and mortar yet. And you're interested in kind of maybe the what you learned from Target Takeoff. So more so like product design, what goes into your margin, all of kind of the like core nuts and bolts of running your business so that it can scale. The Forward Founders is the program for you. Versus 5 weeks, this is 8 weeks. Both programs are virtual, and Forward Founders will be running 3 times a year. So we'll be running at the top of 2022 with the Forward Founders program. This one will also have applications live next month. So please check it out. We're really happy to be able to provide this because we know that all of you have amazing brands, and we just want to help you kind of hit the ground running with a retailer like Target.
Yeah. Yes. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. And I am so happy because, you know, I actually personally know a couple of founders that have participated in the accelerator program, specifically the Forward Founders, and the information that you learn during that span of time is so pivotal in your business. I've known folks that went back and was like, oh my gosh, I need to make changes. I'm not ready. I'm not ready yet. I'm there, but I still need to, you know, like tidy up on a couple of things, you know, because I think, you know, as a founder, you have a vision, you have thoughts of like, you know, I want to go ahead and, you know, I want to be sold at Target, you know, I want to be sold in big box retail. I want to be in all of Target stores, right? And all of that can definitely happen, but you have to be prepared because, you know, the great thing about what Angie and Ann is saying, they want you to stay. You know, they don't want you to just come.
Say that again. Say it again.
They want you to stay with them. You know, they don't want you to be sold online and in store and only be there for a few months. And then, you know, because of some internal or infrastructure issues, you have to part ways with that partnership. They want you to stay. They want you to stay as long as possible. They want you to become a legacy brand, you know. So let's go ahead and, you know, get into some of the questions, because I know Q&A is going crazy. I see y'all jumping in here.
Trying to answer them.
Yes, let me go ahead and answer questions. Okay, boom. All right, they're on the screen. So is this program good for a brand who's never been in mass retail but is looking to get there? I'll let y'all take it away.
Absolutely. Yes. So I'm answering two questions here because I also see Adrian's. So we are looking for a brand that has launched. So pre-launch will be too early for both Forward Founders and Takeoff. But if you've never been in mass retail, but you're, you know, kicking butt in D2C or your own online channels, we want to see that. And so absolutely, you're definitely qualified.
Got it. Okay, we had another question that came in here. Oh, wait, here it is. Would this just be for U.S. citizens, or can businesses registered in the U.S. and non-citizen owners apply? I think that's a great question. We have a lot of people from the Virgin Islands in here as well. Go ahead.
Oh, excellent. Yes. No, you do not need to be a U.S. citizen to participate. And we actually have alumni from the U.S. Virgin Islands that have participated. So, yes, you're absolutely welcome to apply. And actually, if you're on our website, targetaccelerators.com, check out, we have all of the alumni that have come through our program posted. Peruse that and take a look. And if we're really proud of our alumni, and maybe you know somebody that you can kind of get more insight into what the program is all about.
Oh, for sure. I can definitely give you some brand recommendations of some founders that have gone through the program. They all have amazing things to say, for sure. So I believe ROSEN Skincare, Folk Beauty, to name just a couple, you know, they both have gone through the program and, you know, are, you know, seeing success. So let me go ahead into the next question. Oh, great question. Okay. Are the programs in person?
So in 2022, they'll actually be virtual. Target is still we are still working from home, obviously. And so we are just going to make it easy, plan for virtual in 2022. And then 2023, we'll see. Maybe we're in person, maybe it's hybrid. We just want to make sure we're accessible for all. We know that flying to Minneapolis isn't always easy for everybody. So virtual for now.
Got it. Okay, awesome. Virtual. We want to stay safe now. You know, we gotta be safe before, you know, we still developing stuff. But that's awesome, because then you can, you know, do it in the comfort of your home. You know, get things going. So, okay, next question: do you hold events, programming, or workshops throughout the year for people who are not in the program?
That is such a great question. So throughout the year, yes, we definitely will. We have a spot on our website where you can drop us your information. If you do that, we will let you know when we have events throughout the year. But something new that we actually rolled out over the summer is for anybody that applied for our Forward Founders program, we had a 6-week education series where we had awesome speakers come in and continue the education for those that didn't make it into the program. So there's a huge advantage even to applying. We recognize that cohorts of 10 for the Takeoff program and 30 for Forward Founders is not super attainable for everyone. We make tough decisions. And so, yes, we have great programming for even if you're not participating. So check it out.
Got it. I actually had a question. Okay, so we have a lot of, you know, founders obviously here that, you know, definitely want to be sold at Target. What are some things that you kind of like, you know, if you can share some things that you kind of like look for, you know, because obviously I'm sure you get an influx of applications. So what are some like key indicators that like make you say like, you know what, this is somewhat of a rising star that could do well at Target on the shelves?
And what I look for is the marketing strategy, really being buttoned up with your marketing strategy. Having those followers, having influencers is huge, especially for big retailers. So you already have that following, and once you are getting launched, you don't have to just rely on the Target guests. You can have your guests come and boost up the sales. Also, next, I look for capabilities, making sure that the manufacturing is ready and set up for POs. Make sure that you're shipping on time. That's the number one issue that I see being at Target now for as long as I have, is the shipping. Once you don't ship on time, the buyers will exit you right away. So we want to make sure that we have shipping intact. So those are the two top things that we look for.
Got it. Okay, so, and this is the theme of what we've been talking about today, y'all. Marketing on point. They want to know that you can bring your traffic to their store because they want more people to come into Target and buy from you. You got to have that infrastructure there. Like if they give you that PO, if they're like, all right, we want to give you 20 stores, are you ready? You have to be set up. You have to be ready. Get that shipping. We talked about JP operations, a fulfillment center. So I think somebody had another question that's kind of relevant to what we were talking about is, I'm gonna pop it up here. My brand is launched. It's only on e-commerce right now. And I would love to be a part of, the program, but the problem is mass production. Do you help with getting smaller brands ready to produce for more retail? So do you guys, in regards to vendor relations, do you provide resources for folks who may be in the program to help them scale and make those connections?
Yes, we do. We're actually right now focusing on 3PL. So I have about a list of 10 top companies that I would like to recommend. And if you shoot your email, I can respond. I'll send it to you right away. But we recommend manufacturing. And then if we believe you need help with a rep group for your forecasting and inventory, I would love for everyone to come through the merchandising vendor development team so we can get you to the right direction in the correct rep group if you use a rep group. But we are here for support.
Y'all hear that?
We're here for you guys.
They're here for you. They're helping you. Like they want to help you. I think sometimes when it comes to like buyers, especially when it comes to like big box retail, it sounds daunting. It sounds like a little scary because it's kind of like, oh my goodness, like how am I going to be ready for this? You see this big entity. So it's like, how am I going to be ready? But they're real people and they want to help you. They want to help you grow. They want to help you stay. They want to help you like get in all the doors, sell online. They want you to be everywhere. Does somebody have another question?
Another good thing, I'm sorry to cut you off. Another good way to get in the doors is if you are already e-commerce and you're not quite ready with your manufacturing, we can always set you up as DBS, where you still own the product, but you can sell it through .com. That's another option as well.
Oh, so how does somebody go about doing that if they're interested?
They could reach out to me and that link, I think I can share it with you and you can share it with the team, but you go to the merchandising vendor development survey on target.com. It's not yet launched. It will be in a couple of months, but you can also in the meantime go to Anne's email, which is, I'm sorry, Anne, I'm forgetting.
Oh, she's dropping
it in there. I was like, I'm forgetting what it is.
All right, y'all, she's dropping it in there.
Yes.
To get the information.
So start with her team first and then it'll go down to my team.
There it is. Yeah. So if you're interested in the accelerated program, or you said it was DVS, is that what it's called?
DVS, yeah, that's direct ship. So the vendors will still own their product. Target will not own the product. So you'd be able to ship that way.
Okay, so the vendors will still own the product, but they can still sell it on target.com.
Yes.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Justice? I saw it just come in just now. Copy the link, guys. Copy that link. It's right there for you. We had another question come in right after that one. Would it be okay to have a lead time to set up capabilities? As a micro brand, you may have a plan, but not able to invest in them. And so you have the sales lined up.
You want to answer that one?
Yeah, I'll say for companies that come through our programming, yes, oftentimes they're not exactly ready for that PO. The way our programs are kind of set up on the calendar, we will have you pitch to your buyer, and then there's kind of some time in between where you can get your capabilities set up. And that's all in collaboration with Target as well. So there's definitely time to do that. I'd say brands that set themselves apart have those kind of capabilities lined up, and they just need to flip on the switch or make the call. That definitely will help separate you from the others, but it's definitely not impossible. Another great part of being a part of programming too is you get the advantage of having a cohort of founders around you that you can learn from. I've seen so many times brands that come through our program, and we've got a Slack channel that's pretty active, and somebody will say like, hey, I need to find another manufacturing partner. Does anyone have any suggestions in this region? And then people kind of pile on with their suggestions. So that's definitely something that we see, even as far as they're in the program and maybe they have the soft commitment for the PO. So I wouldn't worry about that, but can definitely help you stand out.
Got it. I had one question before we got into that one. The question on the screen is, tell us about the difference in a brand trying to prepare internally or the expectations for selling online versus selling in store, because I know there can be slightly a difference. So like, because obviously in store, like, is there additional expenses that, a brand may need to consider? Like, what is that process like?
There's actually there's a lot of, how do I answer? There's fees for both areas, for .com and on shelf. It's easier to go on .com for a test run to make sure that we're able to track, the buyers are able to track how you're selling online. So if you're not quite ready or you don't feel like you're up and running for your shipping and you can meet the POs in time, I recommend doing .com. So you won't get those late PO shipment fees. But with .com, you have to be ready to ship within 24 hours. Because if you don't ship within 24 hours, you get a fee that way as well. So I want to be extremely clear. There's a lot of variance for being on .com and on shelf. I feel like if you are 100% ready with the capabilities of shipping, on shelf would be the way to go, set up a line review. But if you're quite not there yet and you're a little bit nervous, I would go the route of .com.
Got it. I wanted to make that point because I know online is, a little bit different than in person. But I think, if I was on Target.com, I'd be good. Like, like
that's how I feel. Build up your Target guests and do .com first and then get on shelf. Prove that way. I feel like that would be the way I would go as a small vendor first.
Hold up. And you launching a food blog? Okay, everybody look for you. Tune into her food blog.
This chat is wild.
I need to keep up.
Like so on fire. Like it's just like, Anne has a nickname, last name Kitchen because she cooking. We have going on. Like it's just hilarious. Go ahead and answer that. Another question came up here. From a promotional perspective, does Target have sample size requirements of their vendors for their vendors?
So I guess clarifying that if you mean questions as far as like giving samples away in our stores for promotions, we don't currently have requirements for our brands for that. We will see brands that will choose to hire. It's actually a third-party company that will go into Target stores and do sampling. We also have our beauty consultants program where there's a trained team member in stores that will help our guest kind of learn, understand, discover brands in the shelf. So that's something too that brands can participate in, but by no means are they required to. If this is not what you mean by sample requirements, I'm happy to clarify further, but I think that might be what you mean.
Yeah, she said yes. Okay, so that's good and we actually learned yesterday during our session with Dana from Beneath Your Mask, who's currently sold in, Neiman Marcus and Bergdorf's, about, the process of like providing samples to the team members at, the retailer, just to make sure they're fully educated on how to sell the product if they have questions. So that was a great question. Super, super helpful. I think we might have time for one last question before they have to go. We can't take up too much of their time. But anybody have one last question? Not a super long question, like a quick question. Let me see if something comes in. Because the chat has been on fire.
I know.
Okay, wait. Oh, wait, all right. Last question, boom, here we go. Can you talk briefly, what happened? Okay, can you talk briefly about the expectations for the vendors who are selling on Target.com in terms of shipping, inventory, and packaging?
Yeah, so selling on .com, you still have to, and sorry, let me go back a little bit. You still have to go to through the process of going to the buyer, selling your product to the buyer, getting business award to sell on .com. So once you get that proposal, it's called a business award to sell on .com, you go through your terms. Right now there's an initiative at Target where we're doing really good terms for Black-owned businesses. So this is the time to get in if you want to get in for the terms before they expire. And then your inventory, that is something that you will have to negotiate with your buyer. And going back to the beginning of the presentation, really be honest about your forecasting. Understand your forecasting of what you can do month by month, so you're able to have those honest conversations, and you're prepared. And then packaging, we are really big on sustainable packaging. So that's another incentive if you're selling your packaging and showing your packaging, that you review sustainability with your packaging. I think that would highlight your product. Does that answer your question?
Justice, I hope that answers your questions. Yes, be sure to visit the extremely detailed site for more information on targetauthorities.com in the About section. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this. I hope you guys learned a lot. I know it was a lot of information, but again, this is fully recorded. You can play it back if you missed anything. We really appreciate you taking your time out on your Friday, your busy schedule, to talk to these amazing founders about ways and how they can get ready for big box retail. There's so many links and resources provided that they dropped in this comment section that, as you can see right here on the screen, on how to apply for future accelerator programs. They got started in January 2022, y'all. Like, get on it. Let's get it going. Start applying, fill out those applications, get your brands ready, so that way you can be a part of one of their, either Target Takeoff or Forward Founders. It's amazing. I know founders that have done it before. If you want to stay on, guys, if you have time, feel free to comment in the comments. But we're gonna go ahead.
I will
let you guys go, and we're gonna get ready for our next session. But thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brittany.
Bye, you guys.
See ya.
Oh my goodness, y'all. How y'all feel about that? I'm blown away. If you didn't take anything away from this, then you're, oh my goodness, I don't even know what to say. I wish that this was available to me when I had my skincare line, when I was early stage trying to build, and I think, the theme of all of this is that they are trying to help you because they want you to stay. They want you to stay indoors. Oh my goodness, somebody incredible. Thank you so much. Dee is so funny, still not breathing. Yes, that was wild. You literally shared all the resources. So as they mentioned, the accelerator programs start in January 22. And as I mentioned earlier, I personally know founders that have participated in either the Forward Founders or the Target Takeoff. And all of the team members that are part of the program are super, super helpful. They're super nice. They give you real information. They're going to give you their honest opinion. And they're going to tell you exactly what changes that need to be made to prepare for you to be sold at Target. And even after participating in the program, you feel like, you know what, I'm not ready, or you know what, I want to go the different route. That's okay. But the important part is that you're going to learn that information and take it and apply it to either a future retailer, or you might realize, you know what, I just want to sell my products on my own website and I want to keep my revenue in my pocket. And that's fine. That's okay as well. But, the importance is to be able to learn and get the information, right? So just really, really take advantage of this program. Don't be hesitant to apply. Don't worry about that no. More no's lead you to those yeses, those wins. Keep going for sure. I'm super excited about this next workshop because we are talking about from solopreneur to boss and how we're going to get that financial infrastructure in place. How do we pay ourselves? Because trust me, that was one of the things that I struggled with when I was building my business. I was like, how do I pay myself? I put everything back in my business and I was mentally drained. My pockets was on E. And I was like, what am I even doing this for? Because I am not making no money. What am I supposed to do? Oh my goodness, I was so stressed. So Shenya is going to help us by providing us with accounting systems on, how to hire, when to fire, when to let people go, and, how to pay yourself. So, that workshop will be starting in about 2 minutes. She should be hopping on in a quick second. Thank y'all so much for still rocking with us and staying through. Replays will be available once all the sessions conclude. So yeah, if you know somebody that really could, you know, learn from this information that's being shared, tell them to go buy a ticket, because even if they're not available to view live, they can go back and watch the videos. They can go back and watch the videos and learn. They're going to still get the same information that you did. So like literally, like, you know, like tell them like, look, sis, go buy the ticket. It's the best investment that you're ever going to make. Seriously. What did he say? Honestly, as a micro brand from a developing country in the middle of a pandemic, we're still on curfew. It was a lot relatively to invest to be a vendor. But even if we sell nothing in the expo, these sessions made it worth it. Oh, thank you so much. I'm so happy. That makes me so, you know, feel so great, because like I, you know, not being able to gather in person, you know, for those of you who may not be familiar with us, you know, Project Media Expo is known for our in-person trade shows and events. And this year we definitely plan to be in person in NYC from starting yesterday up until, you know, tomorrow for our trade show. And we were going to have our workshops online. But we couldn't do the trade show due to some of the NYC vaccination mandates, and we just felt that it would negatively impact, you know, the success of the show. So we decided to postpone it until next year, when the U.S. got a little bit more of a handle on, you know, what's happening, you know, with this pandemic, and, you know, also especially since we have exhibitors coming from outside of the country, you know, how they will, you know, also be impacted, and them being able to travel and ship their products, and it was. We had to consider all of that. So we decided to postpone the show, but I'm just so happy that all of you are still here and still able to learn and gain resources and knowledge on how to like really grow that beauty business. We still have Shop the Expo, which goes live tomorrow. And Shop the Expo is where all of our virtual exhibitors will be displayed, and people will be able to shop and support and discover the amazing, you know, exhibitors that they couldn't see in person during the in-person trade show that was scheduled for this Saturday. And Shop the Expo is going to be live for 30 days. So for September 11th to October 11th, we're going to be promoting these brands. You're going to be able to support these brands, discover these brands, you know, invest in these brands. You know, somebody said, I can't wait until in person. Yes, listen, girl, soon as the green light come, we in there, like for real, like we in there, like for real. So like, trust me, we definitely want to gather in person, and, you know, we're super excited. And like I said, I see you all are enjoying the workshops. I see somebody just got their ticket last night, worth every penny. Again, that means so much to me, because, you know, we worked really hard over these past few months to get all of these amazing speakers to just share their knowledge, not just their time, but their knowledge, their resources, you know, to help you grow and become better business owners. If you haven't already, and you looking cute, please take a picture in our virtual photo booth. The virtual photo booth was provided by Busy Booth, which is a Black-owned company. You should definitely book him if you plan to have like a small in-person gathering anytime soon. He has the physical stand as well as virtual photo booth services. If you yourself plan to have a virtual event, or you can use it for a little bit of marketing for your beauty line, a virtual photo booth for your customers. Like we talked about marketing, you know what I'm saying? People like to be posted, people like to be incentivized. I'm just throwing ideas out there, I'm just saying. But the virtual photo booth link can be found in our Instagram bio. I believe Tori also dropped the link up. Here it is right here. Take a pic, a GIF, a boomerang, whatever, tag us for a chance to be featured on our IG page. We want to post you, we want to shout you out, and we want to thank you so much for participating. We're waiting on the next speaker to hop on. I'm gonna hop off, and then, you know, we're gonna get into the next workshop, Solopreneur to Boss. Oh, wait, I'm muted. I'm here now.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. Pleasure to be here with you ladies. Hello, Brittany.
Hi. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I was muted. That's probably why I was saying they can't hear. Sorry,
Yes.
y'all. But yes, so thank you so much for dedicating your Friday afternoon to hang with us and teach all of us Black women business owners how we can go from solopreneur to boss, how we can hit boss status and establish those businesses and pay ourselves because we are worthy. We do not work hard to have nothing in our pockets. So I'm going to go ahead. Do you have a presentation? You can go ahead and share your screen and I'll go ahead and add it in and let you get started.
Okay.
Right.
Is it up?
Yes. Boom. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and let you take it over. Go ahead. Solopreneur to boss.
Yay. Okay. So hello, everyone who was here today, currently attending the Project Beauty Expo event. This day has been packed with a bunch of gems, knowledge, resources, more importantly. But we're all here to learn how can we be bosses or become better bosses if we already consider ourselves being a boss. So we're going to jump right into our workshop for today. So before we get started, obviously, I do want to go ahead and introduce myself a little further. I am Shenya Wilson, aka the People CPA. I'm a serial entrepreneur, certified public accountant, real estate investor, and overall wealth building lover. I'm the founder of Fola Financial, so I help entrepreneurs and creatives really build solid business foundations and become the bosses that they are today. I love educating people, which is why I'm super excited to be here today at Project Beauty Expo. Just some bragging rights, been featured in the New York Times, Forbes, CNBC a bunch of times, and I currently sit on the Business Insider's tax review board, which is the first inaugural mention of their tax review board. Okay, yay. So hopping into this conversation of being a boss, right? Ironically, last night I had dinner with one of my favorite bosses. She's in the boss girl, heavy in the cannabis industry. And we were talking about what is considered being a boss, right? So obviously it's subjective, right? But I do feel as if we can come up with some common aspects of what we can all say that a boss should enable these certain things. So from the accounting perspective, I wanted to share with you all what I perceive a boss as being. And I do want to get your ideas on what a boss is. So please feel free to write in the comments now. What do you consider being a boss? What does being a boss mean to you? I'm going to keep talking, but I do want to see those comments come in. I do want to see everybody's opinion about what is a boss. Okay. All right. So to me, this is against personal preference. And this is from my experience as being an accountant that works with several different small business owners of all stages, for people who are just starting out and they're just getting their business plans together, and those who are doing $5+ million a year and they're looking to grow and expand. So I broke down the BOSS into this acronym. So we have the B in BOSS. That's number one, building and securing your foundation, right? Brittany mentioned being able to pay yourself, but how can we do anything if we don't have a proper and secure foundation? O and boss to me is being an opportunity provider, right? Someone who is doing the hiring. That's including hiring yourself. Someone who is creating a product or service that is serving many people. You are providing opportunity, whether you are giving them a product or a service. That's an opportunity to experience your creation, right? So a boss is somebody who's also an opportunity provider. The first S is going to stand for successful track record, right? And so I consider a boss as, okay, if you experience success one time, I don't think that makes you bossy. But if you are somebody who is constantly known for showing up, somebody who has successful business partnerships that are still lasting, someone who is able to train a team and have a team come together as a community, and that also works as well. If you have a successful track record as a business owner, which can be measured in different ways, you know, that's a great aspect of considering yourself as being a boss. And obviously, did you secure the bag, right? Because again, we can all make money. I see people come in with $100,000 a year, and then at your end, they're like, okay, well, what did you take home? $20,000, $50,000. Well, did you really achieve securing the bag? Because we're not working hard to not make money, right? That's whack. We're working hard so that we could make money, and then, you know, just a little bit further, use that money to achieve our goal of being financially free, right? Because freedom comes from being able to have the opportunity to choose. And if you are waking up every day and you are constantly, you cannot take a break from work, you don't have that flexibility to choose yet. So securing the bag, someone Oslin mentioned having the freedom of your time and finances. That's securing the bag, in my idea. That's exactly what securing the bag is. And Tori said, yes, that's whack. We have Jackie who mentioned focus on moving forward, being disciplined and about action. Very, very true. Then to move forward, to be disciplined, here we go. Again, building your foundation, becoming somebody who's an opportunity provider through hiring, through your product or your service, and also having a successful track record. But again, never forgetting that the reason why we're doing this, you know, our clients are great, our community is great, but like you want to secure the bag for yourself, your family, to really achieve everyone's goal of achieving generational wealth. Okay, so before we get into paying yourself, right, and understanding how to pay yourself as a boss, number one, let's talk about being in business. A lot of individuals always ask me this question, like, okay, you know, should I get an LLC? Should I not? Should I incorporate? Should I not? And from the start, most individuals who are business advisors are going to recommend start that business right away, because we can't be a boss of nothing, right? You're never. You can't be a boss of yourself. I know people like to try to say that, but like being a boss, you're not a boss if you are only a boss of yourself. Because who are you a boss of? We're probably a boss of ourselves regardless. So in business, you become a boss by actually being a boss of an actual business, right? Here's my business baby. Most individuals start off here as a sole proprietor, someone who is not a legal entity. Your business is not a legal entity just yet. You are operating as a business because you are the business still. Once you decide to incorporate, you are now two separate entities. It's you over here, the individual, and you over here, the business. Now you're putting yourself in position to now become the boss, because again, to be a boss, you need to be the boss of something. And that something will be your partnership, your LLC, your corporation, etc. Reason being, this is important in terms of understanding why we need to register. Number one, legal protection, right? Imagine you're somebody who's selling cookies and one of your clients gets sick. Guess who they're going to sue? You directly, right? If you had an LLC or a corporation, they would now have to go through, number one, suing your company first, which offers you protection so that they have a less of a chance of being able to attack your personal assets. That's what's achieved when you register your business. Once you're also registered, you can start your journey of building business credit, right? Business credit, getting grants and funding. I cannot stress how sad it was to see that while the SBA was giving out $200 billion, right, for their COVID relief, their COVID relief initiative following, the new tax administration, so many business owners were not able to get a dime of PPP money. They weren't able to get a dime of EITL money. There were so many grants out. They were throwing money like they were in a strip club last year. It was crazy. Throwing money. And if you are a business owner, you were in boss position, again, had that foundation, had the structure, had your systems in place, you would have been able to capture gaining some type of additional financing through these initiatives, right? So most of them require you to be a business for them to send you money. So when you're applying for grants, when you're applying for business credit, they're looking at, well, where's your business? You're not doing that as a sole prop. And also hiring employees, including yourself, you need an entity to actually hire them under. And that's going to be your LLC, your partnership, or your C Corp. And of course, professionalism. You know, at a stage in business, I think it's very ghetto for individuals to not have a business structure. If you're operating 2-3 years, why don't you have an LLC? Because from the accounting perspective, again, you are going to be limiting yourself from gaining access to having business credit, having business funding, because you have no track history, right? Once you go ahead and incorporate your business, you get an EIN number, which starts to establish your business's track history, similar to how we're monitored with our social security numbers, right? So that's very, very important. Someone asks, I have the LLC. What are the best ways to go about building business credit? So right off the bat, just to answer the question a little briefly, the best way to go about building business credit is to start establishing business history, right? And that's going to be done by having different trade lines. So just to give you guys some free gems about business credit, you want to start establishing trade lines. So similar to our personal credit, where we started off with a secured card, or we started off with a store card. Victoria's Secret was my first credit card. You have to start building history first so that they can see that you're creditable, and then you can start applying for big credit cards like Amex, Chase, etc. So for your business, I encourage entrepreneurs, once you have your LLC, start building business history. You can get trade lines from Shell gas station, BP, Quill, Amazon, which we all shop at, Staples, Best Buy. You start getting these store cards first. You build business history after getting your DUNS number and your NAV number, etc. And once you have business history, you can apply for business credit cards. And yes, okay, so I'll keep going. So I'll save it for the Q&A. Okay. And we'll get into the S Corp taxation towards the end of the presentation in the tax section as well. So again, just to reiterate, you want to go ahead and incorporate yourself as being a business owner, right? Because you need something to be a boss of. We're a boss of our businesses. And then again, just to understand the different types of entities. If you are a sole proprietor and you form an LLC, you are now recognized as a separate legal entity. If it's two of you or more, you actually form a partnership. It's an LLC, but for tax purposes, you're recognized as a partnership because it's more than one person. Then we have corporations. So these offer the maximum level of protection for my clients that I advise, that are startups, that are in technology, that are in healthcare. Because they need max protection due to the risk in their business, we are going to go ahead and incorporate them as a C Corp rather than doing an LLC. Just to reiterate, LLCs are not your only staple of entity to be formed. Many business owners mess themselves up in the beginning by not getting proper advice, incorporating an LLC when they really needed a C Corp, or they really needed an S Corp, or they really needed a partnership. So you want to make sure you get proper advice before just trying to establish something, because you want to make sure that your entity selection corresponds with your business operations. Okay. So after forming a business, now let's get into some boss moves, right? So number one, you want to tunnel your vision. That's being focused, creating your niche, creating what your target audience is, creating what your offer is going to be. And then we want to go ahead into creating our operating plan. What is our offer? How are we going to cultivate a great customer experience? How do we deliver our product or service? How are we collecting payment? How are we retaining our clientele, and how are we marketing, whether it's through referrals, online, social media, or guerrilla marketing, which is, you being out in the street and doing what you got to do to get these clients in the door. Once we have a functional plan, we want to start making sure our foundation is solid, right? And just to give some transparency, this is kind of where I am in my own business, creating a strong foundation. A strong foundation allows you to be that boss that can walk away. All of our aspirations should be to be able to have a business to where if you want to take off 3 months out the year, you're still making 3 months of income. That's a win-win. But before we can get to that point, you need to make sure that your operations are concrete. You want to automate your foundation as much as you can. How are your clients coming in the door? Once they come in the door, what does their journey look like? Do they book a consult with you directly? Are they speaking with somebody from your team? Are they filling out a form or a survey? Are they getting billed before or after services are rendered? you need to make sure that as clients come in, you can automate that flow. So again, if you want to go ahead and take off 3 months of work, you know that, okay, my sales funnel is working. Once the sales come in, my team knows how to operate and deliver the service. Once that's done, we have a plan to retain our clients or to leverage our client transaction in a way where we can get more. And that's going to be done through creating a referral program or using client testimonials, right? Only after you have solidified your vision, your operating plan, your foundation is built and sound and it's automated and it can run by itself, you want to now develop a growth plan. And the reason why I want to talk about these things before we talk about paying yourself is because we need money to make money to pay ourselves, right? So you want to make sure, again, you're structurally sound, your operations make sense, you know how you're making money, you have a process in place, you have systems in place. Once the foundation is built, we automate that. So it's pretty much a little bit more turnkey. And then we start to develop our growth plan, right? That's okay. Here's how we are. How can we now expand? Is there any other projects or services or products that I can offer my clients to help me increase my revenue streams? So for me, like right now, we're working on upsells. Okay, if you're a tax client, you may need tax planning. If you're a bookkeeping client, you may need monthly analysis and us to go through your books for you. Or you may need operational budget creation. We create budgets for a lot of our clients. But you can only start to expand and grow once your foundation is built, which is why number one is tunnel your vision. Start with one thing. Perfect that one product or service or whatever your offering is. And then we execute on that, build the foundation for that, automate that. Then we go back to stage one and tunnel another vision, right? Because as entrepreneurs, it can be very, 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 very easy for us to get super distracted from our vision at a time because we may be slapped with opportunities. We have people want to speak with us. We have podcast invite. Listen, I'm telling y'all, tunnel your vision from the beginning and make sure you're tacking off your goals one by one. And then you'll be able to grow comfortably because you need to secure the bag first before you try to start expanding the bag. How can we expand something that we haven't secured, right? So yes, we want to work on the business more than working in the business. In the beginning, we all have to work in our business and on it at the same time. But once you start to establish a foundation, that's now for you to, again, go back, develop your growth plan and start working on your business. So very, very great comment. Delisu? But then lastly, 6, I don't want to leave that out, is execute but know when to pivot, right? That's very, very important. Never get so stuck on your own ways that you step on your own toes, right? We get so caught up in this is how this should be done that we start to ignore external factors. Business owners, my background is in corporate accounting. I work for a Big Four accounting firm. In these boardrooms, we're not just talking about how the company performed. We're also talking about the environment, what's going on in the economy. Obviously, due to last year, so many entrepreneurs needed to pivot, whether it was pivoting their businesses online, pivoting their service offerings, pivoting their products. You will go broke if you don't know how to pivot. So a job of being a CEO is somebody who knows how to create, execute, and optimize. And then that can also fall in the lines of being able to pivot, right? So when things are changing, you want to make sure your business is ready to embrace that change because change is inevitable. But be prepared for the worst, still praying for the best, like Lil Wayne says. And that's going to be done, but understanding that your job is to also pivot when needed. Execution involves being able to pivot as well. Okay. Now let's get into the juicy stuff, the financial responsibilities, right? So we went through the importance of incorporating, creating a legal entity, separating yourself, and why it's important for all of those aspects. But once we are now operating a business, we also have financial responsibilities. Having a business, y'all, like having a child, and I'm sure many of the entrepreneurs in this chat right now can agree, it's a lot of work. You have to make sure your child's fed, aka money's coming in. You gotta make sure your child is nurtured, aka operations. You have to make sure your child has a babysitter, again, team creation. It's like having and nurturing a baby. So here are some of your financial responsibilities of running your business, baby. Number one, it's your bookkeeping and record keeping, right? Bookkeeping and record keeping is so important. We cannot do any financial reporting or analysis. We can't do tax planning. We can't file your taxes unless your books are complete, right? Then along with bookkeeping comes record keeping, making sure that you have the sufficient documentation to support what your expenses are and what your revenue is. So God forbid you ever get audited, all your grounds are going to be covered, right? So when bookkeeping is completed, we can now start to perform financial reporting and analysis, right? Which we'll talk about on the next slide. Of course, accounts receivable and accounts payable. This is how your money is coming in and what bills are going out. You want to have a great handle on that, because if you're missing bills, guess what? Ding, 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 your business credit can start going down, right? If you are not collecting your accounts in time, ding, 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 your revenue is not being reached, aka you may have expenses that may be fixed that you can't now cover because you never collected your payment. So you want to make sure you're paying attention to your receivables, your payables, and then we'll move into financial planning and tax planning, right? Financial planning is making sure that you are seeing the bigger picture, not just for your business's financial life, but for yours as well. Your business is one piece of your financial life. I always encourage entrepreneurs to also implement different investment strategies, whether it's stocks and bonds, Forex, real estate, etc. Diversify your wealth, right? Business is just one part. And I'm telling y'all, I know so many entrepreneurs that are so caught up in building a business, they forget that retirement planning is important. Health insurance is important. You know, paying for their kids' education is important. A lot of your financial planning needs will also fall into your tax plan, because a lot of your wealth building capabilities can actually be a tax deduction, which is super dope, right? So financial planning and tax planning are going to go hand in hand. They're done throughout the year. So with most clients, you want to meet with your financial planner and your tax planner at least once a quarter to go over how you're performing, what you are projected to do by the time the year is over. What are you looking at as of now as of a tax liability? What can you do to minimize that? And how can we also minimize taxes by building wealth in other ways, which is why tax planning is so important. You know, if you can get a huge tax credit for buying a building for your business, why not do that, right? And then we are going to move into filing your actual taxes. Your taxes being filed is a way to stamp your business history. That's what filing taxes is. Because I have entrepreneurs that came to me last year like, hey, can I get business funding for the PPP loan? I've been an entrepreneur for 5 years. And I asked them, hey, have you filed your taxes? They're like, no. So I'm like, how in the world is the IRS or the SBA going to know that you are actually an entrepreneur? I'm just going to take your word for it. I'm from New York. We don't take nobody's word for nothing, right? So you want to make sure that you are filing your taxes. This is how you're stamping your business history every year. That I made this much, I expensed this much, I'm now moving forward, right? And then once you're getting the habit of filing your taxes, again, paying yourself the right way is going to fall into both financial planning and tax planning. Paying yourself also encompasses contributing to a retirement account on your behalf from your business, which is also a tax deduction. Paying yourself can also mean paying your kids, right? Kids are expensive. If your child is helping you in your business and you want to hire your child, that can also be a tax deduction. And it's great because you can deposit that income into your child's account and use that to take care of your child while you got a tax write-off for doing so, right? So again, financial planning, paying yourself, filing your taxes, they all go together. And that's encompassed in tax planning because the goal is to minimize what you're paying. People love to complain. The wealthy people don't pay taxes. Well, guess what? I ain't probably ever going to pay a lot of taxes either, right? Because now I know the tax code, and most of my clients are not either. Because why would you overpay taxes when you can use that extra amount saved and push it in different vehicles that's going to contribute to your wealth accumulation in the near future? Okay. Somebody said New York never believes it until the bill is paid. Period. Okay. Y'all got me cracking up. New York, stand up from the Bronx. Ow. Okay, so why is bookkeeping important? Why we have to go through that before we talk about paying yourself the right way? Well, once you have your foundation, you have your operations, you understand your responsibilities, and you're operating, and analyzing your performance is going to be important, right? We can't pay ourselves if we are not profitable. We can't pay ourselves if we have too many liabilities to satisfy. right? So understanding your financial statements is going to be your next step, right? Understanding that you have a profit and loss statement that shows how much profitability you are reaping from your business. We also have your balance sheet, which shows your net worth, your stake in your business, right? Both statements are equally as important. I honestly place more emphasis on the balance sheet. Most people place more emphasis on the profit and loss statement, because your profit and loss shows how you profited in that current year, current period, etc. Your balance sheet shows your stake in your business, right? Because I could have high profit, but if I have double that in liability, I'm not doing great, right? So I analyze businesses like their health from their balance sheet. Very, very important. But what you guys want to take from this slide is understanding when you are assessing your profitability, what those variables are going to be. We have revenue, we have cost of goods or cost of service, and that gives us our gross profit, right? That number alone is so important. If you have a negative gross profit, that means your cost of goods is too high, aka you're not selling at a high enough price, right? If your cost of service is too high, you are not charging enough. Or it may mean that you may need to negotiate to get your cost of goods down, or you need to downsize your staff or reorganize what staff does what, so that your services are being rendered and you are reaping more profit per project. So in terms of paying yourself, we like to use this 3-point system. And here it is. So whatever you pay, whatever you are charging the client, you want to make sure that it's going to be whatever you are incurring as a cost for your employees, you want to make sure that your profit is 3 times more than that, right? Here's an example. If it's costing my employee, so I'm paying my employee $25 an hour, right? It's costing me $50 to render a service, for example. 2 hours worth of work, 1 service. You want to put 3 times that on top of what you're charging for your clients. So if it's $50, that means I'm going to put 1 point for me. That's because I probably have to supervise the work, right? So that's $100. I have to now put another point for the company, right? That's going to be $150, and another point for paying yourself, right? So you pay yourself twice, actually. You're going to pay yourself for work rendered, because we sometimes discount the fact that we should be compensated for our work. It's not just about profits, it's also about our time. Time and profit they're not equal, right? Profit is one aspect, but paying yourself for your time, that's your salary, right? And most of us neglect either or of those things, but both are important. So point 1 goes to you, your actual time rendered to help complete the service. Point 2 to your business, that's your profit for your business. But then 3, profit for yourself, because that's also important. So if it's costing me $50 to get a service done, I'm charging that client $200, right? Because I have my 3 points on top of it. And it ends up working out in a great way. And granted, if you have to wiggle in certain areas, at least you know that you're never taking too much profit out of yourself because you paid yourself twice, right? So that's a great rule of thumb on figuring out how to price your business and how to pay yourself. I like to say, again, twice. You want to pay yourself 1 for the work rendered, and then 2 because you need the profit because of your energy that you put out, period. So those are our 2 sheets. So again, once we figure out how much profit we have, we can now assess what's left over, because we have an operating budget, right? Even though we have a gross profit that can be super high, we have a cost to operate. We got to take care of our rent, our utilities. We have to pay our marketer, our advertiser. We are paying for subscriptions. We're paying for additional admin team members, etc. Once we calculate operating expenses, you now have your net income or your net loss. Most people focus on the gross profit. Your net income is the most important piece of your profit and loss statement. It's not about how much you profited per product or per service. It's about after operating expenses, how much do I have left over, right? Because from there, we can now create a new budget that can say, hey, we have X amount of dollars left over. Let me purpose 50% of that into advertising and marketing. let me use 10% of that to hire a new staff, and shoot, let me take that 30% and pay myself, right? I think the numbers were off, but you guys get where I'm going with this. You want to make sure that you have a profit, because that is going to determine how much can you pay yourself. We don't know that unless our bookkeeping is done and our profit and loss and balance sheets are created. And now when we get to the point of paying ourselves, let's understand the difference between owner's contributions, owner's withdrawals, and then also payroll. Two separate things. When I ask clients like, hey, how many employees do you have? They're like 5. I'm like, okay, so you have payroll. They're like, oh no, I Cash App or Zelle them. You don't have employees, my love. You have contractors, right? Very, very different way of looking at it. And even as yourself, know that you either fall into those two categories as well. You're either paying yourself similar to that of an employee on payroll, or you're paying yourself similar to that of a contractor. And we'll start with the former first. So with paying yourself as a contractor, which most of us do, this is when, okay, I'm operating my business. I'm pulling money out here and here and here and here so that I can pay my bills, right? We all start off that way. However, understand that owner's draws are taxed similar to that of a contractor. You're still going to be paying taxes on whatever income you took from your business because it's not considered a business expense. An owner's draw actually only impacts your balance sheet and not your income statement. So just to give you a little bit more context, in terms of taxes, right? They're looking at your profit and loss statement, your P&L, your income statement. But when it comes to analyzing the health of your business, we're looking at your balance sheet. So most of us take owner's draws in the beginning because we contribute a lot in the beginning, right? So if you are contributing to your business, that can be money, property, other assets that you're contributing to your business. A lot of us bootstrap, where we're buying our softwares, we're buying our business cards, we're buying our websites, etc. Those are contributions. And I started with the withdrawals first because know that you don't have to pay taxes on withdrawals that are due back to you, right? You pay taxes on withdrawals that are excess. If you're making contributions, guess what? Your business owes you that money back, right? So I can withdraw up until my contribution amount as a payback, right? Once I start to exceed that payback, that's now income to me. And if it's not on payroll, it'll just be taxed at regular income tax. And depending upon your tax election, you may also be subject to additional 15.3% in self-employment tax. So again, owner's draws, opposite of contributions. This is you taking assets, cash, or buildings, property from your business and giving it to yourself as a way of, form of payment. And this is going to be taxable to you. You're never going to book an owner's draw as an expense. We see entrepreneurs all the time that give us their tax documents, and I go through the numbers. I'm like, oh, what are these things? What's this Gucci? What's this da-da-da? Oh, that's pay myself. That's payroll. They put it on their P&L statement. Guess what I do? Scratch it, put it on their balance sheet. Guess what? You have to pay taxes on that income. Taking it away from their P&L statement increases their net income, so you're paying a little bit more taxes. But unfortunately, that's the right way that we need to do things, because owner's draw is not considered an expense. It is an actual deduction on your balance sheet. However, the ideal way is to move into putting ourselves on as employees, right? This also allows you to save a lot in taxes, especially if you are electing S Corp taxation status. So we had somebody earlier mention what's the benefits of being an S Corp. Well, you can't benefit unless you are in position to pay yourself properly as an employee. Because S Corp election saves you so much in taxes, the IRS requires you to put yourself on payroll so that they can recoup some of their taxes, right? So with an S Corp, for those of you who do not know, an S Corp is a special tax election that can be made by an LLC or a corporation, right? This is electing that your distributions in excess of whatever salaries you pay yourself out will be taxed as dividends, which is taxed at your ordinary income tax rate and not subject to additional self-employment tax. So that's pretty much what being an S corp will allow you to do. But because you get to potentially avoid 15.3% of taxes, which is a huge thing, the IRS wants to recoup some of their income, and that's going to be done by putting yourself on payroll. So with payroll, you're paying in your Medicare, your MICA, your FICA, Social Security taxes. Those are your 15.3% taxes. But what you can do with an S corp is pay yourself a salary, use that actual salary as an expense, because again, payroll is an expense. That's a deduction. So if you put yourself on payroll, you can now deduct your compensation. That's a win. Then on top of that, with an S corp election, not only do you get to deduct your payroll, the remaining of your profits get taxed only at ordinary income, which can reduce your taxes by up to 15.3%. So I love to say this line similar to Geico, but you can save 15.3% or more by switching to S corp, right? See what I did there? Okay, so if you have individuals on your team, your staff, that are not employees, again, they are considered contractors. Don't confuse the two different things, and it can get you in trouble legally if you do not differentiate the two as well. Your contractors are going to be individuals that you pay per project. Important to know that you cannot enforce control over contractors. If the contractor is smart enough to research, employment laws, and you are enforcing too much control over them, they can sue you. So that's why I said differentiate the two. You cannot tell your contractor what hours you need to work. You cannot tell them how to do the work. Your contractors are only contracted to do a project. However they get that project done is up to their discretion. You cannot provide laptops to your contractors. You cannot force them to work on your time. If you do that, you're treating them as an employee, aka they're going to look at you to be liable to pay their payroll taxes. The good thing about having contractors is that you don't have to pay payroll taxes. You pay them per project, and at year end, you want to issue every contractor a 1099 at year end to show how much you paid them, because this supports your deduction in terms of your contractor's expense that you are going to use to minimize your tax liability, but also forces them to report the income that you paid to them on their tax return. And that's done through rendering a 1099. Similar to how employees report W-2s, contractors report 1099s. So someone asks, are you paying more income tax versus corporations tax as an S corp? So, all right. So corporation tax is a little bit different, specific to C corp and specific to what state you are in. Some LLCs, depending on what state you have, may also have corporate tax that are in addition to income taxes, right? So I can't give you a clear answer on this, unfortunately, because it depends on what state, what your structure is, and other variables as well. But typically with tax planning, we do a thorough comparison of here's where you are on track to pay, here's what we can do based upon where you are located, how you operate, what your business plan looks like, what your team looks like. And we give our clients a way to minimize their taxes overall, because again, there's so many variables. Even if I save you taxes at the income level, what if you have a lot of sales tax, right? What if you have to also pay IFTA tax or fuel consumption tax or franchise tax? There's so many taxes. Our goal is to look at all of your variables and make sure you're paying an overall lower effective tax rate. Okay, someone said, when you're starting out, how long can you delay your expenses and cure before you are operational and generating revenue as an LLC? So there's really no time limit, which is like the good thing. Like, so the tax code explicitly states that expenses incurred up until you start generating income are counted as startup costs, right? You can deduct those startup costs in a year of which you choose to operate, up to $5,000 in the current year. The rest of it will get amortized over a period of time. Amortization means that you're splitting the remaining excess of that cost over year. So it's not a time limit. Typically, what I see people typically do is 2 to 3 years. That's enough time to get you kind of get started up. Some people may take more than that, but know that all expenses incurred up until you start operating are still counted in your year of operation as a tax deduction. Again, capped at $5,000, but then amortized over the remaining period based upon the current tax law. Good questions. Okay, So this is my last slide. Right, I wanted to make sure I touched on everything. So we talked about foundation, we talked about operations, we talked about understanding your numbers, how to quantify, how to pay your team member, how to charge, how to pay yourself. Now, unfortunately, once we make all this money, we gotta pay taxes, right? But let's never overdo it. That's the goal. We're paying income taxes. We're paying self-employment taxes if you are a single member LLC. We may have excise taxes, so fuel, transportation, communication. My trucking clients get slapped with those type of taxes. We have estimated taxes. So if you do have a tax liability estimated for more than $1,000, you are supposed to be tax planning and making estimated tax payments every single quarter, so that by the time the year is over, all your taxes are paid in. If you do not do that, you will get penalized by the IRS for late payment. So you do want to get in the habit of paying every single quarter to avoid penalties. You know, we all want our money in our pocket, but more so what we see about our from our clients is that paying the taxes quarterly allows them to also better handle their cash flow, which is very important. So just to wrap up, understand that you do not have to overpay in taxes. Tax evasion is, illegal. That's you like reporting false information, properly underpaying any taxes, and that you can go to prison for that. But tax avoidance is completely legal. If you can figure out a way to finagle the tax system in a way where you are doing exactly what they say and using the code to your advantage, which is what lawyers do for their clients and what we do for our clients, you are going to be in a great position to take advantage, but have the support and comfortability knowing that you took a favorable tax position for yourself. Tax avoidance is completely legal. If you can legally pay zero taxes, you can legally do that and be okay with that. And that's what the wealthy people do. Just to wrap up again, are you a boss? So sit back and just reevaluate this conversation. Do you have a secure foundation? Is it built properly? Are you an opportunity provider? What's your client saying? What's your team saying? Do you have a successful track record? What are your partnerships looking like? What are your successes? What does your trail look like? And of course, is your bag secured? Are you paying yourself the right way? And also, are you in position to maximize your wealth building in other areas for your life? So I'll wrap that up again by saying thank you to Project Beauty Expo for having me. Here's our info. And yes, we can start our Q&A session. Hey. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, first of all, I feel like New York is in the building because I'm from New York. First question, you're in New York. Everyone's, East Coast. So we have so many questions. I'm Charlene Spencer, by the way, and I am a style and beauty reporter / editor. I was hosting yesterday, and I'm so happy to be back again doing this Q&A with you. So we're going to jump right into the first question. Who is the person one should consult with to establish an LLC?
Yes. So you want to either speak to an attorney, an entity filing specialist, or a CPA. We do those as well. But before establishing, again, I will consult and see whether or not an LLC is right for your business. It's not the optimal business structure for everybody. Because if you are going to technology, you do not want LLC at all. Investors hate LLCs, right? So you want to make sure you speak with somebody, and either attorney or a CPA, to make sure that your structure is what you really need. And those same professionals can help you get started as well.
Awesome. This is a little lengthy. Do you offer services for businesses based outside the U.S. but looking to register there? The legal aspect is very overwhelming coming from outside the U.S., not trying to get arrested for tax evasion I didn't even know applied.
Yes. So we do take care of individuals who are overseas. Some of our clients, like from the pandemic, they moved overseas because they got the money to do so, right? So we work with people everywhere. Just to give you some, free information since we're here. What you want to do is understand that when you are coming from the outside into the United States, again, LLCs are not going to be your ideal structure. You actually want to get a corporation. Those are more favorable for foreign business owners. And again, if you want to talk more in detail, feel free to reach out.
Why do we need a DUNS, D-U-N-S?
Yes. So why do we need a DUNS number? So, okay, similar to our social, right? We have our business's EIN number, right? Your business EIN is going to track your business history, so your tax filing, all that extra good stuff. That EIN number gets now tagged to your DUNS number, which is going to be now used to track your business credit, right? So we can do credit under our personal, but in terms of how our country's currently structured, your EIN number for your business does not suffice as your business credit history builder. It's your DUNS number. So that's what that is.
I have an LLC. What are the best ways to go about building business credit?
Yes. So I touched on this a little bit earlier, understanding that you want to start by first establishing different trade lines. So I would say look at your expenses in your business and see which one of those vendors that you typically do business with has an opportunity to provide you a net 30 account, a net 60 account. Now you have a trade line. You can start establishing business history, which is going to be the foundation needed to start building business credit. Once you have solid business history, you can now apply for major cards like Amex, you get a black card, but you got to start building history first, and that's going to be done by establishing trade lines.
What is a good strategy to pay yourself for someone just starting out? That's a good question.
Great question. So number one, as we kind of went in order from this presentation, are your books in order? I can't give you advice on how to pay yourself if I don't know how much you're profiting month over month. But typically, strategy is going to be to first analyze your numbers. How profitable are you? If you are constantly profiting like $15K a month, you can comfortably pay yourself $5K a month, knowing that even if you dip a little bit, you're still way above variance. So before we give, advice on how much to pay, you want to first see how much wiggle room you got and create a budget from there. And okay, say I can pay myself X amount of dollars and put this back into the business. Because you never want to get into the habit of paying yourself out everything. You want to always pour back into your business. Always. It's a non-stop feeding system when it comes to your business. Because again, it's your baby. It has to eat all day.
Do you think it is best to have two different bank accounts for your business, one for money coming in and the other for money coming out, or is one account fine?
Great question. So for money coming in, money coming out, no. What we typically separate bank accounts by is by operational bank account, our tax bank account, and then business savings bank account. So 3. So operations is going to be your in and out. That's my revenue. Those are my daily expenses. And obviously, saving is very important as well. Just in case you have fires to burn out in your business, you should have a fund for that as well. And then you should have an account so that whenever you're making revenue, you can contribute at least 20 to 25% of that income to your tax account. So operations, savings, and then tax are going to be your 3 bank accounts that you should utilize. Great question.
Can you still be put on as an employee as an LLC?
So yes, you can, but if you do not make an S Corp election, the benefits of putting yourself as an employee makes no sense, honestly. You actually waste a little bit more money in taxes because you're still paying 15.3% plus payroll taxes. You want to completely avoid one or the other, right? So I would say that LLC, yes, but you want to make sure you are an S Corp election first because you won't benefit without that.
When you are starting out, how long can you delay your expenses incurred before you are operational and generating revenue as an LLC?
Yeah, so we just went through that. Again, there's not a period of like how much you can elongate it. There's no cap, honestly. But just know in the year of what you start operating, you can deduct all of those previously incurred startup costs up until $5,000, and the rest of it gets amortized over a period of time.
How do I figure how much to pay quarterly? This is my first full year working as a contractor. She's also in New York. Do I need to consult with a tax professional quarterly?
Yes, you do. You want to meet with a tax professional every quarter, because what someone can tell you is, hey, pay $10,000. What having the tax professional on your team is going to say is, okay, hey, Kamoy, how much money did you make so far this year? How much are you profiting so far this year? What are your plans for the remainder of Q3 and Q4? Let's project out your revenue, project out your expenses, and see what your projected net income is. I now use that to figure out, here's how much we are on track to pay. Before we cut that in four and make it per quarter, I take into consideration, well, what can we do to actually make that lower first, right? So we can put into plans to minimize our projected tax liability. We'll do that. And then once we get our bottom line number, we divide that by 4, and that's going to be a quarterly estimated tax payment. And that's the process of tax planning.
Looking at your list of services, if I am an independent contractor and I'm considered an individual or business for tax planning. Oh, am I considered, an individual or business for tax planning?
So you are going to be an individual. Businesses are going to be partnerships, S Corp, C Corps. When you are just a sole proprietor, it's still just you. But once you establish a whole separate tax form, which is going to be done through S-election, electing C Corp taxation or partnership taxation, it now becomes more complex. So for now, it'll just be individual.
Can I reach out to learn more about what this service entails? I need to establish a business structure.
Of course. So I think our lovely lady Tori dropped it in the chat. There we go.
There.
So yes, we're available to help all of you. We're here to answer any questions that you guys have. So feel free to drop a couple more here before we wrap everything up too.
Right. Please get all your questions in.
Yes.
Absorb all of this information.
Juice me as much as you can.
I think. Oh, no. Is the operational, saving, and tax account all under the same account or bank?
Yep. So typically your bank will just give you separate account numbers for each one, but it's all your one business account. So when you log in, you'll see operational account, savings account, tax account, etc. I mean, as you grow, like some of our clients, we even create more, accounts, but that's when they're super complex because some of them have several businesses and we need to do intercompany transfers to where, okay, this company is borrowing money from this company. We should have an account just for transferring, right? But for the most part, those 3 accounts are all you need to do to get started and be confident that, your money is being pooled in the appropriate categories: operations, savings, and tax.
What is a good bank to start a business account with? That's a good question.
Good question. Yes, great question. So I always suggest to business owners starting with a bank where you can easily create a great relationship with your banker. Bigger banks, the Chases, the BOAs, the TD, they're not looking at you until you got $1 million plus in your bank account, right? Most of us, we started from the mud. We ain't got no parents. We ain't got no business funds. It's coming from my pocket to my business expense, and that's pretty much that in the beginning. So you're not going to get the same tender love and care as you would if you went to a smaller bank that specializes in providing banking for small businesses, which is, I love PNC has a really good business banking program. PNC Bank. I do like TD has an okay business banking program if you want to go on the bigger side. But then we have smaller banks like Popular Community Bank. I think Citizens Bank, Carver Bank. Banks that are smaller have more people there going to more so help you because they want you to grow, because they want more money in your bank, right? So it's like a win-win for them. I help you build your business. You help us put more money in our bank savings. Then lastly, credit unions as well. Credit unions. So you want to make sure that if you are assessing between smaller banks, mid-sized bank, credit unions, literally go ahead and check all of their offers, right? Before you sign up for anything, check to see how you're going to get more bang for your buck. You want to make sure that you'll be able to have a personal banker that you can contact, because I'm telling y'all, when it comes down to sending money, if you are not cool with your banker, it is terrible to deal with. If I need to send $20,000 to somebody for a new project, your bank will block it. That's a large amount. Once you start sending more than 10K, they start monitoring your transactions. Your banker will be there to back you up and make sure your money is going to flow through. So you want to make sure that you are cool with your banker. which can be more easily achieved by smaller to mid-sized banks and credit unions.
I have 2 businesses. What is the best bank setup for this? I like to be less complicated. Do you suggest having 2 businesses under the same account? For example, if one business borrows from another business, etc., how should this be handled?
So the businesses should have separate bank accounts for sure. And again, so you will want to, so it doesn't really matter the accounts that it comes out of. It really matters about how your accounting is performed, right? Because we can stick all of your businesses all in one bank account and then still separate out, here's to this business, here's to that business. It's more complex, but it's done through accounting more so. So rather than asking about should it be under one account, more so it's okay, how are you going to perform your bookkeeping? Because that intercompany transfer and transactions should be reflected in however you view your financial statements.
What are some companies we can go to build trade lines easily?
Yeah, so as I stated before, I would definitely say you will want to utilize gas, right? We all buy gas. So get that gas card in your business's name and get credit for it. Why not, right? So that's BP. Those are the easiest ones I've been seeing so far, like the BP cards, the Shell cards, etc. Those are super easy to get. Other ones that are super easy to get are going to be Uline and Quill. Uline and Quill both provide all type of like products that you can utilize for your business office, you can utilize for your home office, you can utilize for your team. That's Uline and Quill. They have products for almost everything, down to toilet tissue and window spray. Like, so I'm sure you can use those things, right? And then because people are like, all right, well, how do I use Uline and Quill if I have a business? But guess what? If you have a business and you work from home, the products used to clean your home office are also a tax deduction. And that's how detailed we get with our clients, right? We're going down to, okay, well, what do you use to clean your home office? You know, like, because that counts as well. Your Windex that you're buying, your bleach that you're buying, those can also be write-offs. And if that's the case, you want to make sure that you're getting credit for that so you can get those products from Uline and Quill, etc.
Again, Tori has posted the link where you can book a consultation and you can get all your questions answered. You can get advice. You can talk specifically about where you are with your business. Brittany.
You can, though. That's the thing about it. You literally can. So it's not like it's funny, yes, because we don't think about it, but yes, down to your Clorox wipes and your detergent. Yes. Because guess what? That detergent was used to wash my business blanket, right? When I'm working in my home office, it's cold sometimes. I need to be warm. There we go. Listen, I'm telling you, with these deductions, it can get crazy. You definitely want to make sure you have a proper tax strategist on your team, because most entrepreneurs overpaying taxes. I think they said entrepreneurs overpaying taxes about $30 million every single year. That's the statistic, right? Well, why? We don't think of the little details that we can write off, right? Down to our notebooks. We're using notebooks to take notes. You know, I love using notebooks. You know, I bought myself a new Magic keyboard. Down to the decor. This is my home office. I'm deducting this too because I needed it to give me my feng shui so I can concentrate, right? So listen, again, as long as you can prove, so just before we wrap up, you can deduct any expense that is both ordinary and necessary, meaning that expense contributed to you making some more money. And again, if you can argue that, you're good to go. It's all about how you position yourself. I do have an ebook. It's called Business Brackets. If you guys, I can definitely send over a discount link for Project Beauty Expo with no problem. So you guys can understand the basics of how to deduct for your business, because don't overpay in taxes. You need your funds because legacy building is way more important than overpaying the IRS.
Ciao. I was taking notes the whole time, first of all. Second of all, yes, I'm writing off Clorox. I'm writing off mouse cup. I'm writing everything.
Yes. That plan behind you, write it off too.
It's all written, just writing off. But okay, I did have a question before you go, because I know you've been answering a lot.
Yeah.
my question is, I know you were talking a lot about like, you know, the difference between employees and contractors. And, you know, I currently have like a contractor, you know, contractors that I work with, I haven't reached employee status. But what type of systems do you use to like, you know, I guess do you like time tracking management? Like I know I've Googled a couple, like I currently use When I Work, you know, I use that. It's fairly cheap because I only have one contractor. So I think I pay like $20 a month. But is there like any other ones that you know that are really good that like maybe integrates into like, because it's all about the integration that helps people organize. So like what are some of the apps and systems that you think we can utilize to like, you know, get us going?
Yes, great question. So number one, in regards to like when you have a team, even for yourself, and I've been doing this because one of my friends, like I have a business advisor. Listen, I'm the CPA and I help my business clients, but I have an advisor too. Right? We all need accountability. That's on that. He had me go through documenting my hours and then multiplying that by my hourly rate. Then he asked me, "Are you profiting that every month?" And I was like, "Dang, I'm not. I'm not." But great programs for you to utilize to track time. Clockify is free, so if you have contractors, they can use that for free. And so people can use a combination of Clockify plus paying your contractors out via PayPal so you can save on coins completely. Once you are in a position to like incur a little bit more cost, maybe like $100 more a month, you can utilize Gusto. It's Gusto. They're a payroll services company, but they also allow you for your employees or contractors to track time right in their software. So running payroll is so easy because the contractors are already tracking their time in Gusto. Then lastly, QuickBooks. QuickBooks also has great features for you to utilize. And they also have, I forgot what QuickBooks, they have a version that's similar to Clockify, but it's QuickBooks version where you can track your time, sync it to QuickBooks, and execute payments to your contractors through QuickBooks, which helps because now QuickBooks is also where we do our bookkeeping, right? So there's several options. And again, if you want to, you know, be a little bit more cost effective, which I suggest all the time in the beginning of growing your business, saving your coins is so much important. $30 a month goes a long way, right? So you have options. The free route will be Clockify plus PayPal. Those are both free programs. The medium route will be using Gusto. The more advanced route, once you need bookkeeping also, is utilizing QuickBooks and then their time track system that's built in as well.
Got it. Okay, definitely. I love these options, you know, just because there's so many apps. And that's the thing, like the great thing is like there's so many apps and resources that can help you like manage your time, manage like your contractor's time, manage your employees' time that typically have like low monthly fees, if not being free, especially if you're starting like very small and you don't have like a whole lot of employees to kind of like track. And then also like think of how many companies that were launched, you know, just in the middle of like the pandemic in the last year, because all of us are working virtually. So nobody's like physically like clocking in and out. Like everybody has to like virtually clock in and out on their time. So I'm sure so many new apps were created, but thank you so much. This was amazing. I mean, if you didn't learn how to be a solopreneur to a boss and what a boss means, I don't know what to tell you. I learned so much from this. You, Hilda, thank you so much for providing a link. I saw somebody said that they signed up already or that they registered. So this is awesome. Definitely take advantage of that link. Follow her on Instagram.
You guys will have the free workbook. That was, I think we sent it to you guys. So everyone who's attending this, you guys will have like a recap of what we discussed in a workbook format with a little bit of extra juices and gems in there as well.
Yes. She gave us a free workbook. So everybody who tuned into this class and those that are registered and plan to catch the replay will have access to this workbook. Thank you so much. Like this was like absolutely amazing. Shai, you killed it as well. Man, all the questions that were coming in because I saw the questions were on fire. Like just because like we gotta take care of ourselves as business owners, you know, like, you know, I feel like a lot of like running a business, it can be mentally taxing, especially when it comes to the financial part, because you're still figuring it out. You don't know how to do it. And you don't know what, if you're doing is right. And it can be scary to know like, oh my goodness, the IRS gonna come. And they're gonna say I owe more money than I got. And I feel like I'm gonna go to jail. Like it's just like so scary. So, you know, thank you so much for breaking it down so, you know, eloquently and effortlessly. Really appreciate you dedicating your time on this Friday afternoon. But you know, thank you so much. We're gonna go ahead and get into our next workshop. But everybody, say, bye, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yes. And make sure you follow her on Instagram. And feel free, like I said, to take a picture in our virtual photo booth. Tag us for a chance to be featured on our Instagram so we can keep up the fun. We have a couple more workshops and classes coming up. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and get into this next workshop, y'all. Thank you so much. All right. Y'all ready for this next workshop? Y'all ready?
I'm so excited for the next workshop.
Listen. The next workshop is so amazing. We have, oh my goodness, we have an amazing another marketer prepared. I mean, because marketing is a huge part of the business, right? So it's important for you to, you're going to spend a lot of time when it comes to marketing. And who other can we get to teach about marketing other than Miss Donye Taylor, founder of Taylor Consulting. I know y'all know who she is. Y'all follow her on IG. She's always dropping gems on how to monetize your Instagram account, how to develop marketing plans and strategies. But today she's going to teach us how to build a community as an indie brand. And that is so relevant to everything we've learned over, the past couple of days, especially today when we started off with Akilah. And the first, y'all tuned in this morning, the first key essential was building community, right? And yes, building community, but how do we go about building that community as an indie brand? And we're going to learn that directly from Donye Taylor. Now, Donye was unable to physically be available to us for the event today because she's getting surgery. However, she loved y'all so much that she created a full presentation and video recorded, and we're gonna go ahead and play that right now. And then, definitely send her, messages on Instagram, send her love, praying for a speedy and safe recovery, and that, she will be back, and she'll be, we're gonna, circle back with her sometime after she's fully recovered and do a special Q&A session to answer the questions, because I know you guys are gonna have some burning questions after this workshop plays. But yeah, definitely. Let's go ahead. Share your questions in the chat, please, as Tori mentioned, so that way we can go ahead and share that with her, so we can get that, follow up, scheduled, so that way she can answer your questions directly. But I'm gonna go ahead and play the workshop. I got my notebook ready. I'm prepared. Let's go ahead and how to build a community as an indie brand with Donye Taylor. All right.
Hi, Project Beauty Expo. It's Donye Taylor here. I really wish that I could be there live with you all today, but right now I'm currently getting surgery in the hospital. I hope that I have a speedy recovery. I've pre-recorded my session for you all so that you all can still get the information that you need. I will be extending myself to you all once this session is over via my email for you to ask any questions related to building a community for your indie brand. I will link all of my information at the end of this presentation. I really hope you guys enjoy it. I really had a lot of fun doing this session, doing some research, putting this information into a PowerPoint for you all to digest it and utilize it for your brand. So without further ado, let's get started. Okay, so this is my first time doing anything on pre-recorded. So just bear with me. Okay. Let's present. Okay, so how to build community as an indie brand by Donye Taylor. That's me. So my name is Donye Taylor, and I'm a strategist and a creative consultant. Basically, what that means is I teach business owners like you how to build irresistible brands with cult-like followings through thoughtful and purpose-driven social media content. A few fun facts about me is that I graduated college in 2017 with a degree in healthcare management. I did not go to school for anything dealing with marketing or anything dealing with creativity. Everything that you see on my Instagram, everything that I do is 100% self-taught by me and my life experiences. I'm from PG County, Maryland. I was raised by my aunt and my uncle. I played volleyball while I was in high school, and I'm absolutely horrible at math. So today I'm going to be teaching you all how to build a community as an indie brand. And community is something that is super important. And I feel like a lot of people in the branding industry don't talk about as much as they should. A lot of people focus on marketing, product development, aesthetics, content, and things like that. But a lot of people don't focus on community. The reason why community is so important is because everybody wants to feel like they're a part of something, especially right now in the pandemic. A lot of people lost touch with their family, their friends. So right now, a lot of people are looking to join communities because it gives them a chance to connect with like-minded people, reach for their goals, and it lets them feel safe and secure. So when brands have really strong communities, they typically tend to be a lot more successful than brands that don't have a community. So think about all of the brands that you know that make bikes. It's really hard to think of a specific brand of bike, but when you think of branded bikes right now, you think of Peloton because they have an amazing community of bike riders. They do a really good job of cultivating their community, and throughout this presentation, I'm going to show you how you can build your community to something very similar with your indie brand. So first things first, you really want to define what your brand is and what it stands for. So as a business owner, your brand, and you should be able to answer these questions. You want to ask yourself, what problems are my customers facing and how can my brand fix it? And you also want to ask, what do I want my brand to be known for? What do I want my brand to stand for? So not only what do you want people to know your product or your service as, but you want them to know what causes that you stand for. They want to know whether or not you are against police brutality, things like that. All of these things go into what a brand stands for nowadays, and it's really important to establish that so that you can have an emotional connection with the people that are following you. So a really good example of a brand that has a distinct and clear brand identity is Dove. Their brand stands for breaking traditional beauty standards and empowering women all over to feel beautiful. All of their brand content really solidifies its value, which further strengthens, the brand image. So I put this post right here because I really feel like this is a really good example of a post that combines all of the elements that we will discuss now and throughout this presentation that cultivates their community. So you can see this image is a woman that looks like an actual real customer. She doesn't look like a model. She doesn't look like she was paid to do this. She looks really happy. She doesn't have on a bra. She looks very free. So this automatically pulls you in because this feels like somebody that you know, right? So let's go over to the caption. The caption says 9 out of 10 women have felt bad about their underarms at some point in their lives. Let's change this. Head to the link in our bio to hear from some of our amazing Dove partners and drop a blank emoji to get your arms up in the comments below. So what they're doing with this caption is that they're identifying a common problem that women in their community face, and then they're providing them with a solution. They're also using a branded hashtag, which is the hashtag Dove Partners, to rally their community. Now, if you are somebody who relates to this, especially as it relates to the dark underarms, you probably have a connection with the brand a little bit more subconsciously, and you would prefer this product over other similar brands just due to that emotional connection. So in the beauty industry, this is really important because the beauty industry is looked at as very oversaturated, right? Like there's a ton of makeup brands, there's a ton of lip gloss brands. So you really want to make sure that you're standing out from your competitors. And it could be really hard to do that when you have the same product, but it makes it a lot easier to stand out when you have an emotional connection with your audience. So another cool component to building your community is to name it. So when we think about all of these stars like Beyonce, Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion, Sweetie, they all have something in common, which is that they name their community. So Megan Thee Stallion, she has the Hot Girls. Beyonce, she has the Beehive. Cardi B, Barty Gang. Naming your community gives your community pride, and it makes them want to engage with the community even more. So I took an example of how Black girls, what's the name of this brand? I just went completely blank. Oh my God. Black Girls Sunscreen names their community Women of the Sun. And I really like how through social, they're constantly defining who this Woman of the Sun is. So in this post to the left, you see like they're defining who she is. Woman of the Sun embraces the sun. She understands the impact of her melanin. She protects it with vigilance. She loves to be in the sun. She loves to travel. She loves being in peace. This is so amazing because right now what they are doing, they are identifying their target customer while also identifying the people that are in the community. This is just amazing. And to the right, this is a completely different post. So again, they're overly emphasizing who a Woman of the Sun is and basically creating an ecosystem where their followers can feel like, I want to be a part of this Women of the Sun tribe. What's really cool with this is that they took this a step further. So instead of selling just their sunscreen, they also sell merchandise that says Women of the Sun. This is another way that you can further your community when you give your community other things to connect to besides your product. Another thing that you can do to build your community and grow it is to partner with other communities and community leaders. So the good thing about communities is that they already exist. You just have to make sure that the people in those communities find your brand. So one way to do this is by partnering with other communities and community leaders. So here to the left, I have Sean Garrett. He's no longer a Fenty ambassador anymore, but he was a Fenty Skin ambassador, which was really cool because Sean already had a cult following of people that were interested in skincare. So when Fenty Skin launched, instead of starting from scratch, they said, hey, Sean, let's bring you on board. Let's make you a Fenty Skin ambassador because you already have people that trust you when it comes to skin. So for a whole year, we're just going to seed you our products first, let you review them so that your followers who are skincare lovers can be exposed to our product. That was genius. Even if you don't want to go the influencer route, you can go more of like the community route. So here are two different communities that I follow on Instagram and on Twitter. The one in the middle is called Black Girls Smell Good. And what they do is they analyze and review fragrances down to the T. So if you have a fragrance line, whether it's a candle, a perfume, body oil, or whatever, you should definitely reach out to Black Girls Smell Good. They only have 10.7 thousand followers, which is a little on the micro side. So it's probably easier to work with them. Another example of a community is Black Girls in Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's is known for having a lot of beauty products. So again, just looking for communities like this to attach your brand to is a great way to build your community, especially if you are not in a place where you can create content on your own. This is one of my favorite ways to grow communities is to share stories. So you have to remember that when it comes to people and how they work, people do not relate to brands. They relate to the people that use the brand, that support the brand. So you want to use your customers to tell stories that your community can actually relate to. You can do this by posting content that surrounds a topic that your community is talking about, or that may have issues with. For instance, Topicals, which is one of my favorite brands, shout out to Alameda. They did this post about a year ago with this guy named Dorian, and he's just talking about eczema, talking about gender. So it's all of these different things that are going on in the cultural space right now, and they're tying it together to make it relevant to their community, who is a Gen Z audience, and they care about stuff like being gender neutral and the LGBTQIA community. So the fact that they touched on this and touched on eczema is amazing. And if you look to the right, you can really see how much this touched a follower. She said, "Oh my gosh, thank you so much for featuring this. Validating, great. This is so validating and grateful as a trans person to see a brand posting us and highlighting dysphoria." That is amazing. Another way to build your community is through creating different series. So what I mean by series is digital series that just live on your brand page forever. So digital series is a great way to build community on a budget. The CCNYC is a great example of a brand that does this. So this first slide right here with Lacey is basically their digital series called Check-In. So since the Creative Collective NYC is full of creators, they check in with creators to see what it is that they're doing, so we can get an inside look on what it is that their day looks like as a creative. This is really good for them to grow their audience, because what they're doing is they're amplifying a creative, and then the creative, once they get posted, they're going to want to repost it on their channel. And because they're creative, they have other creatives following them. So what the CCNYC is doing is slowly but surely building their community of creators by connecting with like-minded people. Another way to do this, say you may not have the budget, or you may not have the network to talk about somebody in your community or pay them to do an Instagram takeover. A really good bypass way to do that is to interview your team. The CCNYC has this on their page. It's just a meet the team highlight section. But what they do is they highlight every single person on the team, what it is that they do and what a typical workday looks like for them, which really allows people to connect with the brand just behind the scenes. When you can see a brand employing people that look like you, it gives you hope. It makes you feel like, you know, I'm not just supporting this brand, I'm also supporting the people that work for it. Another way to build your community is to reward them. Getting your community is one thing, but retaining them is a completely different thing. Starbucks does a really good job of retaining customers through their app. They offer reward programs. So if you buy a certain amount of drinks, you get one for free, et cetera, et cetera. You all may not have the time or the bandwidth to create an app, and that's okay, because you can reward your community in other ways, such as providing them with discount codes via email or giving them access to purchase a product early. You can get really creative with this concept, but rewarding your community on a consistent basis is a great way to retain the community that you're growing and building. I have put this slide as the last because I feel like this is, you know, like, again, talking to retention and how important it is to not only grow your community, but to keep them as well. So if you have a product, whether it's a candle, lip gloss, lipstick, whatever, this is a really good way to reward them and give them an incentive to stay engaged with the community, because they never know what it is that they're going to get. So this basically wraps up my presentation. I had planned on being on here live, and one of my favorite parts of doing panels and doing speaking engagements is asking questions. I feel like that's my strong suit. I mean, answering questions, that's my strong suit. So I want to give you all the chance to email me any questions that you may have regarding your brand. If you looked at this presentation and you were really inspired to go out there and grow your community, but you have a couple of questions on how to do it, feel free to hit me. I want to help you all. I love women that work in the beauty industry. I love what Project Beauty Expo is doing, and I just want to extend my services as much as I can. You can also subscribe to my newsletter at DonyeTaylor.com. You can follow me on Instagram at DonyeTaylor, and you can follow my consulting agency on Instagram called @Taylor Consulting. I'll be looking out for your emails, and anybody that emails me will get special early access to my consulting services that I will be launching within the next couple of months. I wish you guys so much luck and success as it relates to your brand, and I can't wait to see the communities that you guys build after this presentation. Love you guys.
Hello, everyone. Did y'all love that? Comment. Did y'all love the presentation, how to build community as an indie brand? I have notes. I keep saying it, but for real, y'all, I really have notes. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, I really do have notes. Like, I think that, one of my biggest takeaways, for me, as an entrepreneur and, building a business, I'm always eager to learn and grow and soak up information. So, one of my favorite parts about, putting on this event is really being able to connect with so many other entrepreneurs, because it allows me to get other perspectives on what I'm doing, and just different ways that people see, marketing and or just like, accounting and things like that, and just how I can kind of like take and soak up information and really apply that to my own efforts. Because, I feel like one of the biggest things that, Shenya mentioned, during her workshop about from solopreneur to boss is that, she has a business advisor for her business, even though she advises businesses. So, as an entrepreneur, if you are in the service industry, you can get caught up in doing services for other folks and doing things for other folks, that it's like you forget that you kind of need to add that stuff into your own business. Have people hire accountants, hire marketers. Even though you have a marketing agency, you might need a marketing agency to market your marketing agency, because you can't do it all, So yes, as Tori mentioned, please email her. She really wanted to be here. But health comes first, our bodies, our physical bodies, our mental, all of that comes first. So please definitely email her with any questions that you had. And, one of the biggest takeaways that I had from her presentation is naming your community. And it's so funny because, I think sometimes like when you hear about these like marketing classes and workshops and sessions, you're thinking they're going to give you this like, like super creative, like, tactic that, like you've never heard of before. But it really all lies in the simplicity in your content, the simplicity and the messaging, and just consistently communicating that on a daily basis. Yes, it did feel like she was here for sure. And just consistently pushing that out there. And, some of the simplest things can really like take your brand to the next level. So, naming community was one of the biggest takeaways that I have, and something that I want to definitely implement into my own business, because she's right. Megan Thee Stallion does have the hot girls, Beyonce does have the beehive. And how, do you plan to name your community for all of your beauty businesses that you have here? I hope that, that resonated with you in some way. As she mentioned, please do not hesitate to email her, let her know that you were a PBE attendee. And we're gonna definitely coordinate something live, after she recovers, from her surgery. But definitely, follow her businesses, send prayers and well wishes for speedy recovery. We have about 15 minutes until the next session. So we're actually going to utilize that time for networking, or if you would like to take a break, that's totally fine. But the networking feature is on the left-hand side. It should say like networking, because there's like an option for like stage sessions. It should say networking. So if you're up to it, definitely, feel free to network. There's a lot of amazing, founders here. You can connect with one of them. Or if you want to take a break, because I know I threw so much information at you so far, and we're almost towards the end, and the networking, like Tori said, is definitely like speed dating. So what happens for those of you who are new and wasn't on the event yesterday is it will randomly match you with an attendee that's here, and you have about 3 minutes to connect and use that time to like maybe ask, to exchange each other's information, share where you are in your business and see if they could possibly help you. And so that way you can connect after the event. But definitely hop into the networking. Feel free to connect with one another. And we have, like I said, a little under 15 minutes until the next session starts. And the next sessions are awesome, because that's when we're getting into the nitty gritty. We're getting into the product development and the contract manufacturing. Okay. And we know all of that can be a headache sometimes. So we have some great speakers, coming up for that. But definitely go ahead and network, or take a break, go get some water, and we'll be back in about like 14 minutes.
Hello. Welcome back. I hope everyone enjoyed the networking session. Hope you guys have been taking your fun selfies and posting them to social media and tagging us at Project Beauty Expo and hashtagging PBE 2021. We just want to say thank you again to Donye, and we're wishing you well in your surgery. We can't wait to connect with you again. But we're going to move right along into the next session where Danika, the co-founder of createforher, is going to talk about everything product development. She's going to give us the blueprint, and I'm excited. I hope you're excited. I hope you have enough pages in your notebook for all of the gems that you guys have gotten today and yesterday. I really do, and I think I can speak on behalf of the whole Project Beauty Expo team that we hope that you are really learning something that you can apply to wherever you are in your business building stages. I'm so excited for this next session, as I've been the past day and a half now. And if Danika's here, we're going to bring her on. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm so excited.
Can I just say, you have the most face brightening smile ever.
Thank you. I got glammed up for my people today. So
yes, we love it. Well, thank you for joining us today. If you want to, introduce yourself to the people, tell them a little bit about what you do, and then go right into it.
Awesome. Okay, so I'll probably just share my screen now. Give me 1 second, guys.
I think you're muted.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get this presentation to not be full screen so I can see my notes. 1 second. Sorry for the delay.
In the meantime, how's everyone doing? Let me know in the comment section what has been your favorite part of the expo so far. If you have a favorite, because I feel like every session so far has been my favorite.
Okay, can everyone see my screen? I'm not sure how it's coming up right now. Okay, I'm gonna now have to view, so I guess I won't see everyone. Sorry guys, I thought I had this together, but clearly not. Full screen? Mm-hmm. Okay. Can everyone hear me? I don't know because I can't see the screen, so I hope you can. But I'm really excited to be here. As I shared, or as highlighted in the overview of this workshop, we are going to be talking about all things product development. So it's the PD 101, which is the blueprint to building a successful product. The blueprint is a Jay-Z reference. I'm a born and raised New Yorker, and I saw a lot of people are here from New York in the chat. So shout out to Brooklyn and everyone here joining all over. I hope you guys have been enjoying the expo so far, and totally looking forward to jumping into this session. So just to give you all a little bit of a background about who I am and what I've done, I'm Danika Fraley, and I've been in the beauty industry for 10 years, specifically in the area of product development. But I'm also, most recently, really proud to have been a part of a new startup that I started and co-founded called createforher. So what is createforher? We are a boutique consulting agency that collaborates with innovative Black women to create, build, and scale. It's not? Sorry. Sorry, guys. I just found out that I'm not sharing my screen. What is going on? I'm so sorry.
I mean, I don't know much about hopping. So I think share.
So when I go to share
screen, maybe do, window.
That's what I was doing before.
You might have to do it from Canva, I think. Maybe just try there.
Okay.
And then press present there.
Can everyone see now? I hope so. Give me a thumbs up in the chat. I'm looking to see.
It's not full screen.
Okay. Sorry, guys.
Because I think you were sharing it from your window. See here. Yep, present. Present.
Okay, can everyone see now? Because I can't see the chat because it's full screen.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amazing. Sorry, guys. Technical difficulties there, but we are back. Okay, so product development 101, as I shared, I think we all got an overview, and I was just jumping into a little bit about my background. I've been in the industry for about 10 years, really focusing in the area of product development. I've worked for brands such as the Estee Lauder companies, Too Faced, Benefit Cosmetics, Beauty Counter, and most recently, I am now a part of Glossier, which is a beauty brand based in New York City. But what I'm really most proud of is this new venture that I have co-founded, which is createforher. And so just as I was sharing, we're a boutique consulting agency that really works to empower Black women to create, build, and scale disruptive beauty brands, which is why you are all here today. And I'm so excited to go through this PD process with you all. Our mission is to shift the faces and voices of the beauty industry, and we want to do that by working with diverse women of diverse backgrounds who can successfully grow and build their beauty businesses. So it's been an amazing journey thus far. I co-founded this company with my right hand, my right brain, and my partner in crime, Shenya. And so we really wanted our brand to focus on how we can support these brands from a product perspective, but also a digital perspective, because we know that digital and e-com is such an integral part of everyone's business. And so we are teaming up with some really great brands. We have some brands under our belt now. We're really looking to expand and build our portfolio. So for all of you who are interested, you can email us later on, but learn a little bit more about our product and services, and I'll look forward to partnering with you. All right, so let's jump right into it. So this workshop is really meant to be interactive. I really want you all to engage. If you have any questions, there will be a period where you can all jump in and share any questions with me, and we can do a Q&A session towards the end of the workshop. But what you can expect is that this presentation is really going to focus on how you build a product from ideation to launch, and really focus on the ins and outs of the product development process. Product development is not easy. There's many layers. There's many processes that come along with it, and it's really important to make sure that you're checking those boxes along the way as you create a successful product. So in this workshop, you'll get all the tools you need to provide to really build that perfect product, whether you're manufacturing right from your home or you're partnering with contract manufacturers that are external to you all. And so we'll get a little bit into that as well later into the presentation. But for those of you who don't know what a contract manufacturer is, the way I like to describe it is these are the dedicated businesses who work third party, so they aren't a part of your business, but they're a third party partner to you that really create and produce the product for you. Now, I know some of you may be at different stages of your business. You may be creating product at home. So I'll reference how some of these scenarios and some of these processes work in-house, but I'll also be referencing how they work from an external and contract manufacturing side. So today we have the big threes. So these are the three things that we are going to be focusing on, the three topics that will be covered today. So topic one is the big idea, how to create a first-in-class product idea. Topic two is all about the fundamentals of the development. So we'll get into the nitty-gritty of how you really bring that big idea to life. And then the third is all about production. So I'll give you a brief overview of how working in your home or in your own facility is a little bit different from working with a third-party contract manufacturer, what those differences are, what those similarities are, and also how there are many ways to go about working. So let's jump into it. So a lot of you, I'm sure, have this really great big idea or big ideas about how you want to bring a new product to the market. And so I really like to say that there are 4 must-haves whenever you're ideating and whenever you're trying to create a concept or a product idea. And so in this slide, you'll see that I've given an overview of those 4 pillars and given a percentage or a weight or average to it. Now, these are my personal thoughts. I'm sure some people in PD may disagree or may feel that there's a little bit more weight in some of these areas, but these are what I believe are to be the really 4 important nuts and bolts of really creating a product. The first one being what I like to call the formula or the pudding. So we've all heard the term, the proof is in the pudding. And so I really believe that that's important whenever you're creating a product. People want to know that the formula that they're using, the formula that you're trying to sell and marketing to them is effective, that it works. And it's really important that you define that. So, sorry, I'm just going to look at my notes. It's really critical that you take the time to really flush out what are the formula attributes you're looking to achieve. What's also important is that you define what you're not looking to achieve. I know oftentimes we're so excited about bringing a product to life and we dream up all these things, which is great, but it's also important to understand competitively and even for yourself as a brand what you are not trying to do. Because oftentimes you may get into this circle of, well, it's kind of like this, but then it's really like this. We really want to make sure that as you're creating your product concept and your idea, you get super, super, super granular. I cannot tell you how many times throughout my career I've had mentors and people challenge me to say, okay, but what else? Really dig deep and make sure that you are really defining how you really want this product to come to life and what you intend to ultimately deliver to your customer. So that is the formula. Next up, we have the storytelling. This is also a significant part of your concepting and big idea stage, because this ultimately is how the customer is going to connect with your product. So as we all know, marketing is such a huge part of any product. Without a formula, you can't market it. Without marketing, you really don't have a formula. So these two really go hand in hand with one another. And so really defining that storytelling and making sure that you are clear on how you want to bring this product to the market and what you're caring to share about the formula, you want to make sure that that's instantaneous for your customer to understand. We're in an Amazon age. We want things, we want it now, we want it instantly. And so the customer is looking to get straight to the details and understand what this product is going to deliver and how it is going to deliver for them. So it's really important that you're setting the stage through that storytelling. And so as we all know, you have one shot to pitch something. So it's really important to get that instantly with your customer and so that they connect with that. Next up, we have the value. So there are a couple of components to the overall value of a product when you're building out a product idea. The first one is my experience shopping with this product. Whether it's in a digital environment, whether it's in a retail environment, it's really important that your customer understands and immediately gets that value. Another big part of this is the brand proposition. So this is how the product overall connects back to your overall brand identity and who you are as a brand. It's important that they do have parallels and similarities, because if you don't have a defined storytelling as a brand of who you are and what you look to deliver through product, it's going to be very difficult to try to market your product and build out an assortment of products for people to shop. So it's really important that, yes, a product can stand alone and like be a hero on its own, but ultimately it should also always connect back and be synonymous to your brand. So this is how you obviously show up in the world and how you set yourself apart from any other competitive product or any other competitive brand. Also, another part of the value is some things that may not be as fun and maybe a little bit more tedious in the process. So this is your overall cost of goods. How much does it cost you to actually make this product? That's broken down in so many parts because you have different components to that process. You're trying to understand how much your bulk, the actual product that is going into your component, how much does that cost to make? That's oftentimes associated with the raw materials that are used. The more special the ingredients, the more specialty items that you're using in that formula, the higher your price is going to be. So you really want to make sure that you're defining your cost of goods and how much that it costs to actually create the formula. Then you have to factor in how much it costs you to create the component that it's going to be held in. And then also secondary cartons that are associated with it. Is it going in a carton? That's a part of your cost of goods. And then how much does it cost you to ship it? Those are all details that really help you to build that overall value and also supports how you show up from a price perspective. And then lastly, we have packaging. So this is how you stand out visually in your environment. We know that the beauty world is full of products. There's a lot of options and there are many things that we can choose from, especially from different categories of product. But it's really important that visually, as you sit on a shelf, as you sit online, as you sit in all these different environments where you're able to purchase product, that you stand out. So that often is also associated with how you stand out as a brand. So those two, like the overall value, go really hand in hand with creating a product idea and a concept. So we covered the big idea. We had a snapshot of those 4 key pillars that are really important to building that big idea. Now we're going to take it one step further and jump into topic 2, which is all about the fundamentals of development. So this is your step-by-step, milestone checklist of how you really bring this big idea to life. So let's jump into it. So there's a few components to this process. The first off, let me just level set everyone's expectations. When you are starting out and you're creating a product, I'm sure you are wearing many hats in this process. You are probably the business owner. You may not have a dedicated person or team who are supporting you on product development. So you're wearing a lot of hats in this creation, in this process. It's super important that you start to look at projects through the lens of a project manager. I know that's a scary word for some of us creatives, but throughout my career, I have learned the importance of knowing and understanding timelines and how that affects my creative process. So it's really important that as I go through this kind of checklist and milestones, that you guys are thinking about this in the form of a project management style type project, because it's oftentimes that you can't jump to the next step before completing the previous task or a previous task before. So just keep that in mind as we go through some of these overall higher level milestones. So first, it's the project kickoff. This is really to help you determine the scope of the project and to understand the clear directions. This is really where you say, okay, I've built this big idea. I really know what this product is. I know how I want to show up in the marketplace. I know what I want it to do from a performance perspective. And now I need to set a direction for my team or with my contract manufacturer that I'm working with on how to bring this to life. So this oftentimes includes the kickoff that you will have of just creating that process and getting that going. And so a big portion of that is creating a product brief, which is going to outline all of those details that you've taken from that creative element of the big idea process and implement that into more of a formal template. So after you share this either with your team in-house, or if it's you that's actually creating the product in your home, or you're sharing it with your contract manufacturer, you move into this phase of assessing the brief and really creating a project plan on how you're going to get this from an idea into the hands of your customers. So this is where you really develop that blueprint. And so this is going to be associated with building out project timelines, understanding the importance of raw materials and ingredients, and what are some of the things that are really going to drive that formula to be successful. Those are all important to really have at that top line assessment, because that's also going to help you plan when this is ideally ready to launch and ideally ready to be in the hands of your customers. So this is really building that blueprint of project timelines, working with either ingredient suppliers if you're working in your own home, or connecting with your research and development team that is assigned to you when you're working with the contract manufacturer, to start to build out all of those nuts and bolts of the project. Next, I think I went too fast. Yeah. Okay. So then after all of that is set, you really get into this formula development phase. And so here is where you have another layer of ideation and another creative element. This is where you're assessing raw materials and ingredients. So by this time, you may have worked with your own suppliers and ingredient raw material suppliers to source different things that you want to be a part of your formula. Or if you're working with a contract manufacturer, your R&D team has come back to you and say, hey, here's some really interesting ingredients that we found that we really feel could apply to the overall texture, formula, performance of the product based on the brief that you've shared with us. Take some time to review, assess it, and understand if these are aligned with your creative vision. So this really is your supporter to the benefits that you intend to deliver in the product. So these are going to be associated. Now, what's important during this process, as I shared earlier in the presentation, some raw materials are really, really specialty. There's so many things happening in the raw material and ingredient space that it's important that as you're looking through these creatively, again, you're going to put that project management hat on, and you're going to say, well, how long does it take for this raw material to actually come in? Because you may be sourcing something from the island off of Madagascar. Madagascar is known for vanilla. Let's say you want to source a really unique and specialty vanilla. That raw material may have a lead time of 14, 16, 18 weeks. And so that is going to make a big impact on when your product would launch and how you can continue to successfully move, because you'll get to a place where you'll have a formula, that vanilla is included in that formula. You're so excited. You're like, oh, this is really going to be the product and break the mold. But then you realize that you have a 14-week lead time. That's going to impact when it launches. And so now you're stuck saying, well, I've approved this formula, I've done all this testing, I've done all this stability, only to find out that this has a really long lead time. Those are questions that I really feel it's important that you ask during this ideation stage, because that's going to help you to make those decisions and ultimately keep that project on time. You may have to source a vanilla from somewhere else that may still have a really great benefits or unique attributes, but that may come in 4 to 6 weeks versus that 14 to 16 week lead time. So this portion is not only an ideation and creative phase, but you also have to be realistic about your timelines at this phase so that you understand and make sure that you can deliver the product during its intended launch period. So after all of this is said and done, you've worked with your team, or you've gotten your raw materials in-house to start creating, or you've worked with research and development with your contract manufacturer. They have all the raw materials that you guys have assessed and said, yes, this looks good to go. Now the fun part comes where everyone jumps in and gets really ecstatic about physical formula submission. So this is where you're getting samples in, you're either creating them internally, or you're working with your contract manufacturer to create different versions of submissions. Now, this process is a mixed bag. You could get a formula first round and be like, oh my gosh, this is it. Literally everything that I put in this brief, I've either created internally or they've nailed it first shot. That research and development team got it in the first round. If that happens to you, please email me, because I will rejoice and celebrate with you, because that is oftentimes not the case. And I think I see a question about R&D. That's research and development. That's usually a team of people who are working in the lab or in the contract manufacturer that you're working with, that's on the bench. They're chemists. They're the ones that are creating and working with the raw materials to create formula submissions on your behalf. But if you get to a place where you nail it in the first round, kudos to you, because you have really nailed it. Now, this process in my career, I've worked on formulas that have taken 4 months to develop, or I've worked on formulas that have taken years to develop. It does happen, it does exist, depending on what the innovation technology is, depending on what raw materials you're using. You have to prepare yourself through this formula development process for anything to happen, and unfortunately, for things to go wrong. You may get to a place after 3 or 4 submissions, you've been working on it a couple months, the formula's in a great place, everyone's happy with it, it checks all the boxes, but during this process, you're doing preliminary formula stability. Now, if you are working internally and you have your own lab, or you're working in your kitchen, this is something that I would advise that you still do. A lot of contract manufacturers offer this service as a part of their partnership to you when you're working with their lab. They'll put a formula on preliminary stability, and that's basically when it is put in a glass jar, because glass is the most non-reactive type of material. So you want to make sure that it's in glass, and they'll be monitoring and tracking your formula over a period of time at different temperature conditions, different controls, just to make sure that the integrity and efficacy of the product remains regardless of what conditions it's put in. For example, I may be working on a serum, and let's say it's a really hydrating vitamin C serum. Vitamin C is hot. I really want us to find something new for vitamin C out there, but that's just my own personal thing. But let's say we're working on this serum and the texture feels great. We put it in stability, and after about 2.5, almost 3 weeks of being in an elevated temperature, because you have to prepare yourself for your product to be in different settings and different temperatures. Let's say if you ship a product to Arizona, it's really hot in Arizona year round. So the customer is going to have a completely different temperature and climate where they're using that product versus someone who's in New York and has different seasonal changes year round. So we'll put the formula at different temperature conditions just to make sure that regardless of the condition or setting it is in, the integrity of that product does not change and the formula and its efficacy still works. That nothing compromises the texture, the feel, and the ultimate performance of the product. So after 2 weeks, we've had it in an accelerated temperature and it's separating. We see that the formula is looking strange, it's gotten thinner, it may smell different, it may feel different because of that temperature. That's going to be something that you're going to go highlight and say to either your R&D team or internally and say, okay, we need to adjust the formula. Something in the formula is not at its best condition or maybe not at its correct level. Maybe we need to tweak some things around just to make sure that this does not continue on. So you'll make those changes throughout the process. So like I said earlier, this piece is exciting, but it can be stressful because there's so many parameters that and milestones that need to be checked off before you can say, okay, we've hit that formula approval and we're ready to go to the next phase. So it's really important that as you're thinking about this product, I know it's a really fast-paced environment where there's a product launching every day. You want to be fast, nimble, but you also have to prepare yourself to be flexible and understand that the timelines may shift and may move just because of the physical formula and making sure that you land in the best place possible. Because let me tell you, there's nothing worse than getting a product to the market and then having to fix all the problems after because you skipped over steps and tried to just expedite things and didn't give the time for the formula to truly be evaluated from that lens. So continuing on in the process, let's say we've gotten to a place, we love the formula, it's there. We now have technically a preliminary formula review. Now I say preliminary because if you are working internally, you may have done some formula stability work, maybe even a little compatibility testing, which is where you marry that formula and the intended package that you're going to be launching it in together and track stability there. I'll jump into that a little bit later and when we get to testing, but you may not have enough information for you to say, okay, we're really there to launch. And if you're working with a contract manufacturer, oftentimes they have a regulatory team, which is a team of people who work with, it's a mixed bag of how regulatory teams can be, I will say that. But generally, they are the people who are making sure that each raw material in the formula does what it says. It's in there at a functional level. Or not in at a level, and they'll tell you, this ingredient is included, but you really can't advertise and market it specifically because it may be at a lower percentage level. And if it's not at a functional level, it's technically not really adding a benefit to the end user. So a regulatory team jumps in at this phase and really just makes sure to wrap up that documentation side, and will build almost like a product dossier for you, which will have all of your raw materials, the suppliers, where it comes from, the estimated cost of that bulk per raw material. That's when this project and this phase of the project will begin, but you really can't get there until you have a formula that you say, okay, I'm in love with it and I'm ready to go. So we'll say that we're at PFA. We love the formula. It performs to our needs. Now we're going to jump into that official formula testing. So this is a series of testing that's conducted to ensure the integrity and efficacy of the formula remains true regardless of the condition that it's set in. So there are a couple of different testing methods that you're going to want to make sure you're doing. Like I shared earlier, stability, that's to ensure that your product does not change. That will always be, not always, but generally in best practice is for that to be in a glass jar, because as I shared, that's the most non-reactive material. Some plastics, the product, whether it's sitting there for a long time, may not merge or may not mesh well, so that may cause the formula to have some reaction. So the best way to really see the stability of a product is in a glass control. And as I shared, that will be put on stability for X number of weeks and at different temperature parameters, just to make sure that your product remains the same. Then you get into compatibility. So in the background, as the formula work has been going on, you've been working with a packaging supplier to find the best package and the best delivery system for this product. Let's say for the serum that we're creating, we have a pump, a plastic pump with let's just say we have a tube with a plastic pump. So it's a tube style pump at the top. You're going to want to do testing with that material as well, because there's nothing worse than saying, oh my gosh, I really love that finish of that component. It looks great. It really meets the whole aesthetic, the whole vibe. I'm all about aesthetics, but you also have to make sure that as you have the aesthetics of the package, your formula doesn't change. So you're going to want to do testing with it doesn't have to be the final component, but you're going to want to make sure that it has the final material to make, and they're paired together for all those different testing parameters. So they'll put those in different conditions just to make sure that, again, your product integrity does not change. Some additional testing that you may want to do, and I'll just say this, for the people who are not working with a contract manufacturer, this process may seem a little bit overwhelming. There are tons and tons of third-party facilities that you can even work with as you are creating product in your home. They'll just request a certain amount of bulk that you'll need to create. They'll set the parameters on all the things that need to be set. So it needs to be a final raw material from the supplier that you're actually sourcing for actual production of the product. They'll give you all those parameters, but it's not as hard as people think to find these third-party facilities who can do all this testing for you if you're not working with the contract manufacturer. And some contract manufacturers don't have the capacity to do all this testing in-house, because you got to remember, you're one of probably 50, 60 brands that they work with. So their capacity for testing is only so big. So it's important that when you're creating a relationship with your contract manufacturer, your CM, you're saying, hey, do you have in-house testing? What are those testing? What's the testing that you do offer? Just so you know that may have to go third party as well to get specific testing done. One other really, really important test that I think is just critical in the baseline for a product is PET, and that stands for preservative efficacy testing. Now, I know formulas come in all shapes and sizes, and the use of preservatives, that's a whole workshop we can have on its own. I personally feel that it's important to have a preservative in your formula. You need to make sure that, again, it aligns with your brand guidelines, your philosophy of how you choose to speak about products. And so there are definitely many synthetic preservatives out there that are not harmful to people. There are natural preservatives that have started to make their way into the market that are naturally derived. But it's important that as you're testing the stability of the formula, your formula doesn't turn bad. So let's say it's exposed to air. Let's say I have a jar, a moisturizer that's a twist-off jar. That becomes exposed to air every single time I open and close it. Let's say my hands weren't really clean when I dipped my fingers or picked up product to apply. That bacteria is now going to live into that formula. Now, if you have a strong preservative system in that formula, that preservative is going to fight off that bacteria that's entered into the formula. If you choose to not have that, you're going to start to see some really funky, strange things pop up on that formula in a few weeks' time or a few months' time. So I know everyone's at a different level on what their thoughts and ideas are when it comes to preservatives. I feel like that's up to you as a founder or a creator or a product developer, but I do think there are a lot of options out there that could really help you to find what's best for you. But PET is very important. It's a very important test that you should conduct just to make sure that as your product is exposed to different environments and bacteria and the things like that it does not change the integrity of the product. So we've done all this testing. You've gotten the data. Everything looks good. Everything's checking the boxes. We're moving right along. So now you have a final formula approval. And so after a considerable amount of time of testing data, this is where you can deem and say, we're at a final formula. And now we're ready to enter that production phase. So jumping back to our overview, we've covered the big idea. We've covered the fundamentals of development. Now we're going to talk about the production phase. And so I know we have a few minutes late because I just couldn't get technically with it today. So I apologize. So I'm going to try to breeze through this area so I can make sure that I save time for questions. So jumping into production, this is going to be an overview of how production varies whether you're working in-house or whether you're working with contract manufacturers. I'm not going to say one is better than the other. They both have their benefits. It's just the way in which you choose to work and what really works best for you and your brand. So jumping on the side, if you choose, you say, I want to work in-house, I want to be that true creator of the product, I physically want to be working with in the kitchen to really make this product come to life, that's amazing. These are some of the benefits of having that. You own your formula. No one can have it outside of you. No, there's no pressure or fears of, if I give this to a contract manufacturer, will they really do the right thing by me? Will they apply to that NDA that we've signed on non-disclosure and not sharing formula details with a competitive brand that may be working with them? When you have this opportunity to create in-house, you really own the formula and you own that intellectual property of that formula. So that's a really huge benefit because throughout my career, I'm not gonna say no names, but I've heard stories, I've been a part of some experiences where we may have been working on a formula and then lo and behold, 6 months, brand A has something very, very similar with that same contract manufacturer that we were working with. So it's really important that if you choose to work with contract manufacturers, you make sure those documents and legal agreements are together and that you really have that trust with that team. Another benefit of working in-house is the flexibility of project timelines and the manufacturing process. When you own it, you can control it. So you may say, I want to launch this product spring 2022. But as I shared in that formula development process, you could be on submission number 50 and still not be there. The beauty of having that and doing that work in-house is that you can choose when that product launches and you can really control that timeline so that it works best for your brand. So you're able to pivot and make changes. When you're with the contract manufacturer, oftentimes they have you on a timeline. That's not to say that if things don't go as planned, that the contract manufacturer is like, okay, bye, see you later, we can't work on it. It's just another conversation that you have to ensure that they are truly dedicated to getting the formula right and solving some of the challenges that you may have faced that delayed the process. And then the last highlight of production in-house is that you're able to control the supply chain process, have direct relationships with ingredient suppliers, testing facilities, packaging suppliers. So you're able to have more control of that process. Now, sometimes you'll work with a contract manufacturer. They may be a 360 turnkey type vendor, which I'll get into when we go through the benefits of working with CMs. And they may say, oh yeah, we can do the formula work for you. We can get your carton. We can get your component. And they are building out the whole plan. And ultimately, you are going to pay for that plan. So there's really minimal negotiation because they have their preferred suppliers that they're going to go to and say, hey, packaging brand A, I have this new client. They're looking for this jar with a really unique top. Can you work with us to develop it? And they'll be like, yeah. But that brand, those two companies are going to have their own agreements on costs, and they're going to make sure that it's most profitable for them. Now, when you're controlling it in-house, you can control what's profitable for you. You can negotiate more. You can have a little bit more buying power with your vendors and say, hey, I don't have, I can't invest into 50 kilos of this raw material. Can you, cut me a deal? Can we work something out where I may only have to invest in 25? So those are some of the benefits of working in-house and having a little bit more control of the product development process. Now, on the flip side, if you're working with contract manufacturers, there are many benefits to it. You have a dedicated team for key milestones. So you have a sales team that's going to really drive your timeline. You have a project management team. They're going to create the overall project timeline, and they're going to work with all their people in-house, all the different teams, to make sure they stay on track. They're delivering submissions for you every 2 weeks as discussed, as planned, and they're going to make sure that project keeps rolling. The maybe not so great benefit of doing it in-house is that you or your team are going to have to own that process. So when you're working with the contract manufacturer, you get the benefits of having multiple teams that can really help guide you and direct you to how the process works. Now, I'll do a shameless plug. If you had Create for Her on board, we can kind of help you through some of these things if you choose to work with a contract manufacturer or not. We can help provide services on a project management team to help you really build a timeline, or working with a chemist or research innovation team that's going to do the actual formula work for you. So that was a shameless plug, but we can talk about that in the questions side. But just jumping to the other benefits of working with contract manufacturers, you'll have support for key ingredients, research and ingredients. CMs get presentations with suppliers all the time, so they have a pulse of what's coming, what's new, what's exciting, what's happening in the industry. Whereas a business owner who's doing it in-house, you're searching for that. So you get the benefit of having that data in real time from the team that they can share with you. The other thing about production contract manufacturers is that you will have generally minimum order quantities, which they call MOQs. Or you may have an annual order quantity where they say, okay, if we work on this formula for you, you must at minimum every year buy into 25,000 units of this product. Now, that could be a benefit for you if you know that this product is going to be in high demand. You know that you can't make 10,000 units in-house. You don't have that equipment, you don't have that capability. So that's the benefit of working with the contract manufacturer. If you have high quantities, they're able to produce that for you and really map out what that looks like. And then, as I shared, a lot of contract manufacturers offer 360 turnkey, which is where they're able to do all formula development in-house, all testing in-house, all marketing. Some CMs even have marketing opportunities and support, regulatory, packaging. When you work with those contract manufacturers, you're able to alleviate a lot of those things off of your plate so that you can really think about how this will just overall implement itself into the brand. So I hope this was a really insightful and thorough presentation. So I think we can jump back to questions. I'll stop sharing my screen and we can jump into questions if that sounds good with the team.
Hi.
Hi.
Awesome. Let's see. So Jackie wants you to provide specifics on how this would work with original formulas that are fully developed and tested.
So I don't know at what point this question came up in the chat, but if you're talking about working.
Wait 1 second. She says the development and assessment when moving to contract manufacturers.
Okay, so you're talking about you've made a formula in-house. Now you want to bring it to a contract manufacturer. I will say that is considered a reform. And with some of the clients that I currently are working with, there are challenges with reform, especially if you're trying to change out ingredients, if you're trying to enhance storytelling and add ingredients, but still have that same look and feel. This process, I wouldn't say, is any easier than developing a new product from scratch. So allow time to really find the right partner. It's important that you find the right contract manufacturer. Like if you have a really special technology or really special ingredient, make sure that they are able to support you in actually creating that product, because not every facility has the same equipment or has all equipments to be able to accommodate things. So it's really important that when you're having these initial discussions, you have that level setting conversation of like, do you make body butters in house? Do you have the equipment to fill body butters? If they don't, move on to the next CM. Because it's going to be a really big headache for you to actually try to work with that CM to get that going, and they may not be willing to make that investment for you.
The next question is, what's the typical timeline for R&D?
Well, as I shared, it varies. It depends on the products. I mean, I would say first, what product are you trying to make? Some products are a little bit easier than others. Easy with quotes, because again, you have to be open and ready for anything to go wrong or for there to be some challenges along the way. I would say typically with the way the industry is moving and the definition of clean is still being defined throughout the industry of what clean beauty is, I feel that those cleaner formulas take a little bit longer than the things that a chemist is just pulling off the shelf that they've just been using for the past 20 years and they know works and it's effective, like dimethicone. Oh, you want your foundation to last longer? Let's add some dimethicone in it and you're good to go. That foundation with traditional ingredients may have an easier and quicker timeline than like, I don't want any volatiles in the formula. I don't want any dimethicones, any silicones in the formula. That timeline may take 2 years. So it really does depend. I would say give yourself at minimum at 1 year, 12 months. That's just my 2 cents.
Awesome. To get into mass retail, would you recommend in-house or a contract manufacturer?
If you are going mass, I would say you may want to do that contract manufacturer route. Again, they're going to make sure that you can meet those high retail expectations, those quantities that your retailer is asking for. It depends on what's the size of the retailer, but if it's mass, then you're probably at minimum like 20,000 units. And if you have the capacity to make 20,000 units in-house, bless you, call me. But generally, in order to get that done smoothly and, have control of batching and ongoing production and making sure that from batch to batch, there's no changes, I would really say that's where a contract manufacturer comes into play and is a benefit.
Well, there's a question also on contract manufacturing that says, it's asking if you have any tips for the legal aspects of contract manufacturing. For example, if you're scaling or if you have your own secret formula.
Yeah, so as I shared, I think it's really important that you shop around with CMs and with contract manufacturers. Don't just find one and say, yeah, I think they can do it, so let me just put all my eggs in one basket. When you're in that briefing stage, feel free to brief 4 or 5 vendors that you may have spoken to and are open to accepting that project. That's going to allow you to get the best competitive landscape and understand who can really support me in this launch. who has the equipment, who has its capability, who may be faster, who may be slower, who might give me the best pricing and the best pricing break for buying into order quantities and et cetera. So it's really important that you are just having those initial conversations. If you do have a legal team or legal support, I would say get your legal team involved as you get further down the process. Make sure that you have a non-disclosure. I'm just going to say this. When you brief a project to a vendor, please don't send them a brief. Don't talk to them about a product idea unless you sign an NDA with them. Because if you have a brilliant idea and you haven't signed an NDA and they're not the best partner, they can be like, oh, we talked to this brand and they had this really great idea. Hey, R&D team, let's get this whipped up in the lab. And before you know it, your product has come to life. And it's not through your brand. So it's very important that if you are kicking off a conversation, you want to share anything about your brand or anything about your product idea, that you have an NDA in place.
So would you say it's practical for contract manufacturing using formulas that are unique in terms of textures, undiluted, little traditional, synthetics, etc.? For example, like a whipped body butter, or infusions.
So yeah, there are CMs that have special technologies and have proprietary technologies that only they own. You just have to make sure that that's the right partner for you and that they can, again, deliver what you're looking for. But yeah, there are CMs there's a CM that I've worked with in the past that has this really unique encapsulation technique that is very much proprietary, that they've patented. And so it's made its way into many different brands and it's made its way to life in many forms. So if you wanted to make a really cool serum with like a encapsulated bead, that would be the CM that I'm going to go to, because I know that they can really deliver that and they have that technique and they've dedicated themselves to really perfecting that. So just again, shop around, understand who's best for your product needs and your concept idea.
So I know you just mentioned, making sure that you have an NDA before, you share all of your goods with these manufacturers. I'm going to go to the question under the one that Brittany has up right now.
Okay.
Because I want to save that for last. But are you able to restrict CMs from creating that type of formula in their own line or with another customer?
Again, that's where legal teams get involved. And so you can really set up what that agreement looks like with you and that CM. Some may be willing, some may not. I'll just level set expectations and say that. So it's just important, again, to have that very transparent and honest conversation of, this is something really unique, really proprietary. Are you willing to partner with me? Are you willing, to agree that no other brand that you're working with will have any similar, ingredients or process or method of production as applied here? So just, again, make sure that you have that open dialogue and conversation. And also, I would say lean into a legal support to make sure that that's clearly defined in your agreements.
And our second to last question is, does contract manufacturing work hand in hand with shipping and fulfillment too?
It does. Some, and it's different. There's different scenarios. Some CMs offer, again, like I was saying, that 360 turnkey support. Some go as far as all the way, we'll produce the product, we'll help you get packaging, carton, artwork, all of that, and we'll even ship it out for you. Again, know that that is going to cost you a lot, because you have to think, if you're handing over all of those responsibilities to that CM, they're going to want to be paid for it. So if I had a formula that cost me $4.50 to make turnkey with a vendor just to get the product in my hand, I'm going to have a little bit more control over the shipping process. That project, if I take it all the way through the finish line and they're actually shipping the goods for me, that might now become like a $7 to $8 SKU or it costs per item. So based on your cost of goods and you know how you negotiate that rate. So again, some vendors do offer that service, but one thing to keep in mind if that's something that you choose to proceed with is that there is going to be a cost associated that you'll have to buy into.
And lastly, of course, unshamelessly plug and let us know how we can work with you all.
Yeah, so we're really, really excited. I see my co-founder in the chat, Shawnee. We are in the beginning stages of our brand. As we shared, we're really, really passionate about helping people who look like us grow their business. And so you can reach out to us at hello@createforher.com. It's linked there in the chat. You can visit our website, createforher.com/inquire. We have a form there that you can fill out and just share initial thoughts and ideas. Again, if you are going to fill out that questionnaire, don't get too granular. Don't give me your product concept in there. Just a couple questions so we understand where you are at your business, what stage you're in, and that gives us a way of assessing how we would best work with you. So it's just important to go to the website, hit that link. You can also follow us on Instagram at createforher, and feel free to DM us there as well. But very, very excited to partner with you all to see your businesses grow. And so if there's any way that we can be of support, please reach out to us. And we're also going to be offering some consulting opportunities where we may not be able to come with you and help you with the project, but you just may need a little bit more guidance on like, hey, here's where I'm at in my brand. What would you best recommend on how to go and what's the best next step to take? So we are doing one-on-one consulting. We're getting ready to roll that out really soon. So there'll be opportunities for if you can't make a huge investment to work with us, you can at least have us for a one-on-one consultation and support there.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time and all of your useful tips. Everyone, feel free to reach out to them, follow them on Instagram, send them an email. Go to the link to their website, and I hope that you guys, take off and you're able to work with some amazing people, because I know together you all will create great things. And thank you so much. I hope everyone learned more than enough from this session. It was amazing, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you all. It was so much fun, and looking forward to chatting with you all. Thanks again.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, I'm back. Hey. How y'all doing out there? I hope you learned so much. That was an amazing workshop, because it really went over like a lot of the burning questions that I feel like everybody's been having about, like, how do you develop a product? Like, what is the best way to do it?
Right.
On contract manufacturing and just NDAs, and I think we talked a little bit about like getting a lawyer to draft a contract, earlier on. And the reason being because it's really about protecting yourself. So don't look at it as costly. If you know somebody who's a lawyer, get them to draft that NDA for you. Get them to draft that independent contractor agreement, that influencer agreement. Once you have it, it's good. Unless you need to get some updates. But like spending that couple $100, I'm telling you, like it is super, super helpful, and it's going to save your business thousands of dollars. Just imagine what a lawsuit looks like. So yeah, definitely invest it. Like a couple $100 is nothing in terms of like what that
could happen.
Might say. You know what I'm saying? For sure. But I'm super excited for the next workshop. The next workshop teacher is a great friend of mine. I love her dearly so much. We have Jamika Martin, founder of ROSEN Skincare. ROSEN has seen so much tremendous success, over the past few years. And, I've been following her journey as a founder. She actually is currently sold at Target, and we had Target here earlier on today. And she is also one of the friends that I know that has participated in the Accelerator program. But today, she's going to be talking about contract manufacturing. Starting from the kitchen, now we're here. because, you know, and she knows all about it, you know, with, I'm going to bring her on so she can tell you about her journey. Cause like, I'm like about to go off and it's like, cause I know her personally, but let me go ahead and add her in. Be sure to drop your questions in the chat. I know you're going to have some more. We're going to continue this contract manufacturing chat, but let's go ahead and bring Jamika Martin to the stage.
Hi.
Hey, hey.
How are you?
I'm good. Super excited to have you here. But, you know, as I mentioned, I know you have a presentation, so go ahead and share your screen so I can edit your presentation here. And then we can get into starting from the kitchen. Now we're here, contract manufacturing. How to prepare to work with a contract manufacturer. Question to ask.
Can you see this?
I'm getting ready to add it now.
Okay.
Awesome. That's perfect. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead, hop off. Go ahead, do your thing, girl.
Okay, thank you. Nice to see you. Yeah, no, I'm excited to be here. I caught the end of the conversation that you guys were kind of having before was around like product development. I know there's a lot of manufacturing stuff that came up. I'll kind of like flow through this, obviously. But if there's like small things that come up throughout this that might be a little bit more unique to like my journey or my transition, that might go in a different direction of like where this kind of like conversation maybe was like initially headed. Always down to just like flow in whatever direction is the most helpful for you guys. But I'm Jamika. I'm the founder of ROSEN Skincare. At ROSEN, simply put, we're working to create the next generation of mass acne care. So we're really looking at like clean and clear, Neutrogena, like how can we innovate that mass acne aisle? Like Brittany said, we launched in a handful of Target locations earlier this year. Really just excited to kind of like take it past the digital space. And start attacking the shelf and start attacking that mass acne space that ultimately has kind of like inspired the brand and inspired where all of our innovation wants to come from. I'm really going to be talking a lot about the transition into a manufacturer. And so kind of like Brittany touched on, I started producing my products in-house. And so before I start even like diving into that transition, and this is just kind of like a snapshot of what I want to like outline, preparing for the shift, obviously finding a manufacturer, vetting them, the onboarding, continued Q&A, like just some of the stuff that now that we're with the manufacturer that we've also learned. Before I dive into that, I do want to give you guys a little bit of like a backstory on my transition into a manufacturer before even like thinking about a manufacturer. So I formulate all the products at ROSEN. And so that is like one big thing that is a little bit different in that entire journey, coming to a manufacturer with your formula owned. So that's definitely where I'll be talking from. But because I did all my formulation in-house, I was able to produce products in-house for a pretty long time, you know? And so literally started in my kitchen, eventually moved to a commercial warehouse space that we like rented out by like the hour. We would do like a few hours a day, or, you know, eventually became kind of like a full-time thing. Then we moved into our own warehouse. That warehouse was about 1,700 square feet at that time, just to kind of give you guys an idea. We had about 1,700 square feet warehouse. It had like a sink. We ended up getting like furniture and stuff like that to kind of like essentially make a little kitchen. The equipment that we had at that point was a big industrial mixer. So those are about like $1,000. A filling, I think we had like 2 filling machines. Those can range from like $200 to $300 each. 2 labeling machines, and I believe those were like $200 each. And then, you know, shelving and space. And ultimately that was kind of the bulk of our most expensive equipment. Just to give you guys an idea of kind of where I was before I transitioned to the manufacturer. My team at that time, right before the consideration, was about 2 to 3 folks full time, whether it was one person full time just making and mixing products, and then I'd have other people filling and labeling. Where I was at when I transitioned to a manufacturer. So I had plans for a while to keep it in-house. I think there's larger players like Lush. I know Schmidt's like Naturals, the deodorant, before they sold, they built up their production in-house. So I was super inspired by them. And I had plans to keep it in-house. It got very busy for us very fast last year. Obviously Target kind of was around the corner, and it was like, you know what? Let's just like outsource this and bring it to a manufacturer, because there's so many things that get simplified when you do work with a manufacturer. I'll say, the biggest question that I get about like, why did I decide to transition, was kind of the 2 biggest things that came up for me was, one, ensuring super consistent quality and experience around a product every single batch. I think when you make stuff in-house, even when you do have an industrial mixer, you still are making, it's only like 400 ounces as opposed to like a huge vat or whatever, that they're making in the manufacturer. So the ability to have like even the slightest inconsistencies in like color or texture or scent between each batch was much higher. And so that was a big reason I switched to a manufacturer. And then the other one was, again, just kind of like the speed at which we grew and really just like deciding if I wanted to make that scale in-house. So that's a little bit about like pre-manufactured, just so you guys have like an idea of where I'm coming from. Also, like if there's questions around that specific like timeline and transition, happy to dive into it after that. But yeah, so last August, we switched into a manufacturer. Because of the scale and because of getting ready for Target, we decided that that was something that made the most sense for us. And so obviously we found ourselves kind of like figuring out, what does this shift look like? And really the biggest things that I found that you needed to have ready was, of course, your formulas ideally. And again, you can develop formulas and stuff with a manufacturer. From everything I've heard from a lot of other folks, it can be fairly pricey, or it can be hard to just like figure out what that ownership structure looks like. In a lot of cases, you either pay for lab hours, which kind of can add up, of course, going back and forth. Or it's kind of like a situation where it's like, okay, after we run like 50,000 units, then you own this formula. So it's something that I've heard a lot about. I always recommend kind of like going into a manufacturer with the formula that you own, whether it's working with a cosmetic chemist on the side, you develop your formulas, whatever that looks like. I recommend kind of doing that because you have a lot more power. You can talk to a lot more manufacturers. You can negotiate pricing. You just have so much more to leverage when you own your formulas. And so I always recommend, having your formulas and ownership of those formulas ready. When you think about the formulas, really, if you are somebody who's making stuff in-house right now, your formula should be broken down by percentage. And so making sure that it's in a format that is easily transferable over to the manufacturer. So if you have like, a teaspoon of this and a cup of this, like you have to start breaking it down into percentages, water, whatever oils or powders or whatever you have in there, break it down by percentage. Obviously, it should add up to 100%, and just kind of making sure it's in the right format that's ready for the manufacturer. And then the next thing is kind of like commonly known as like a tech transfer. But essentially, this is like, what is your product? For us, we create a bill of materials, which, for short is like BOM. You might see that around. So for example, if you're looking at Breakout, we're going to say like, okay, it's the packaging comes as a set. So it has a lip gloss wand and it has the bottle, the wipers included within the cap. So the wipers obviously like kind of what wipes the product. We have the product that actually goes inside there. We have the label. And then say if they were packing the unit cartons for us, we'd have the unit carton. So each individual piece of that product is broken down and it has pictures of what it should look like. It has pictures of what it shouldn't look like. And then you can also create SOPs, so standard order procedures around each product. Hey, it needs to be filled to this level. It should be this clean. It should be packed like this. The box should be folded like this, whatever that goes into it. So ideally, you could throw a BOM and an SOP out to anybody. And if they have all the individual components of that product, they should be able to put it together to where it looks exactly how you want. And it should be clear of like, okay, if it looks like this, that's wrong. Or if it looks like this, that's wrong, right? And so that's kind of like what a tech transfer looks like, is like thinking about making sure those formulas are in the right format for the manufacturer, and then all these other things to make sure like, hey, this is exactly what this product should look like and feel like and everything like that, really when it comes to getting it ready. When you think of like the consistency of the actual product, that comes a lot more obviously in like formulas and samples, which I'll touch on. But those are some things that you should have ready before you go to manufacturer. It's just going to make the shift so much easier, samples and all that stuff so much smoother. And of course, I heard you guys talking a little bit already, having an NDA on file. Really, especially when you are sharing formulas, you want to make sure that you have a good NDA so that they are not able to share or replicate or do anything with that formula, because that's a big part of your brand. Obviously, you share your ingredient list and you share your product out with the market. But when it comes to those percentages, like that's, secret knowledge that only your company should have. And so making sure that you do have a good NDA setup in place for that kind of like transfer of like formulas, to make sure you can start doing samples and things like that. Those are the biggest things that I really noted that we had to get ready and start preparing. And then from there, it's really kind of finding the manufacturer, and then of course you go into like vetting the manufacturer. There's a lot of places to find manufacturers. If you can get recommendations, that can be kind of tricky because a lot of folks often will sign an NDA with their partner. Usually it's more so on the manufacturer side signing an NDA, like they can't really say what clients they work with. But sometimes brands sign NDAs too. And so you might run into brands who either like, I can't really share who I work with, or also sometimes people just like don't want to share who they work with. And they want to kind of keep it low key because maybe they found a good manufacturer and for whatever reason, they don't want to share that. But ultimately, if there are situations where you are friends with somebody or you know somebody who works with the manufacturer and they look over their agreement and they're like, hey, yeah, like I can totally share this and I'm down to, that's obviously probably going to be the best way to find a manufacturer. Other than that, of course, there is Google and you can look up manufacturers. Usually, I like to look up manufacturers if I'm Googling by like location based. And so like where are the manufacturers in LA? Maybe it's New Jersey. Those are two actually big hubs on the cosmetics side that have a lot of manufacturers. And so you can always just kind of like start sourcing them on there. And then there's also thomasnet.com. And that's like a really great place to find a lot of things, not just manufacturers, but also suppliers, people who like sell ingredients or packaging or labels, and also manufacturers are on there. It's a huge database, and you can fine tune it a bit. It's still pretty robust, and so you do have to do a lot of manual filtering, but that's also a great place to find a lot of folks kind of like on the supply chain side for cosmetics. When you are kind of like, okay, I have this list of 20 manufacturers in front of me, I would say the main things to look for: one, what is their specialty? I think it was kind of getting touched on earlier around like the types of products people make. Of course, there's like hair care versus skincare versus like fragrance or color cosmetics. Like those are all very different things. But there's also things that kind of go into like, do they have experience with a lot of custom formulas, or are they kind of used to doing like fairly basic, like white label, maybe you customize it a little bit by adding in this extract, but it's pretty much a basic base of a product? Or do they have experience with pretty unique products? For example, for us, our Earth Cleanser or our Super Smoothie Cleanser are very unique formulations. And so like somebody who doesn't have the experience on their cosmetic chemist side or even on their manufacturing side with very unique products is going to inherently like have a lot of trouble if we have issues scaling and just understanding like what this product should look like and how it should be made. And so looking into things like that, how familiar are they with, maybe unique products versus the type of products you make? If there's certain use cases or certain forms of product that you want to look into, that's something to think about too. For example, like I know what was talked about earlier, kind of like capsules are a thing that a lot of people are looking at, or like wipes or things like that. Like not a lot of, for now, a lot of our products are fairly simple, like mix and fill in a bottle or jar. But when you think about those more unique case type of products, you really want to find a manufacturer who has a lot of experience, like sheet masks, things like that, right? And then other than that, I would say other specialties might include like, is this person like clean? Like sometimes labs will have like wind powered lab or like solar energy, like they really care about the environment, not only from like a clean perspective, but from their practices. And so I hear a question a lot of, hey, like we're natural or we're vegan or we're X, Y, and Z. And I just don't like, there's almost this distrust of going to a manufacturer because they feel like they say they're clean, but what if they aren't? And ultimately, that's like, that would be a really unfortunate situation. But ultimately, like these people kind of like, they can get sued if they are like lying about stuff like that. But if you do find a lab that also just like personally values the environment and stuff like that, you probably, can feel a lot more comfortable with some of the products that you want to develop or work on with them. And so just really looking for specialties and saying like, is this somebody that makes sense for the brand and makes sense for the direction of the brand that you want to go to? I would look at their minimums. Of course, that can be a big jump for a lot of people. Like I mentioned in our journey, we were at a place where we were scaling quickly. And so I'm super happy with like the path that we took in holding off on a manufacturer until later, because it was then at a point where like the minimums weren't a concern for us. And I know early on minimums can be a big concern. A lot of times it's kind of like we've seen minimums as low as like 2,000 units, but for a very early bootstrap brand, that's still a lot of products. And so, a lot of times, maybe you get down to 3,500. A lot of times it's in the 5,000 to 10,000 unit range, honestly. And so you really want to look for what their minimums are. I will say on this, there are people who do low minimums. the biggest thing that you need to look at there is obviously what does their pricing look like? It's probably going to be more expensive. Is there a situation where you scale with them and it gets cheaper, or just figuring out what your pricing plan looks like and how long you can swing a tighter margin if you do go with a low minimum manufacturer. And then again, you know, current partners, this can be hard because if there is some sort of NDA going on, they might not be able to share who they work with on the brand side. And they also might not be super willing to share suppliers, but it can be helpful to understand, like, you know, at least for us, we did, again, production in-house. So we had a lot of suppliers on our side, of ingredients, of packaging, of labeling. And so we were able to share that with manufacturers. And we were able to get an understanding of like who they work with and who they have great relationships with. And that kind of was helpful too, to know like how experienced are they, what types of partners do they have, and to really just kind of vet them a little bit more to understanding like, okay, yeah, like they already know about all these suppliers, you know, they obviously kind of like have experience and, you know, maybe better pricing with them or whatever that might look like. After you find a manufacturer, obviously, cool, sweet, they have a minimum that makes sense. They specialize in products that we make or we want to make. I've got a great recommendation from them, or, you know, everything just feels good. From there, you kind of start getting into vetting a manufacturer. So top line is kind of like minimum looks good, conversations look good. Like, I just feel like this is a good fit. At that point, you should still be kind of like courting. I would say like anywhere from, you know, as many conversations as you can really like handle, but I would say anywhere from, you know, maybe 5 to upwards of 10, maybe, at the stage of like, these look like a fit. Now you really get into vetting the manufacturer. A lot of things that you need to be thinking about here are, you know, sampling, scalability, timelines, and of course there's some things that might come up throughout that. And so key questions that I think about asking when we're vetting a manufacturer is, one, just getting to know them. Like, what do their practices look like? What do they like value as a company? What are their specialties? What kind of products do they do? Do they work with a lot of like cosmetics? Do they work with, you know, a lot of clean cosmetics? Just getting an understanding of who they are. I would then say, you know, kind of, you probably have a pretty clear understanding of their minimums. Get an understanding of their maximums, in the sense of like, okay, if I do 10,000 units versus 100,000 units, what does the change in lead time look like there? Is that all the same run for you guys? Is it going to be separated? How many days does that happen over? I get an understanding for what their team looks like. And so you don't need to know everybody on the team, but generally there's kind of like a sales rep you're working with. There's usually a cosmetic chemist that you should be in touch with when you're thinking about samples and stuff like that. And then there is probably like the production team, right? And so these are all people that it'd be helpful to understand, what does our team look like? What does the size look like? Ultimately also kind of like how long, like I like the seniority of their team, for lack of a better term, in the sense of sometimes on the supply chain side, these are very high turnover jobs. Fulfillment centers, manufacturers, it's kind of just like in and out. And some of these manufacturers do a really great job of cultivating a good company. And so they have teams that have been making products and have worked for them for like 5, 10, 20 years. That's an amazing situation. When there's high turnover, it can be very hard for people, especially if you have unique products, to just continue to understand the errors or understand what's going on when production is happening. And so those are some of the things that I would think about asking. And then of course, thinking about samples, which I'll get into a little bit like after you get going, but what does it look like for getting samples? What's the timeline there? What's the fee on that? You know, how many revisions do you get? Those are some key questions that I would be thinking about. Again, scalability in the sense of lead times, but also in the sense of like, basically, at what point does this become difficult for you guys? And for some people, they're like, 500,000 unit run, like, no problem. Just, you know, send us over the email and we'll run it. And some people, it's like, okay, yeah, like, you know, we're not that big of a lab, and that's a different story. And so understanding that's going to be helpful, because while you may not be at that stage now, you always want to have backup manufacturers, and you always want to have a plan of like, is this a partner that I can truly scale with over the next few years? Or is this kind of a right now partner? Because that makes a big difference. You know, as you grow, as you plan out growth, and maybe you start growing quicker, you might need to start making those decisions sooner than you thought. And so understanding their scalability is going to be key. And then again, obviously timelines and lead times. How long is their lead time? Obviously, having an understanding of maybe where they source their materials from makes a difference. If it's within the US or international, that makes a big difference on lead times. Ultimately, As far as red flags for us, some of the things that we've noticed as red flags feel super minor. And so they're very easy to skip over, as most red flags are, I feel like, in life. They're very easy to be like, no, that wasn't that big of a deal. I don't want to trip. And then it always comes back and it's like, yeah, probably should have seen that. And so really super delayed conversations and like emails and timelines. If you're just like taking a long time to hear back from them, if they aren't flexible sometimes as we start getting into like the agreements and stuff like that, and they're super strict on things like that. If they're weird about NDAs, of course, that's, a huge red flag. Kind of promising too much is usually a red flag, especially if you have like a very unique and custom formula. If they are kind of like promising too much or, overselling like what they feel they're capable of, I would say that that's probably a red flag. You kind of like folks that feel a little bit specialized. And then just like fees. I like to look at the sample process a lot when I think about like red flags of what's the conversation look like? How many revisions do we get? Some people will, nickel and dime you every single time you're like, hey, like you can send a formula and they can make it and it could still come out different than how when it comes out when you make it on your end. And so there's revisions and there's things that have to go back and forth. And some people will kind of like every time there's a slight tweak and back and forth, they'll charge you. They might be weird about like, okay, well, we've made this tweak in the lab. And so technically this is our formula now and you need to buy it. That sample process is a really good time to learn out the red flags, but I would say those are some of the main things that I look for. Ultimately, just be a little bit more sensitive. And if you feel weird about something or if you feel like this is a little inconvenient, chances are when you're doing a full batch run with them, those little inconveniences now become really big. And it's every time. It's been something that's like, wow, that seems so insignificant and I didn't want to make a big deal about it. But it just always comes back to like, yeah, that was kind of like an initial little red flag that I probably should have watched out for. And then obviously, okay, you vetted somebody, you feel like, I understand them, we're good to go. You start onboarding with somebody. One, legality. We think about agreements, NDAs, and ownership. Again, you want to own your formulas. Ideally, if you don't own your formulas, have a very clear understanding of what it takes to own your formula. And obviously it should be in writing. So is it like, I just pay for your lab time. Once the formula is developed and we're on the same page, it's now mine. Or, maybe you pay a fee for it. And maybe it's, again, buying it out after a run. Have a very clear understanding of what that ownership structure looks like. NDAs, again, just a general NDA, when you're sending the formulas and anything else that might come up, there's formula-specific NDAs. Agreements is a big one. And so agreements are really something that I recommend. I think you guys were touching on it earlier, having somebody who is a lawyer looking over it. And so that is a situation where it's like, what is the standard order process? When you think about the products, like I touched on SOPs and BOMs earlier, but also like the entire process of like, okay, we email you the PO and then you accept it and then we pay this, and then understanding what that process looks like, setting that up and lining it out and making sure all those things are in the agreement. So it's like, hey, if you guys went way over your lead time and didn't communicate it, what happens in that? Like think of every worst case scenario, and a lawyer usually does, and make sure that's in the agreement. In addition, we make sure to kind of like build a moat around our formulas in our agreements, in the sense of like, okay, you can't just take like the earth cleanser and like swap out one essential oil for another and it's like a new formula, right? Like finding a way to make sure you have some sort of moat of protection around your formulas to make sure like not only is like this exact formula not allowed to be reused, but like how can we build in some sort of buffer there too? That's all very important because essentially these are people making your products. You want to make sure that they're made exactly how you want. You want to make sure there's no weird stuff going on. You want to make sure that, your formulas are protected and safe because it's one of the biggest parts of like IP with a cosmetics company. Sampling process, kind of touched on this already, but really allow some time for samples. I would allow, it really depends if you have your own formula and folks move fast. I've seen anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks to kind of go back and forth and land on a sample for us. Again, these are products that we already have and we already make and we know exactly what they should look and feel like. But maybe a new product, I would definitely allow for more time there. Making sure there's time for feedback, for edits, And again, that a big red flag is like, are they going to nickel and dime you on that process of just that going back and forth? And what does ongoing support look like? Ultimately, you're going to get a really good understanding of how supportive this manufacturer and cosmetic chemist is. If they are very proactive of like, hey, I know you sent over this tweak to the formula, but I'm going to tell you right now, like, that's not going to work because of X, Y, and Z reasons. I think we should try this. Like, that's going to be a really great partnership because they care about your products too, and they want the best situation, and they're like trying to bring in their expertise and your expertise on your brand and products. It's a really great time to understand what everything's going to look like, but it's also the time to like iron down, like, what do your products look like at the end of the day? We're all on the same page of like how this should look, how this should feel, and everything like that, because then you approve it and sign it off. And then ultimately what you have approved on your sampling process, if they make products and they do a full batch and then you get a sample from that batch and you're like, hey, this is not the same, you can now, as long as your agreement is strong, go back and say, you guys need to remix this because this isn't what we agreed on. And they should be like, you know what, you're right. And they'll go back and do it. And then when we think about placing the first order, is kind of a scary part. You know, you have to put everything in their hands. But ultimately, you know, again, when you think about the agreements and the standard order procedure that you have in process of what does placing the order look like? Is it an email? Is it a call? Is it something else that they have going on, and maybe they have their own system? What does placing an order look like? What does them approving the order look like? When does the lead time start from that point? When is payment due? Sometimes a lot of people do like half before they make it, half after they ship. Whatever your payment process looks like, understanding like when is payment due, who's ordering what? Are they ordering raw materials? Are they ordering packaging? Are they ordering labels? In our situation, they handle everything and we order labels. A lot of folks do prefer on the brand side to order the packaging and they order the raw materials because there can be some cost savings there. It just depends on what capacity you have in your team to handle ordering raw materials. Some folks don't do anything and you ship them everything and all they do is mix and fill. So it really just depends, but understanding who's ordering what and knowing the lead time. And then obviously, of course, when production starts, folks will schedule production. And that's a great time if you can. Obviously, COVID is kind of weird right now. A lot of folks have done virtual. And I think a lot of people are open to visiting right now. But, you know, recommend kind of like getting in there and getting in the lab and being there on like the first day that they mix or, you know, the first day that they're filling. For us, we make sure we get samples from each batch. And so we'll get samples from like the start, middle, and end. If it's a smaller run, we might do like less samples. But ultimately, getting the samples so that we can approve them before they go through filling. And then again, so that we can approve them before they get sent out to our manufacturer or to our fulfillment center, I should say. And then that kind of leads into ongoing relations. So ultimately, samples should be a very big kind of part of your process. And so not only the samples at the beginning of working with the manufacturer, but the samples within each batch. You should be getting samples from each batch so that you don't end up with 5,000 products at your fulfillment center and your fulfillment center catches it, or maybe they don't. And maybe it starts going out to customers and it's like, oh, wait, like this is definitely not what it was supposed to be like. You should try to get samples before it leaves the manufacturer. And then it's really great before they start filling it, you know, because then they can remix or do something to that before it starts getting filled. But making sure that you are getting samples every single time you do a run with products. Of course, understanding what their visitation policies are and what they allow. How often can you get in there? And really that's on you of figuring out what visitation schedule looks like. But just making sure that you're able to kind of like get in there and understand what's going on, meet the team, all of that stuff. And then testing, you know, a lot of folks do testing in-house, but some might send it out. And so before you work with a manufacturer, usually you have PET, which is like, is this product preserved properly? And stability testing, which is like, is this going to separate or is this going to change color or pH? And some of those things might get approved, but you might also run into a situation where it's like, okay, now we're working in much larger batches and the stability is not the same. And so we have to go in and tweak it. Ultimately, you get those tests before you work with the manufacturer, but ongoing testing, they should be microbiome testing every single batch of product, meaning, okay, not only like we know PET testing is like, this formula, like the percentages and what this looks like, that is a formula that is properly preserved. Microbiome testing means every single batch is like, okay, but this batch is properly preserved. Like they followed the formula, but like there's no microbes in here, all that stuff. they should be doing testing on every single batch, and you want to make sure that you have the copies of any of those tests to make sure, like, okay, we know what's going on there. Another thing here that isn't actually noted is understanding and tracking your batch numbers. They should, be either printing batch numbers on your products. So I know some smaller manufacturers don't do that. Ideally, they do kind of put it on the jar or the label or something like that. And I really encourage you to kind of have an Excel sheet and track those batch numbers so that if something comes up where it's like, you know what, we need to scrap this stuff that we made a tweak to this formula, and I need to make sure my fulfillment center doesn't have any old ones. You can go through and say, hey, anything with this batch number on the bottle, like, send it back to us, or whatever that looks like. And then, of course, the last thing is formula tweaks. As you scale with a manufacturer, there might be some products that they're perfect. You literally don't ever have to touch them again. They scaled so nicely. But there's also, especially in our case, because we do have pretty unique formulas, there are situations where you might start to scale a formula. And ultimately, the difference of making it in a small batch versus a medium batch versus a very big batch means that the stability looks different. And so what are the formula tweaks that go into that? And so making sure you have a very close eye on how your formula is scaling with every increased batch size is going to be super key as well. Ongoing relations as well, kind of like on the other side, making sure you have backups. You should always have other manufacturers in your back pocket. God forbid, COVID was last year, and the supply chain mania of COVID was last year, I should say. But that was nuts, and it was very hard to get anything from anybody. And so if you kind of like go to your manufacturer, like, hey, cool, what's up? I need 5,000 of this. And like, oh, cool. Our lead time is like 3 or 4 months right now. And you're used to like a 4 to 6 week lead time. That changes a lot. And so making sure you have backups with all your products is definitely something that you should look into. Pricing, understanding what the pricing breaks look like with your current manufacturer. Also understanding what pricing looks like at other manufacturers. Maybe they can price out better than you, better than your current one. Making sure you have a continued conversation of like, okay, yeah, when I did this many units, I know it costs this much, but what about when I hit like 10,000 or 20,000 or 50,000? What does pricing look like, so that those conversations are already being had? And then again, kind of like maintaining multiple relationships, not only with multiple manufacturers, but with multiple suppliers. So that you can also get, again, a better understanding of pricing on your end of like, if I start sourcing packaging, what does that do for our pricing? Or I'm talking to this, this ingredient supplier, and to my understanding, if we start moving at this volume, this ingredient should drop by this price. So like, why am I not seeing a big pricing break? Making sure you have kind of a well-vetted, supply chain and supply chain relations. I will say these are all things that are not life or death. They're very much at the luxury of having the capacity within your team or within you to manage these relationships. But ultimately, they will make a big difference for the sustainability of your manufacturing process and, of course, the cost that goes into it. And so I just wanted to run through this. Man, I hope you guys have questions. I know I kind of flow through everything, and I haven't done a really long presentation like this in a while. So it feels like I've been talking a lot. This is kind of just again, a quick checklist of some stuff that you want to make sure that you have in the transition to a manufacturer. Non-disclosure agreement, tech transfer materials. So again, that's a bill of materials, standard order procedure by product, plus any necessary walkthroughs for your relationship as a whole. So what's the standard order procedure for how do I make this individual product, but also how do we work together as a partnership? Like, what is the step-by-step process for how to place an order, how to pick up an order, like just understanding, having that all lined out. Samples, of course, going back and forth, making you have your samples and making sure you have them approved. Approved testing, both prior to getting in the manufacturer. So that would come through an external lab. That's PET and stability testing are the two main ones. And there's a lot of other tests that you can do as well. But again, ongoing microbiome tests with every batch. A manufacturing agreement. Again, there's the SOP for the partnership in there, and really ultimately the contract that outlines everything that you want to make sure is outlined. You just want to make sure that you are covered on all bases with your manufacturer. If something goes wrong with production, what's going on with the formulas, what's going on with like lead times, or just all these situations, having an understanding of payment processes, pricing breaks, when do we rediscuss pricing, just having an understanding of all that in a strong, tight manufacturing agreement. Usually they'll have one that they send over to you, and then I recommend kind of going with a lawyer and be like, okay, hey, like these are things that I want to make sure are covered. Can you like review this and like, what do you think we should add in? Is it good? Da, 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 da. But this is kind of a rough checklist of that transition. I will, kind of like stop sharing my screen here shortly, but in the meantime, you guys can always reach out to me. So obviously my brand is ROSEN Skincare. It's ROSEN Skincare on everything. But my personal Instagram is right there. And I really do try to do my best to respond to people's questions and comments and messages. I get a lot of messages with just like random questions about products or building a brand or things like that. Down to talk about anything, if it's like mass retail, if it's marketing, if it's, product market fit. Obviously I talked about manufacturing and that transition today, but please feel free to DM me if you have random questions that come up. Very, very honest with that, please, I'm always down to respond to people and I'm always down to help. And so I hope that, I see some of you guys in my DMs with questions or whatever, because I love just like lending any advice or perspective from, kind of what I went through. But yeah, no, that's my whole presentation. And so I will stop sharing this so I can see you guys. And yeah, questions you have.
Thank you so much, Jamika. Like you, she's like Harvard professor over here. Like, listen, one-on-one. This is how you get it done. This is what you need. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge. Let's get into these questions. I saw a couple came through. Okay, boom. All right, here we go. Can you provide specifics on how this will? Oh no, that was from a previous. That one. Nope, that was also from a previous, that was from the last talk. Okay. Okay, when using a contract manufacturer, how much control do you have over source vendors?
Yeah, that's a really good question. It depends, honestly. So I will say, a lot of times, if you want a lot of control over a specific ingredient, like, hey, I want to source this from this person, then you're like, all right, bet, you do that and just send it to us. Usually I haven't seen issues with manufacturers of like not wanting to get like raw materials from somebody else, because usually the reason a brand wants to source it is because like they trust that vendor more, or maybe it's like they have a relationship with them, or things like that. And so in that sense, you will have a lot of control. It might be tricky trying to say like, hey, you guys need to source this. And then you're like, well, you already have the relationship and, we already have a relationship with our vendor on this ingredient. And so I would say if you really wanted a specific vendor, you'll probably have to source that. The situation where you may not have to, for example, for us, some of our ingredients aren't like super common cosmetic ingredients. And so they rely on us for the suppliers that we've worked with, just because they don't have a ton of connects within those ingredients or suppliers. And so that's a situation where if they don't have a ton of connects or they don't have a ton of other brands using those type of ingredients, then they'll probably lean on you and take care of ordering it for you and just use your suppliers. And so it definitely depends. But I will say in the conversations I've had, there's never been a situation where it's like, no, we will not work with this person to get their, raw materials. It's really just a matter of like convenience for them, honestly.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Next question is, do you get samples of every batch to ensure quality?
Yes. Yeah, I get a sample of every batch, multiple samples of every batch. And so when we do large runs, we try to do a beginning, middle, and end. So meaning they mix the product and they start filling. And so sometimes we can get a sample before they start filling. And then we can kind of like go from there. But we kind of like slowed on that just because we've seen pretty consistent quality to where we don't need to get a sample before and then also after it fills. And so they'll start filling at the beginning of the line. They'll pull one at the middle of the line and then the end of the line. And so we have all those samples and we approve them before we schedule the pickup from our manufacturer.
Got it. Okay. Oh, the company tweaked the formula and now they own it. Can you speak more to that possibility?
Yes. Yeah. So that is something, again, you want to be very clear as you are doing the samples process. So for example, say you have a moisturizer and you send them the formula. And again, there's usually a situation where it's like you could be making your product for years using the exact same formula. when they make it on their end, it might come out a little bit different. And so that's usually why there's a back and forth, like, okay, maybe let's like up the powder, drop the water, whatever it looks like. You can be in a situation where you send them feedback on like, hey, I didn't like this about the product. I'm not really sure what to do about it. Maybe you're not a formulator. Like maybe you worked with a cosmetic chemist on it and you don't know like, oh, I should up the thickener or I should, do this or do whatever. For us, I have that experience. And so I can say, hey, this is a revised formula. Can you send us a sample of this? For other people, you might say, I don't really like this, but I don't really know what to do. And they'll go in and tweak the formula for you because they're cosmetic chemists and they can say, like, hey, we're going to change these percentages and change these. And if there are manufacturers out there, I would honestly probably say it's a red flag. But if they make significant tweaks to the formula to try to help you land on whatever you want, then it's kind of like, well, this is our formula now because we've proposed this new formula to you. And so that's the situation where it's like, then you might have to buy it out. We haven't ran into it, but it is something that you definitely need to have those conversations about and have a clear understanding of what level of tweaks regard like a sample, like formulation tweak of like, oh, let's just like drop the water a little bit versus like, oh no, we need to add in like a stabilizer. We need to add in a thickener. We need to drop this powder. Like if they're doing a lot of tweaks, that can lend to them saying, well, this is basically our formula now and you need to buy it from us. And so understanding very clearly what that looks like. There's also situations where you can like, they make those tweaks and be like, okay, well, do you like that? And you'd be like, yeah. And they're like, all right, bet, we'll buy it from us. And you'd be like, oh, no, no, never mind. I'll just go with my original one. So it's not like you're locked into buying it out, but it's something to be aware of.
Yeah. So, with that being said, just before we get to the next question, with that being said, how can people learn more about, I guess, formulation for those who may not be as versed? Are there like, resources or, like as far as like they may be free or on YouTube or like books? Like how can people just get a little bit, more educated on like upping a thickener or like the other things that you mentioned, so that way something like that doesn't happen if they come across that?
Yeah, I would say, one, first and foremost, the best way for you to get experience with it. You don't have to be like an expert formulator. But there are websites like Making Cosmetics and Lotion Crafter who do like a lot of raw materials, and they have sample formulas on their site, like a toner or a mask or a moisturizer. And I would say the best case scenario, if you are able to, is to treat that like a cake recipe and like play around with it and make it and just like practice it. And you don't have to be like this master formulator, but that helps you get an understanding of the basics of certain types of formulas. And it lines it out with like an emulsifier or a liquid or, and you can start to understand the functions of certain ingredients. And you can also start to learn certain key ingredients you like. Like there's like xanthan gum, which is just like a gum thickener. And it's like a baseline of like, you can get a few ingredients that you like, maybe certain oils, a certain emulsifier, where you're like, okay, I know these ingredients and I know their functions. So I can kind of play around with it a little bit. And then also I would say just like aside from if you don't have the capacity to kind of like play around with those formulas, it's just really reading through the formulas and reading through those suppliers' websites. A lot of them have things separated out by thickener, by, extracts, by oils, emulsifiers, like all these different ingredient functions. And then you can kind of browse through and start to get an understanding of what those ingredients look like, what their purposes are, and then just come from a little bit more of an informed position on that.
Okay, awesome. So you said Lotion Crafters, and what was the other one?
Making Cosmetics.
Making Cosmetics. So if you feel, just a little, apprehensive when it comes to the formulation, definitely, like you said, practice making a cake. And then, honestly, because I learned the same way. Like I learned by doing. So I think doing and putting, just trying to get it out there and make, the formula will help you to understand at least the functionality of certain ingredients so you can know how to tweak it. Yeah. Next question. You mentioned the value of owning your own formulas. Can you talk about how you got started formulating? What resources helped you get started? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's like almost that's kind of like what we're just touching on. But really, I started learning how to formulate. So I don't have a cosmetic chemistry degree or anything like that. There were some courses which honestly were not that helpful, so I don't really like to recommend them anymore. But what was most helpful for me was treating it like I was trying to learn how to bake and like try to learn how to do this. And so I would go on these websites and take their kind of like stock formulas, even if it was like not a product I had any interest in. But then I could follow that like a recipe and be like, okay, this is how you make a moisturizer. And then I would try to break it down to the bare bones of like, okay, oil, water, emulsifier, and then like make it like, okay, cool. Like I know how to make a solid cream. And so like, what if I add in an extract? And then I, kind of like understanding those ingredient functions and really just trial and error. And then that coupled with the research that I would do around ingredients and skincare and things like that to understand like, ooh, I want, a face mask that has this, and this in it. Coupling those together, I was able to now kind of like, okay, let me take a stab at what based on these formulas that I know, like the rough percentages, and each ingredient will give you a percentage of like, if you use this emulsifier, if your formula is 10% oils, you should use, 5% emulsifier, like they'll give you those percentages and formula recommendations per product too. So just combining all that together, I'd take a rough stab at what I think this formula would look like, just from a stability and preservation perspective. And then I'd go back and forth on the consistency. And then once I land on a consistency that I liked, I would get in-house microbial test kits, which are also available on Making Cosmetics or Lotion Crafter, to say like, okay, is this preserved properly? I would do in-house stability tests to be like, okay, is this going to separate? What's going on? And then start testing out and see if I liked it after I knew like the function of the product was there. And then I would see like are the results there essentially. But yeah, I always say this, but I really do think formulating is pretty similar to baking. Even better because you don't have to wait like hours to bake a cake. You can just like make the cream, throw it, you could go through formulation, you can go through like 20 variations of a formula in a day. Not do that with cakes, obviously, but yeah.
Oh my God, yeah. I like that, analogy as far as like it's like baking a cake. Have fun with it. Once you learn the ingredients, if you need a little bit more of this or a little bit more of that.
Yeah.
Okay, I know we had another one. Okay, how do you maintain relationships if you're buying from one, or should you split and have multiple sources? Okay, I assume this is kind of thinking about like, how do I have multiple manufacturers? But like I buy from one, is what I kind of assume that is. Okay. A few things. I would say one, get samples from both, or two or three or whatever, but say you're looking at two manufacturers. That way you have approved samples from both of these players so that even if you're only ordering from one person at this time, these people on standby. Like they know your product. They already sent you samples. It's already approved. Like I know these people can make earth masks because we approved it and we know what it looks like. So whenever a time comes, I know I can email them and say, hey, make 5,000 earth masks. And I know that they know how to do it. So I would say make sure you have samples, approved samples on all of your products from whoever your partners are. And the other thing to think about too is, occasionally kind of like lobbing them orders. And so if you're ordering, every few months or whatever it looks like for you, hey, this month we're going to order, our cleanser through them just because I want them to start, I want to just like keep them in the mix. And so you can kind of like lob them orders every now and then, just so that they are kind of like in the mix with everything. And then maybe it's like, to your other manufacturer, it's like, oh, well, they didn't need an order this month or they didn't need an order this time around. When in reality, you're just kind of like keeping this other person active. And so that's what I would kind of recommend, is just managing it like that. And then obviously as you get bigger, you can start splitting stuff a little bit more, or just having more orders to kind of like lob over to them. But that's what I would recommend. Gotcha. I know this is a little off topic. It's not necessarily about, contract manufacturing, but earlier today, we had, the Target team on here doing a session talking about how to get ready for big box retail. And there was a rep there from the accelerator program. Do you mind speaking about your experience, with the program and just, what just overall what the experience was like for you? I know a couple of people that were here were thinking about applying for the program or thinking about how to, maybe prepare their brand to be sold on Target.com or to be sold, in their stores. So, do you mind talking about that experience? Yeah. I mean, of course, I recommend it very heavily. So I did the accelerator in 2018. They've since kind of split it. And so they have the takeoff program
and Forward Founders, which I also was very fortunate to just be a part of as like a founder in residence. And so I got to like meet all the teams and chat with them every week, which was really cool. I just think the amount of information and access you get is unparalleled, especially like as I start onboarding with Target. But even, you know, back then, the information that you learn is you can't Google that stuff. You can't Google what an A markdown is. You can't Google what you know, like all these things that go into like the back end of Target or just retail as a whole. There's not like really any source for it. And so it's an amazing place to understand what does mass retail look like. And ultimately, a lot of people go through that program and they're like, oh, yeah, I'm not ready. Like you think you're ready and you're like, oh, yeah, like cool. Just gonna be like one big order and I'll just, you know, ship monthly. And it's not. There's just like a lot of things that go into retail. And ultimately, it really sheds a ton of light on that. And then, of course, like I said, the access to the team is just unprecedented. It's incredibly hard to get in front of buyers. You know, trade shows, people, there's a lot of things that people pay to do to get in front of the people that make these decisions. And in this program, you really get a lot of access to them. And ultimately, you know, and I don't know if it was Karin who was on earlier, but that's somebody that I stayed in contact with heavy since the accelerator. And then I saw her, you know, obviously when you did PBE in LA. And so having access to her was incredibly helpful for me to launch my brand, because all I did was continue to update her with like, hey, this is where we're at. This is what's going on. And she's like, cool. And she's like slid me in front of the buyer at the perfect time. And it just all lined up and it made sense. And so they really keep an eye out for you. And they really do a great job of building that pipeline and nurturing those relationships. And so I have nothing but good things to say about it. I think it's great. Apply for sure. Yeah, you're just going to learn so much. And you're going to connect with so many other cool brands who are like in a similar space to you, which is also really cool.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, when I had like visited one time, it was just like, yeah, like everybody just all said the same thing. Like you get a ton of information, like you said, that you can't Google, that you can't get anywhere else. Like I don't even know and I know a couple of other retailers have started to adopt a similar program, you know, to really like provide that inside information, because honestly, before that, it really wasn't anything that, you know, existed to really like prep you to get ready to be in the big store. It was just more so like, oh, you're sold here, you know? And so it just really goes to show that the team is there to like really nurture the relationship and to keep it a long lasting one. I did see another question pop up in here. Did you have everything in place before approaching Target, and what would you recommend we prioritize in the build, especially social media and manufacturing?
Yeah, that is good. I will say, unless manufacturing, of course, the biggest thing on the manufacturing side, of course, is, you know, can you keep up with scale and what that looks like, and you know, talk with your buyer and all that stuff around like the set order and what weekly orders would look like and things like that. So of course on the manufacturing side, and then the thing that I touched on at the beginning too was making sure your products now at a mass retailer, like customers don't really care if you make it in-house or you have a manufacturer, especially, you know, like we live next to Neutrogena and Clean and Clear. So it's like, they don't really care what you're doing. They don't care how much money you got. They want the exact same experience every single time. They want the same product. They want it to be filled perfectly. They want it to be labeled perfectly. They want it to be packaged perfectly. Like they don't care. And so on the manufacturing front, it's making sure that you have the capacity to keep up with that, to literally look at these brands that are on shelves right now and say, am I in a place where I could put a product next to theirs? And every single product I crank out is going to be worthy of standing next to theirs. Mm-hmm. That's a big thing, especially when you go from manufacturing in-house. So I'd say on that front, that's the biggest thing. But ultimately, retailers are looking at you to move your products. I think a lot of people think, I'm going to get in a Target and it's just going to be booming, you know, like you're just going to be moving products because, you know, whatever. And I don't think people realize how much the brands do to push the products on shelves. And I also don't think people realize how much marketing within retailers are. You think of a lot of the ways that you discover a brand is maybe through a promotion, maybe it's through an end cap, maybe it's through, you know, an email that Target sent out, or they talked about it on their, you know, retail Instagram or something like that. Unless you are, of course, like going viral on TikTok or something like that. But chances are if you could go viral on TikTok for being a Target, you've probably already been going viral for your own direct consumer, you know? So it's like all those things that people do to discover a brand are incredibly expensive. like I'm talking like minimum like $10,000 to like $15,000 just to say you want to have an opportunity, and then you got to pay to do the opportunity. So being very realistic on how many products that you can drive, and knowing that they are essentially leaning on you to move the products off the shelves. That's what I would say you need to be ready for. And so for us, that was a very strong direct consumer presence, and that was a strong social presence, because at the end of the day, we need to make sure that people are moving products at Target. We can send enough people there, or we have enough money to activate within the store to catch new people there. And so that's the number one thing, because it's just so hard to launch into a retailer and not do it and get pulled back doors, and then try to like figure out a way to, that's expensive. You have to buy all that product back. Like it's an incredibly stressful process, and I would not wish it on anyone. So I would say the number one thing is making sure you can move that product and you feel confident that you either have the money or the organic audience already in place to move your products.
Wow. Yeah. And I think that's something that you and I even talked privately about, is just like the process of like, you know, like, and you know, that's why I was so grateful that the team members were here, is because, and that's why I think it's so beneficial to be a part of the program first, so that way you can really learn the ins and outs, and like to see like, what are my true capabilities now? Because like, what are my expectations from a retail standpoint of working with somebody that is big box, like, you know, Target, that has hundreds of doors and has, you know, a big presence, you know, online when it comes to, you know, shopping and purchasing. I mean, Target, every time I go in there, I spend $200 that I did not intend to spend every single time. So it's just like, you know, just really, really, you know, preparing yourself, you know, for that big hurdle, because who wants to buy their product back?
Nobody. No, that puts people out of business. And I think, like, it's a very scary thing. It's a very real thing that I don't think a lot of people think about. And so, it's like, as much as you can say, can I keep up with demand, right? Of course, you got to be in stock to move products. Can I make sure that I can put out consistent quality product and keep the shelf stocked? And then can I drive that demand on the other side? Which is, you know, of course, can I make products? Can I sell them? Of course, that's like the key of everything. But it's just another game. It's a big player. It's a big move. But I mean, of course, if you have other questions about Target, you guys can always hit me up. But the Accelerator is great. It's a great retailer. I love working with them. It's just being realistic about what it takes.
Well, I had another question. One last question before I let you go. Okay, so you mentioned that, you know, you really need to support the retailer, you know, in regards to the marketing efforts in order for you to stay. You know, as indie brands, which we're all here, we all have indie brands, whether it's Target or it is just maybe like Credo or maybe like, I'm sorry, not Media Mask, but like Credo or the detox market. That's what I was trying to say. What are some, you know, what are like a couple, you know, marketing tactics that you may have tried, or that, you know, founders can do to really support these retailers, you know, but also still supporting their own direct to consumer efforts?
Yeah. No, I think that's a really good question. I mean, I think, of course, the stronger your organic social and all that stuff is, and like your digital presence, it will help with your retail presence. Of course, and that is social, you know, thinking about like how are you looking at organic social content, and how's that performing for you right now, and making sure that you are driving strong content on that organic side, I think is the number one thing, you know, whatever platform you're on, but just making sure you're doing well there. If you are working with influencers or stuff like that, I think that's, of course, a great way to kind of like get new eyes on the brand. Facebook ads are weird right now, so I don't know how much I don't rely on them a ton right now. Google ads are super interesting. We've never done a ton with Google ads, but we've been seeing some good stuff on our direct consumer side there. So I would say that's exciting, and I would look into that. On the retailer front, one of the cheapest and most successful things we've seen is running promotions. And one thing that's interesting is that we've seen on the retailer side, like a 10% off makes a very significant number in sales, whereas like 10% off on our direct consumer is kind of like, I feel like that's like not very enticing. But on the retail side, we see a pretty good, you know, response to that. How can you run promotions with the retailer, and how can hopefully those promotions get highlighted? For example, Target has like the Circle app or things like that. I would say those are great kind of like low cost ways to start driving awareness. Sampling is great. If you can afford to make samples, that's like the number one thing that retailers like. And so thinking about planning out okay, I'm gonna make this many samples for the year and let me just dish them out. I think those are great ways. Other than that, of course, you start getting into like end caps or displays and stuff like that, which is very expensive. And usually indie brands who are bootstrapped don't have that capital. But I think the other ways are very accessible, kind of like ways to start driving brand awareness.
Got it. Well, thank you so much. That was really, really helpful. I feel like you've done such a great job with ROSEN and just, supporting your retailers as well as just supporting direct to consumer. I'm personally on the email list. I follow you guys on Instagram. And I would say it's definitely like a well-blended mix of like highlighting when you have retailers, and, letting your followers know that you are available in store at these retailers or online, as well as, having your own promotions, for direct to consumer and like really balancing out both, so I think that's really, really, really important. And I think you guys have done a great job. So proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, no, proud of you. I mean, this is awesome what you're putting together today. I'm so excited to look back on all the stuff that, I'm really happy this 30-day thing. To look back for me and look back at some of these workshops. And so always proud of you. This is so amazing. But thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Everybody say, thank you. Oh, yes. Incredible discussion. Thank you. Yes, really, really appreciated it. So guys, if you missed anything or came in late, you're able to replay back. This will be available for the next 30 days. So you can come back, take a little bit of notes, and apply that to your business as well as your beautiful presentation. You'll be able to review and hear everything she went through as far as like vetting, sourcing, NDAs. We covered everything today. But I really want to thank you for taking your time and making yourself available this Friday. We head into the weekend, y'all. We have one more discussion up next, and I know it's supposed to start at 4:15, but the speakers are here, so we might as well just go ahead and get started. But thank you again, Jamika. I really, really appreciated it, and I look forward to seeing you soon, girl.
Yes. Oh, I'm gonna be in LA soon. I'll hit you up.
Yes, hit me up for real.
All right. Bye. Have a good one.
All right, bye. Okay, y'all. Are y'all ready for this next discussion? This is a fireside chat between two. I feel like everybody that spoke is like a favorite founder of mine, but these two are super, super special. We have Shenya and Nicolette, the founders of Base Butter. And it's so funny because Base Butter was an original exhibitor of PBE, in 2016. She was one of the early brands that believed in the vision that I had of launching a beauty trade show, and that has now turned into like a multi-day conference to help women of color in the beauty industry to for people to shop, discover, and learn how to build beauty businesses. So I'm really, really excited about this talk. It is called "This Is How We Pivoted and Came Out on Top." In the midst of, the past couple of years, there has been so many transitions and upheavals. People may have, experienced just, having to do some internal changes. I myself am one of those people, and I'm really, really excited to talk about the transition, of how to like really, maybe make that pivot in your business, whether you're in the service industry or the product-based industry, and how you can still come out on top. So we're going to go ahead and welcome in the beautiful founders of Base Butter. Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. Oh my goodness, it's been so long. So, hey. I'm super, super excited to see you guys. And thank you so much for making yourself available. I know it's a little late on the East Coast. I'm like, let's go and get started in this beautiful fireside chat, talking about this is how we pivoted and came out on top. I would love for you both to introduce yourself, tell us who you are, and tell us, both your individual responsibilities within Base Butter, and then we'll get into the discussion.
All right, cool. Hey, Brittany. So, hi, Project Beauty Expo. I'm Shenya. I'm the CEO and co-founder at Base Butter. And so, Base Butter, we're a skincare company focused on helping make skincare easy for you. As I said, I'm the CEO, and so my main responsibilities are really very like admin, project management, partnership, really just making sure that the company is achieving our goals and our team has the resources they need to achieve their individual goals so that we continue to grow and make impact and legacy. But also I have background experience in user experience and marketing. And so I'm definitely very hands-on when it comes to marketing and user experience and design.
Then, hey everyone, I am Nicolette. I am the VP of Product at Base Butter. That means I do all things product and I'm in charge of what we're creating, what we want to table, where we want to go next. And my background is in products. I've worked in product both for CPG, so things like Base Butter, but also in the tech side of the world, primarily focusing on helping people build out digital health and wellness experiences that make people's lives easier.
Got it. Listen, I'm so excited. I'm gonna just go ahead and kick it off first. Before we get into how we pivoted, right? I would love, and I don't think I've asked you guys this before, but I would love to know how this beautiful relationship came about to where both of you are working together on this amazing brand, Base Butter. You have diverse backgrounds. So how did this relationship merge to create Base Butter?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's a story we love to tell. So we actually met over 10 years ago, about 10 years ago in college. We were freshman year roommates, and so we met on the internet. I remember we had like a Facebook group for those accepted and committed to go to Howard. And I was looking for a roommate, and I typed like, "Hey, I'm Shenya." I think I told a little bit about myself. And I was like, I'm looking for a roommate, and I just had like two, maybe just one specification. I was like, you just have to be clean. It was two. It was clean, and what was the other one?
It was clean and fun.
Clean and fun, yeah. I was like, I just want to be who's clean and fun. And Nicolette is the only one who answered my call.
Well, you forgot you also put that you were a Leo, and I was like, okay, I could do that.
Oh, yeah, I let people know that I was a Leo. And Nicolette's a Leo, too. And so, yeah, she's the only one who really answered my call. And we were like, hey, let's be roommates. And we officially met in person on move-in day. And that's really how our friendship blossomed. But we became business partners after college, about a couple years after college. We graduated college in 2014. I started Base Butter in 2015. It was really a passion project just to get something to do after hours because I was kind of bored with my 9 to 5. Like you go from college where you have a lot of activities and then you're just like working 9 to 5. And so I started Base Butter. And after the first 2 years of Base Butter and seeing like it really resonating with this organic community we had built, Nicolette was in grad school after college. She was in grad school in Canada, but she would visit me often in New York. And one time she visited me and never left. She was sleeping on my couch. And so she was watching me build Base Butter, and she ended up graduating grad school, working full time in the city, and launching her career in product. And so I would lean on her for a lot of advice, with creating products and growing Base Butter. And ultimately, it got to the point where I just asked her to join the team. I think it was more so because we both kind of were let go from our jobs. Like we both were let go from our jobs. So like we're in our early 20s trying to figure out what's next. And I was like, hey, let's just enjoy unemployment and, try something fun that we want to do and we could both utilize our skills. And that's really how the partnership began. And it's just grown and gotten very serious since then.
Oh my goodness. I love that story. First of all, like, I can't remember what talk earlier, but somebody else mentioned that they went to Howard as well. So like HBCUs in the building for sure. And, I love that you just asked for one. I feel like a lot of times people, are afraid to like ask like, hey, you want to help me build this? I'm trying to work on something cool, So I really, really love that, so to get into the theme of what this chat is about, you mentioned that you launched Base Butter in 2015 as a, originally as a passion project, right? Because you had some, free time. So when would you say your first pivot was? Because the brand of where it was in 2015 is a lot different to where it is today in 2021. So when was your first pivot and what essentially may have caused that pivot?
Yeah, I would say, I think that first pivot was when I think about it, was when I was let go from my job and I made the decision to take Base Butter a little bit more seriously. And when I realized I wanted to take Base Butter a little bit more seriously, I knew I couldn't do it alone. And so that's when I asked people to join my team to help. And Nicolette was one of those people, but I asked like 2 or 3 other people who were like my friends, who were my friends as well, to help me pivot the company to really build a solid foundation for growth. And so the 3 major areas I was getting help from was product, of course, with Nicolette, operations with one of my friends, and then PR and marketing. And one of the things we had found when Nicolette joined is she launched this survey called Skin Struggle Survey, and I'll let her talk more about it. But that was really our first time really gathering data and insight on our customers to decide what exactly we should be, what products should we exactly be developing, and what problem are we actually solving. And so that was our first initial pivot, and I'll let Nicolette talk a little bit more about that. But when I launched Base Butter, I actually was making butter. I was just making it because I liked it. I realized, like, man, this is not really selling. The brand is selling, the community, really what we stand for. But at the end of the day, we're not making money from selling products. And so that's when we realized we had to make a pivot.
I would actually say you kind of lied. You actually had one pivot before this, which was when she initially started the brand, it was a natural lipstick line. So that was the first pivot.
I do remember
pivot. Yeah.
I do remember that.
I was like, no.
Yeah, that's early.
It was
early.
It was, oh my goodness, what was it called?
Lipsology lipsticks. Yeah, I always bring it up because people don't realize, like, when you're starting a brand, 9 times out of 10, you are going to pivot a lot. And so I'm always like, she started with lipsticks, y'all. Like, that's
what oh my goodness, I totally remember it was a lipstick line. I totally go ahead. Sorry.
Yes. Then when I came on, so we did pivot when you started that team. And for context, she put together that team to expand the brand. And our first big project together was doing a crowd funding through Indiegogo campaign because we wanted to launch a bunch of new products and everything. And at the time, she kind of already had a vision as far as like what products she wanted to launch. But as she said, though, we got a lot of traction and everything. And I always say that we got a ton of support early on because of the Black Girl Magic effect. And so people just wanted to support. But the thing to let you know whether or not your business is going to grow is, are they coming back? And people weren't. And so that's what ended up launching the Skin Struggle Survey. And I remember telling her, like, we have to make sure we're actually solving the problem that people are looking to get solved. And at the time, we had a bunch of different skincare products. But one of the hypotheses I had was when people think skincare, they think their face. They don't think like their entire body. They think face first. And so let's dig into what is it that, at the time we were focusing only on Black women, but what is it that Black women are struggling with as it relates to skincare? And we ended up getting like 3,000 Black women to share all the things they hated, loved about products, about like beauty, the beauty industry in general, and just like the things that they are continuously struggling with, and down to like even the products they were currently using and how happy they were with it. And that ended up landing us in a place where we had more than enough information to understand, like, okay, maybe what we want to solve, the problem we want to solve for is helping people have healthier skin. And so that's when we landed with Grade A Face Jelly.
Oh my goodness. Wow. I love that story. And I remember that survey. I remember seeing that survey. I feel like I filled it out. But like, I remember that survey because I was like, oh my goodness, this is so cool. Because, like, typically when you go to try to like build a beauty brand, like you kind of like have an idea in your mind of like what you want it to be, what you want it to look like, either based on just like your own thought process, or maybe you see, brands that you aspire to be like, and you kind of go and you try to like create your own thing, right? But like the fact that you started with data first, and that's what led to you creating like your hero SKU of Radiate Face Jelly, is really, really important. I think that's super cool. So like, with that data, I mean, how did you even start to like analyze like that? Because it's like 3,000 submissions, I would be overwhelmed. I would be like, okay, I didn't expect this many people to fill this out.
Yeah, it was a lot, but it was like, honestly, I was keeping up with like the daily submission. So whatever was new, I would look to see like, is there any new themes that are popping up? So like typically whenever I do any survey like that, it's like the demographic information. It's like, how old are you? What do you identify as, et cetera? That's very easy to kind of parse out, but the qualitative, so when people are actually typing in, that you end up spending a lot of time doing, but it takes maybe 10 to 15 people to say things for you to start to see the themes. It doesn't take that much. And so I always tell people, like, you can literally talk to 10 people and start to figure out where you can go. So even going back to your point with the data, I think when people start brands, sometimes they get stuck because they're so tied to their idea versus like thinking about their idea, but like also realizing, again, what is the problem you're trying to solve for? Because that ends up giving you so much more space and room to move around in and through. And I'm pretty sure you've experienced that, Brittany, with Beauty Expo, and like just realizing like, oh, there's a lot of different ways I can empower this community just based off of me understanding the problem I'm solving for. Yeah,
definitely. And I think I talked about this yesterday, you know, when I first started PBE and when, you know, Base Butter, you know, was the original Solopreneur in 2016, I started it because I wanted to create a trade show for women that were like me, women that couldn't really afford to go to the big trade shows. That was just like the simple thing, right? I just wanted to create a trade show. And then it wasn't until the feedback that I received from that first event, as far as like, oh my goodness, I really loved the, you know, overall experience. I really loved the panel. I really loved the photo booth. I really loved the brands. It wasn't until like that customer feedback, you know, and, you know, people's feedback from the experience is like, okay, like I got to add more. And just even talking to the exhibitors and them saying like, look, you know, I really want to get some press. I'm struggling with press. So I really want to get in front of buyers. And it's like, okay, like now I know what my community is looking for from me. So now that I know what they're looking for from me, I can kind of provide that to them on a silver platter. So that way, when we do announce something, when we do launch something, it's like, oh, this is awesome. We were waiting for this. You know what I mean? And, you know, they'll get behind it very quickly and swiftly, you know. So this is a great question that somebody actually asked. And it says, were all participants in your skin struggle survey your customers? And did you get participants from elsewhere as well? If so, basically, how did you create awareness to get responses for the survey?
So I would say even before I came on, Chanel did an amazing job of building community. Like, she wasn't lying when she said that. And I think when I reflect, there was a bunch of like small pop-ups that were done where people got to meet her. And then as the team expanded, got to meet the team. And we started to understand that people enjoy getting to know the people behind the brands. And so it was through that I think that ended up actually expanding our reach much quicker and much more easily than if we just tried to do things behind screens and on social media. So we got a lot of traction from that. I would also say, again, yes, the majority of people were customers, but the other thing around the awareness piece was from the beginning, we worked with Roy, our amazing photographer. Chanel found him through a friend as well. And his visuals were always very lit and like less focused on product and much more focused on like highlighting the natural beauty of Black women. And I think that's ended up helping us also get a bunch of PR and press features throughout different things. So I think people were watching us because it was visually pleasing. And then we also work on the ground trying to meet people on a consistent basis.
Got it.
Yeah. I think we'll also add to that, it's like with the survey, we didn't just market it as like a, hey, take this survey to help us. Like we marketed it as a survey where people would leave a piece of information. I think like people would get advice on a skincare routine based on their skin type. And so it was really marketed kind of like how Huffington Post used to do those quizzes all the time that you wanted to take because you wanted to kind of leave with that piece of information. And it was a survey that lived on our website for an extensive time. So I think we had it up for about a year, maybe like 6 months to a year. So we did take time to capture the data. And I think this was like right when Facebook ads launched. It's very different now, but I think we were in a Facebook ad for the survey, and we got a lot of sponsors from running a Facebook ad for it. I don't know how that would work today, but it did work, a couple years ago.
Yeah, Facebook ads is definitely different, but that's another conversation for another day. Facebook ads is so different right now. But okay, so you met your amazing co-founder. You guys came together. You were like, we're gonna build this amazing beauty brand. You got Base Butter, and you were like, okay, we got to launch a survey. We have to understand our customers' pain points, what our customers are looking for from us, so that we can deliver the exact solution to their problems, right? In product form. And then you come to Radiate Face Jelly. What's the next step? What was the next step after that, in your journey of like building that brand? What was it like just going through the process of building, the face jelly, which is like now your hero skill?
Shenya, you want to talk about that one?
Yeah. So we'll be honest. We didn't know what was next. We will be honest, because to be very transparent, when we were building Base Butter, we were still working full time, and we weren't really clear just yet that this is what we wanted to do. Like this is really what we wanted to do, like full time, takes priority like over our other careers. And so we were still kind of like, still was like our side hustle, our side business. And so we were excited just to develop this amazing product and really start seeing product market fit with it. And kind of like how Nicolette and I had been running the business kind of maybe up until before the pandemic, it was like an experiment. Like we would put things out there, we would listen to our customers, we would interact with them, and then we would adjust and maybe like react to that. And so we really didn't know. But when we started seeing product market fit with Radiate Face Jelly, and we started seeing customers, we started seeing the media, like we just organically started seeing all these different outlets pick up this product, then that's when we knew we were onto something. And we were really, really trying really hard how to really strategize Base Butter for the future. And I'll let Nicolette take it from there because she's the product person. But I know me as CEO, I really started thinking about like, okay, what does my commitment look like to this company? What does it look like me stepping away from my 9 to 5 and being committed to Base Butter full time? What does it look like us growing our team? And we launched Radiate Face Jelly in 2017. 2017?
It was in 2017, yeah, fall.
Actually, at our relaunch, we relaunched our Project Beauty Expo in 2017.
Wait, was that 2017? No, that's 2018.
No, that was 2018.
Yeah, I had purple hair. It's 2018.
Yes, I remember purple hair was popping.
Yeah.
I love that picture.
And so I personally started taking like inventory of my life and making adjustments to make room for Base Butter. So like I left New York City to move in with my now husband, but he's my boyfriend then. I left my 9 to 5 to work full time. I just really started making sacrifices to be committed to the company full time as CEO. And Nicolette and I really started strategizing, thinking about what is our value proposition, what is our mission, what is our vision, what do future products look like, and it was definitely very hard. And so we thought we were somewhere. I think 2020 was going to be our year. We did a lot of planning in 2019, and then the pandemic happened, and that was our main pivot. So
yeah. I was gonna say 2018. I think 2017 was one big experiment. 2018 was when we were like, okay, I think we figured out what we want to do. And then I would say between 2018 and 2019, I think we both were going between like doing a lot for the business and then being like, wow, I'm tired. And so going back to Chanel saying, reevaluating, like, does this make sense for me? Like, how do I want to show up for this company? What do I need personally? What does she need personally? How can we divide and conquer our responsibilities? And then like, I remember, I think it was summer 2019, we sat down because we'd kind of taken a break, like not a break from like the business, but like I don't think we were like purposefully pushing much marketing or anything like that. But to her point, we were seeing like, wow, there's a bunch of traction with us doing like kind of nothing and just like coasting and seeing our business grow. And we realized like, okay, what would happen if we actually sat down and were very intentional about this? And so the summer of 2019 was when we started to plan for 2020 because that was supposed to be our year. And we had this whole strategy and like had all these thoughts. I think we were saying we were aiming for 1 million by the end of 2020, and the pandemic had something else for us.
We're going to get into that. But I would say, so would you say that the next pivot was really kind of like figuring out the internal structure of your business and just figuring out like, okay, Chanel as the CEO, these are my responsibilities. Nicolette as, head of product, these are my responsibilities. And other team members, these are your responsibilities. And then putting that plan in place. That was that next pivot. So somebody had a question about that. I'm gonna go ahead and bring it up here. That related to that. How would you assemble a team when you're low on funds, or how did you compensate them? Since that was like kind of like your next pivot was like really establishing out team responsibilities. How did you get people on board when you were building something that was like very new and get people to adapt to the idea of like, hey, this is going to be something great. Join us in early stage,
Chanel?
Yeah, I think up until that point, we were able to show them. Like, we were able to actually get people's buy-in based off of our past success or recent success. And so we were kind of basically just selling a dream. We were selling a dream. We were asking for short-term commitments. So, we weren't, asking anybody to join us for the long term. We weren't giving away equity, but we were really clear on what our needs were, what projects need to be done, what tasks need to be done, and ask for short-term commitments there. And just really working with very passionate people. Sometimes that might have been an intern. Sometimes that might have been a friend who had a specialty who could lend some time to us. Sometimes maybe we did find the money to hire a contractor, but you really just have to sell the dream. But ultimately that does get old. I will say, it doesn't work. We're at a point now where if we want the work done, we have to pay for it. We know what we're getting for it, we pay for it. But when you're early on and you're really seeing growth and you're growing fast and you're able to show people that, whether that's they're seeing it through reviews, they're seeing it themselves. We've taken people along the journey since the beginning. It's kind of easy to get that buy-in in the beginning.
I'd also say an important note is we were not paying ourselves until last year. So throughout that entire time, it was very much so like if we needed to pay for something, then we would have to just like pay for that versus us, and we had to figure it out on our own.
Got it. I mean, I totally agree. I think, in early stage, of building a business, it is hard to, get people to buy in, especially when you are low on funds. But I think, finding passionate people, like you mentioned, finding people that aren't, that are okay with lending a little bit of their time, lending, somewhat of their resources, and maybe saying like, hey, and I think we talked about this in a couple of yesterday's workshops, but saying like, are you available to, with the advisors, Lamine was saying, as far as like asking for advice, like, are you able to offer maybe a couple hours a month, towards my business, towards my vision, and just like really honoring that and not, going and trying to ask for more, or, paying for the service, paying for people's time, getting an intern, or, just also, like I said, getting creative, offering equity, but still obviously maintaining your agreements. You want to maintain your word, whatever you intend to give people, but like really being creative. So I definitely, that's great. I feel like that was a really good question. Okay. So our first pivot was we had lipstick and we went to base butter. Mm-hmm. Then our next pivot was, okay, this is something good here because we had the survey, we got the data, we know what everybody wants. Boom, we got radiate face jelly. Ooh, I remember when it came out on it. Reviews was crazy. I mean, everything was awesome. You said 2018 was kind of like a testing year. And then, 2019, you were developing the strategy. Mm-hmm. 2020 plan was supposed to be in action.
Yes.
Tell us about 2020. 2020 affected me as well. So tell us about 2020 for sure.
Man, it's all a blur now.
I feel like it is too.
But I can remember Nicolette was in Jamaica. And the country is going on lockdown. And we're like, hey, you should probably get back to the States. And she lived in New York, but her mom told her to come to Texas. And she went to Texas and never went back to New York for like 6 months. But I remember the world was shutting down, I think like 2 weeks, maybe like a week or two into lockdown, I was like, hey, let me check in with our suppliers. And everything was gone. Everything with our suppliers
indefinitely.
It was gone indefinitely. They was like, hey, we don't know when we'll be back in stock. And so that's when I don't even know what went through our heads.
Well, to emphasize, they were out of stock because the main ingredient in Radiate Face Jelly is aloe, and aloe is what they use to make hand sanitizer. So we knew, like, when they meant indefinite, they really meant they don't know when they're getting this stuff back in stock.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
And so we sent out a notice to our customers, and they were understanding. And I think from there, we took a week to think through it, and then I think Nicolette and I were like, okay, we're gonna use this time to strategize our next plan. And then I think a lot of support for small businesses started popping up very quickly. And something we've always wanted to do was to take the time to apply to grants, but we never had the time. And so now we had the time. And so we really took the time to really start applying for help and assistance and refining our story. Just really working on those things we wanted to work on for our business that we didn't have time to, but that were really important in laying the foundation, while also trying to strategize how we're going to get product back on the shelves. We were out of stock for 3 months. Throughout those 3 months, we thought about creating a different type of Radiate Face Jelly. We were trying to find new suppliers. We thought about creating a new product. I think we were gonna come up with a cleanser. I don't know. We thought about so many different options to start bringing cash flow back into the business, but ultimately, thank God, our raw materials were back in stock, and we were able to get back into production and get Radiate Face Jelly back on the shelves. But then another pivot happened, which is the big boom for Black businesses. And so, we had relaunched in May, and then unfortunately it was the killing of George Floyd in May. So probably a couple weeks after, and then we started seeing a lot. Our business, we saw 300% growth in business from 2019 to 2020. And that 300% happened between May and June.
Oh, wow.
And it was and we were still shipping product out of my apartment, and it was just me. And so I'll stop talking. Nicolette, you think so?
I mean, I think you the story right, where it was like I was stuck, came back 2 weeks in, we realized we can't make any Radiate. That gets us to April. April, we were doing a bunch of brainstorming. Realized half of those ideas didn't make any sense. May, found out we had our raw materials back in stock. And then we actually relaunched and sold out. That's what it was. We relaunched, sold out. And at the time we were doing pre-orders. So that meant like we were basing everything based off of how much people purchased, and then we would make it and then ship it in the next week. Ashley said I was in Dallas, so it was just her and Zach, her husband, helping her essentially do all of this stuff from their apartment. And then in the process of us trying to figure out, how can we buy more materials for June, the Black Lives Matter movement hits. And so we see an uptick. There's like when we restock our shelves and that day we sold out again. And so we were like, oh, this is different. And then we kept battling with like, do we keep the pre-orders open, or do we close the doors? And we're like, no, let's just keep it open. So we do that. And I think the next week is when Beyonce did her Black Parade store. We end up on there. Mind you, no one told us that was happening. So we find out when everyone else finds out.
Everybody was surprised. I remember, oh my goodness.
Yeah, so that happens. And then it's just crazy after that. Like every time we start putting things back on the shelves, it would just sell out the same day. We're like, people are texting me like, is this fake? Like, it's saying that you don't have anything. I just got the email 5 minutes ago. How you not have anything? So we're excited, but also like, this is not sustainable. Like from we're really big on customer experience, and we're like, this is kind of concerning because I don't know how we can make 1,000 jars in one day. Like one day we legitimately had to make 1,000 jars worth of Radiate in one day to make sure we could ship everything out. And it was like that the entire summer, even down to Chanel got married in August. The day before her wedding, it was her sister, and some friends that were in Philly had to help her actually ship out 1,000 jars worth of Radiate. So at that time, we were really trying to figure out, do we need to like get an office to have like machinery? Like, what do we need to do to make this more efficient? And so at the time we were applying to a bunch of grants. It's really nighttime now here. Sorry, y'all.
See you. Like, it's totally fine. Yeah.
And so we applied to a bunch of grants, ended up getting money. So almost every time we're like, I don't know how we're going to do this, money would kind of just show up for us. And I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that we were applying to grants every other day, essentially, and then pitching, and then also these pre-orders and relaunching. And so ended up getting a bunch of new customers, lots of brand awareness, and then all this funding and these larger companies that we'd been curious about starting to pay attention to us. And so Chanel and I had to sit down and think through, like, there's a lot of great opportunities, but we might need to sit down and start to figure out how can we streamline these processes. And so by fall, everything was about operationally, like how can we, what I've been calling is how can we move from brand to business so that this is sustainable and we're not killing ourselves.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, wow. 2020.
2020.
Pandemic happened, we in the house. Pandemic happened, we in the house then. And I remember when that announcement came, because I was like, literally, because I like to plan the event. I would say, like, at first I used to do it 6 months in advance, and I was like, girl, you crazy. That's not enough time. Then I started to do it a year in advance. And during that time, I was planning for 2020. And I was like, yes, I'm going to do it this day. I was sourcing venues. I was about to do contracts. Like, I was literally in the midst. And then it was like, y'all are in the house. And I was like, what? And then, you know, a lot of us was like, oh, we're about to be outside in 2 weeks. We just going to take this little vacation. Yeah. You know, everybody thought it was a vacation until here we are like 2 years later. You know, I was like, oh, no. So I actually didn't make the announcement that PDE that year was canceled, I think, until May for you guys too. I didn't make that announcement until May because, so I couldn't really make that, you know, I had to make that announcement because I was like, all right, like, I feel like this isn't really, you know, going, like, this is serious, you know, and I guess a part of me didn't want to believe it. And because, you know, COVID came in and really kind of like disrupted things, and, you know, the amount of people that were affected by it was like something you couldn't pre-plan. So the fact that, like, I mean, who could ever plan for the fact that, like, aloe vera will be out of stock indefinitely?
So random.
Like, what? Like, randomly, there's no aloe vera, which is like the key ingredient in your hero product, right? Then it comes back in May, and boom, there's an uptick of supporting Black-owned brands, which is an amazing opportunity. You know, I don't think, you know, that year, that span of time, and it's still going. Like, the fact that happened really put a lot of businesses on the map for sure, and, you know, allowed for a lot of growth, and probably help become a little bit more sustainable, like you said, with like grants and the recognition, you know, and just, you know, the influx of customers and the, you know, PR that were just randomly coming out of nowhere. So it was just like, it was a great experience, but also it's like, oh my gosh, we weren't prepared for this, you know? And then next, you know, oh my goodness, so we're selling out. We're selling out of base butter. Like, it's a good problem to have, but it's also like, how do I fix this? So it was like, okay, like, what was kind of like that next step? And like, I know you mentioned fall was like, okay, and I assume you're talking fall of 2020 was like, how do we go from brand to business?
Mm-hmm.
So through that process, like, what did you do to try to develop from brand to business, right? Because I think that's what a lot of us here, you know, could be trying to do, is like, how do we go from brand to business, where it's like, it's streamlined, it's a flow, it makes sense.
The first thing we focused on was more space. Like, when we say we were shipping things from Chanel's apartment, she's not lying. So it was get more space. So that was the first thing we did. We got an office. And then we thought through, like, how can we make our production process more efficient? So then it was like, let's buy some machinery. So we were like, again, whipping things literally in the kitchen. So how can we make this more efficient for ourselves? And then at the same time, it was like, how can we also continue to use this momentum to expand and grow. So like, what new things do we need to start to introduce now that we have this new customer base, and how can we keep people engaged? So we then started to invest a lot in new product development. And then I would say the last was definitely the team, because at that time it was just Chanel and I. And though we were in the house all the time and could do all this stuff, it gets to a point where if you want to focus on the future, it's really hard to be in the weeds of the day-to-day and focus on the future and be strategic about like, how are we going to build these things out for us to continue to expand and grow and be ready for large retailers?
Yeah, definitely. I think that, and I totally agree with you, and I think that's like one of the, number one thing that I feel like that I learned, just in, with my separate business that I have, within developing the marketing agency, I'm going to get into that in a second, is that, when you are operating in a lot of the day-to-day, you can't really plan. You can't do much of the forecasting and the planning, or like everything that everybody talked about today, as far as like, like talking with your accountant, trying to figure out how to prepare for, working with a retailer. Like if you're really caught up in the day-to-day, which a lot of us are caught up in the day-to-day because we are solopreneurs, or we're working for ourselves. It's like, okay, I think, one of the first pieces of advice that, I've seen and that I've gotten is that, like, if you can afford to outsource, do it.
Do it.
Don't, when you start to make that coin, it feels good in your pocket. It do, because it wasn't there before. It feels good, but you have to take that and reinvest it in your business, because you're going to start to get overwhelmed, because the workload is just going to pile up and get heavier and heavier and heavier. And yeah, you might have that little bit of extra money, but what does that extra money mean if you are still working 15 hours out of the day? Right?
Exactly.
You can't even go out and enjoy time with your family or enjoy time with your friends. So if you can afford to do it, or pay somebody a couple hours out of the week to do some admin or help you, please invest in it. Like, it really will help you. It really will give you peace of mind at night. You'll get better sleep. It's so important, so definitely please invest in, hiring help and taking yourself out of the business so you can look at it from a whole perspective and figure out what you need to add in. I'll talk about my pivot. At the end of 2019, after I had wrapped Project Beauty Expo in LA, which was my first time doing it in LA. It was my first time doing the event for 2 days. And I was only living in LA for 1 year prior. So I wasn't really familiar with the city or even familiar with events. I'm, an East Coast girl. I'm originally from Baltimore. Shenya and Nicolette know we have been doing the PBE in New York for 2 years. The first one was in DC. So I was used to that East Coast side. And, when I did the event in LA, it was all new for me. I really had to kind of like build a whole new, tribe over here of like, getting to know the founders, getting to know just like vendors and things like that. Just the whole process of like what events look like on, the West Coast, because it is very different. And towards the end of that year, I was doing marketing, for a company. And, I do have, I did get a BS in communications, and marketing was always a passion of mine. And I felt like I never received a job in marketing. But I felt like PBE was my opportunity to kind of like market, because essentially I was marketing other businesses, marketing you all through, as exhibitors, and getting people to come and shop and discover the brand. And, I was doing marketing for a friend. They were like, "Oh, you're really, really good at this." And I'm like, okay, if you say, because sometimes things that just roll off your head, you don't know until somebody says that. So, I decided to actually start an agency called Be Brown Agency. And so I started the agency at the end of 2019, and I wasn't really taking it too serious. I was like, Project Beauty, like that's it. And in January, I acquired a couple of clients, and I was like, you know what, like I'm gonna take this serious, So it wasn't until March when we in the house, and I was like, oh, there's no event. Like, we in the house. And I honestly am so thankful that I actually started started that agency at the end of 2019, because that sustained me throughout the whole pandemic, because there was no Project Beauty event, there was no trade show, there was no in-person exhibitor, there were no tickets, there was no sponsors, like everything stopped. everything stopped. So I was like, all right, and we're still building our community. So it was really me trying to figure out like, okay, like, wait, how do I keep people engaged and how do I still sustain myself? So I was able to sustain myself, through my marketing agency. And one thing I did is I made Project Beauty a client of the agency. So even though I had two separate companies, I still treat Project Beauty as a client within my agency. And so you saw my talk yesterday, PBE is a client of my marketing agency. And I would say that was like one of my biggest pivots. It wasn't something that I pre-planned for because I didn't forecast that this, we were going to be stuck in the house and that there were going to be no events. But, honestly, what that did was it really allowed me to like hone in on my skills of marketing, which has, equipped me with the resources to be able to like, teach the class that I taught yesterday and really like help other, Black-owned businesses grow in the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of Facebook changing up their advertising and things like that. Yeah. So, I would say that was definitely like one of my first pivots. One of my most recent pivots. As far as my first pivot was similar to you, Chanel. I originally, my first business was a skincare line called Monet Cosmetics. That was the whole premise into why I started Project Beauty Expo. I started Project Beauty Expo because I wanted to find a trade show where I could exhibit my skincare line, but I couldn't find anything that I could afford. Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna put on my own small trade show and I'm gonna exhibit my brand there. And that's what I did. Now what I did was it blossomed into why we're all here today, but that was definitely the first pivot. I had a skincare line and then now I got a trade show. And it was definitely something that wasn't like pre-planned or forecasted, but I think was great, within what you guys are saying is that like, I think keeping the vision top of mind is what helps you get creative and be able to like, manage through whatever like upheavals or like storms that are thrown at you. Is keeping that vision and that goal. And I think that's why it's important to like write out your mission statement and what you want to add to the industry and what you want to bring to the beauty industry specifically. Because with that thought in mind, then you can come up with other creative ways. Like if we can't do an in-person trade show, then we're here doing a virtual event. We're here giving you resources virtually in the comfort of your home. Right now we can't gather in person, but we're going to do this until we are able to gather in person because the goal is to still equip founders with the resources to grow beauty businesses. That's simple. That's simple. And that can be done online, in person. It could be done via newsletter. It could be done via email marketing. Like no matter where you get the information, the goal is to get you the information in a seamless, easy format that is easy to understand. So I think I had another question that came in here. Okay, so wait, I'm gonna pop it up here. How did you decide to become co-founders versus taking on an executive? One person created the formula and started the company.
Yeah, so that's a good question. So Nicolette actually, when I first asked her to join the Base Butter team, she was an executive. I would say that title, she was an executive, but I couldn't pay her executive money. So that's why I said that. But when Nicolette first joined the team, she was an executive. I didn't off the rip ask her to become co-founder. It wasn't until after a year of working together, I asked her to join me as co-founder. And the reason why I asked her to join as co-founder is because I wanted Nicolette to be a part of Base Butter. And the work she was doing at Base Butter had a tremendous impact on the future of Base Butter. Where Base Butter was going to go from here, because we were still very small, still vending. I wouldn't like at farmers markets type things, but Nicolette was about to create our next product, and she did create the next product, Radiate Face Jelly, which really took our business off. And so that's actually like a huge commitment. And also, I couldn't pay her, right? I couldn't just pay her a 6-figure check or a salary to do that. So how else can I get buy-in from Nicolette? And I was like, some of this business will be yours. You will have stake in this business that you grow. And so it was really a business decision. But I mean, also somebody I knew I could work with, and we could talk about that another day. But like, I wouldn't just ask anybody to become my co-founder. But we worked together for a year, just kind of like as an executive. And then kind of after that year, I kind of was like reflecting on like, man, I need you to help me take Base Butter to the next level because I can't do what you can do. And no matter how hard I try, I can't do what you can do. And I know that, you know, me and you can really take the business to the next level. And so that's how we decided to become co-founders. I started the company, but Nicolette created the hero product that took the company to the next level.
Got it. I love it. I love the synergy between you guys. It's like you guys have a great co-founder, you know, relationship for sure, you know. Another person asked, at what point, you mentioned that customer experience was important, and that was a struggle during the time where you were out of stock, you know, selling out of pre-orders because of the influx of orders, but there were some issues in, you know, creating new products. So at what point did you guys hire someone to focus on customer experience? Do you have someone who focuses on that?
Yes. Thank you. No, we have our customer experience director. And so really, we hired someone going into that fall season when we pivoted. When we really won a lot of grant money and we were figuring out how can we strategically utilize this grant money, we were like, we need to hire people. Because I was really trying to get a lot of stuff off my plate. I was shipping out the products, we were making the product, I was customer support, I was social media. I couldn't do it anymore. And so one of the first things I really wanted to get off my plate was customer experience. And so we hired a customer experience director September last year, and she's still with us. And that was amazing because customer experience is like one of our number one priorities at Base Butter. We talk about it every day. You know, we have data on it. We have weekly meetings. We check in on it because our customers are the most important thing. And I wanted to ensure and maintain that experience our customers were having with us because Nicolette and I were so, we were able to, we were so in touch with our customers. Like our customers knew it was us answering DMs. They knew it was us answering emails. Like I made sure I responded within 24 hours. You know, I made sure that we had satisfied customers, and I want to continue that because that's what really, we have a really great retention rate, and we've really always had a really great retention rate at Base Butter, and so that's one of the key factors in our retention rate is our customer experience, and so we invest in that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's also been like going back to like that is I think our top three things is our customer rapport, our product experience, and then the brand experience as well. And the customer experience and support is important not only to make sure people are having a good experience, but it allows us to continue to engage. It's why, like going back to one of the earlier questions, like how did we get so many people to take that survey? And we see that type of engagement every single time we do something, and it's because we've been very intentional about what it means to us to like engage with our customers and make sure that we're giving them what they need.
Yeah, definitely. I love that, you know, you invested in the customer experience first. I think that's, like I said, that's for one, that's important because customer retention rate is key, you know, especially since it's been the theme of what we've been talking about over the past couple of days, because, you know, as Shenya mentioned, Facebook ads is a little rocky right now. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it might be hard to get in front of new people. So like, also try to sell to the people, those people that are already familiar with you. You don't want to waste your marketing dollars trying to get in front of, you know, cold audiences that may or may not resonate with your product, especially as a small business. You can't afford to take those losses yet. You will be as you grow and get bigger, but in the beginning, you can't really afford to take those losses. So it's like you really want to treat the customers that are already shopping with you, already supporting you, and get them to buy more, spend more with you by, you know, making them feel welcome, you know, being very responsive, you know, going above and beyond, you know, to really make the overall shopping experience to be memorable, because you have to think about it. They're buying online, right? Buying online is already kind of impersonal, you know, especially when it comes to beauty. Beauty is it's like a texture, smell, feel. Like it really does evoke all of the senses. And that's kind of robbed of you sometimes when you are selling online. So think of just creative ways that you can really evoke that experience by just sending a thank you message, you know, via email, thanking them for shopping with you, by following up later, maybe asking them for a review and giving them a certain percentage off, thanking them for shopping with you, answering DMs, being very honest and upfront as far as like where you are in the process of the order. If it's going to take a little bit of time, just being honest. I think all of that is really, really important, because think about how you feel when you go into like, I don't know, Chanel. They offering champagne. They saying welcome. They calling you Miss Brown. I'm like, oh, I like it here. You know what I'm saying? Like, we want to still deliver that same experience online some way. So just really, really think about it like that. And I promise you, you will have customers for life.
It's that, and like it's because of that customer experience that the majority of people that find us, it's through word of mouth, right? Like I go back to, we spent like a year and a half, we spent $0 on marketing for a year and a half and continue to see growth. And it was because we were getting new customers just from our current customers talking about us consistently. And so I think people forget that, like, if you can do that, one, you get to save money, those marketing dollars, and put it somewhere else. And two, that means you already have brand ambassadors on the ground for you. And so much of like what we've seen as far as even down to like people creating, like having people create content and stuff like that, like it's been for free because they're actually really genuinely on board with the brand. And that comes through like not just the product, but also the experience they're having with us.
Got it. Yeah, definitely. Word of mouth is free. It's free. It's not. I mean, there's no other way to put it besides the fact that it's free. It costs you nothing for somebody to share, and honestly, you'd be surprised how much growth. I mean, PBE was technically built through word of mouth, in the sense, early stages of PBE, me launching it at a trade show, that came from me cold emailing a bunch of founders that I found on Instagram, like literally, like, hey, would you like to participate? This is awesome. This is what I'm doing. Like literally, like all of that came from that. And yes, I did get some no's, you know what I mean? But they came back the following year, or they may have came back a couple years later. They still were familiar, and they ended up telling people, and they ended up telling, and a lot of what was so funny, a lot of, when I first did the event, I did it in DC. And a lot of the brands that I was reaching out to was in New York, and I was like, hey, maybe should have did it in New York, but I wasn't familiar with New York. Honestly, it kind of scared me to do it in New York because it was like I wasn't familiar. But so a lot of brands may have passed because they were based in New York, or they were based further up north. So by the second year, by the time I was like, all right, I'm heading to New York, they was like, all right, we ready. But that all came from like word of mouth, and people that come up to me always say, I heard about it through a friend. I heard about it through, somebody mentioned it on Instagram, or somebody recommended it to me from a friend who also may have exhibited or attended, or, they know somebody that has done so. So word of mouth is going to be like your cheapest form of marketing. And it's really about just, and the best way to make that continue and grow is to just give people a great experience. Okay. So you got the grant, right? Because there was the influx of orders, you were selling out. What was, you hired a customer experience person, right? In September, they're still with you. What was the next pivot, or what's the next transition, or are you preparing for another transition as we're leading into 2022?
Yeah, I think we've been in the pivot since September. Like, we're currently in the pivot, and I think we're seeing like those seeds planted really starting to bloom. Because pivots don't happen in one day. Like, there's a lot there's a lot you have to establish when it comes to a pivot. And so I guess to give overall, the rest of 2020 was not easy because, the biggest thing we wanted to do coming off of that summer was prepare for the holidays. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if y'all remember last holidays.
Oh, I forgot. Shipping.
Yeah,
shipping was a headache.
They weren't ready. They were not ready. And so that was just another, man, that was a crazy moment. But that was just another hurdle that we had to get over in 2020. But, everything in 2020 we learned from. And so we knew going into 2021, we knew we need to build a strong operations and supply chain. We were like, we cannot say yes to anybody else. We cannot say yes to any retailers. We cannot launch any new products. We cannot do anything until we get a solid supply chain and operations flowing. And so we were able to hire a supply chain and operations person.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who it is?
Who is my mother? My mother, she has years of experience in corporate America. She has an MBA. And she, during the pandemic, she left her job. And and I was like, hey, come work for me, Mom. I wasn't paying her at first, but now I'm paying her. But she has come and she has built our supply chain and operations foundation, and it is seamless. It's something I could have never done. But that's something we really had to do because we weren't going to be able to grow without a solid foundation. Because as we saw in 2020, we did not have a solid foundation. It was rocky all 2020. We made it work, but we might have had some better retention. We might have came off better if we had a solid supply chain. And so, her being able to take over supply chain, we have a customer experience director. Now, Nicolette and I, we can be real founders. We can really focus on the future and strategize, and that's what we've been doing. And it's been amazing. We've really been able to establish strong core processes at our business. We've been able to develop like operations manuals, procedure manuals. We've been able to, we've incorporated something called OKRs. I don't know if y'all have heard of that, but we're really running a tight ship now at Base Butter, and we're ready for anything. We're ready for a pandemic. We're ready for, the holidays. But it was a great year because we learned a lot, but you really got to have that solid foundation. You really have to have a strong team that really allows everyone to perform in their specific role in the best way they can. Nicolette, you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I was going to say, I would say thinking about being in the pivot, the last and most exciting thing, at least for me, is new product development. So getting ramped up and preparing to, one, make it through the holidays, because it is always a crazy time for us. It's our biggest peak, actually. But then hopefully at the beginning, the first half of next year, being able to drop a couple things we've been working on for the last year and a half at this point. So really excited about that as well.
Yes. Well, ladies, congratulations. I just want to say, I know you are still in the middle of the pivot, but you are making it through. I love that you mentioned that you learned a lot of lessons, that has, caused you to, implement certain strategies, operation manuals, OKRs, everything, is in place to keep the business sustained, if something comes in to try to rock it, again, like how the pandemic did in 2020. So, this is a true testimony. I don't know about you guys and how you guys feel about this, but this is a true testimony of really how to face your problems and just come out on top, not run from your problems, just really face them head on and figure out okay, how can we take a backseat, look at our brand as a whole, and fix the internal issue so that way if something like this or something similar to this does come up again, we're prepared for it. So oh my goodness, thank you so much. I'm really, really happy for you guys. I know you said in 2022 you're hoping to launch some new products. Any other new exciting things coming towards the end of the year or maybe into next year that we should all know about?
We have some surprises for the rest of the year, but we can't tell you all because we signed NDAs.
Oh, okay. Well, we talked about NDAs today, so we all know about NDAs because we ain't signed them, so that's totally fine. But wishing much success to both of you. I really appreciate your time this evening, this Friday evening. I'm sure you are eager to get out on the town or just relax from this past week of work. Thank you all for tuning in. If you are still there, if y'all are awake, please comment. I know it's been, super long day. We've been going since 9 a.m., y'all. So these people have been getting so much information. Yes, all day. We have been going since 9 a.m. But, we do have a virtual photo booth. The link is in the PB Instagram. So if you are out tonight or about to head out and get cute, post up a little flick, tag us for a chance to be featured. We love to see all of your beautiful faces and those that tuned into PBE this year. Thank you so much, Chanel and Nicolette, for lending your time, telling us all about how you pivoted. Please let everybody know how they can follow you and support your brand, Base Butter.
Yes, you can find us at Base Butter, so BASEBUTTER on everything. We kept it simple. So we're basebutter.com. We are Base Butter on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. And if you need to email us, we are hi@basebutter.com. Keep it as simple as that. But yeah, and you can find me, I'm Chanel Monique on Instagram. And you can find Nicolette at nicolette.camille on Instagram. So that's our first name and middle name. That's where you can find us.
Oh my goodness, y'all so funny. I love y'all. Okay, well, yes, thank you so much, Shenya and Nicolette. I really appreciated your time this evening. And until we get together again, virtual hug.
I was so excited to be in person again this year.
I know. I'm like, you know what? It's okay because the pivot, we here virtual hug. And 2022 is on and popping.
Yes.
Popping, like for real. I feel like, I know everybody kept saying, no, 2021, like we're gonna be outside. And I'm like, man, 2022, we're gonna be outside. I hope we outside.
Yes, we will.
Definitely.
Thank you, Brittany, and congratulations.
Yes, thanks for having us. It's always a good time.
Yes, always a great time with you guys. Thank you so much. All right, have a good evening.
All right, bye.
Bye. All right, y'all. Y'all still out there? Yep, every minute was worth it. Thanks, PB Boss Babes. Oh, thank you so much. If you are still there, feel free to drop a little comment. Oh, thanks, Kamoy. Yes. This is, hey, Tori. Yes, you still here. Yes, girl. Oh, yes. Hey, Jackie. Yes. Okay. PBE has officially wrapped. Okay. PBE has officially wrapped. We had 2 days of workshops. We've been going since 9 a.m. PST today, y'all. I thoroughly enjoyed hanging with you all today. I thoroughly enjoyed this event. I'm so thankful to all of the workshop teachers that came in to share their information, their resources, their knowledge, I hope you feel fully equipped to go out and, tackle marketing, tackle accounting, product development, contract manufacturing, everything that we covered today. I hope you left today a little bit more knowledgeable in these topics, and that you are ready to just take that business to the next level up. We had Target here today. I hope you're getting that application ready for that accelerator program. I really enjoyed today. I know, I know I've been saying this a couple of times, but I really wanted to gather in person, and do the in-person event. But today was nothing short of amazing, just as much as yesterday was nothing short of amazing. Again, if you missed anything, any of the classes, anything that we talked about today, the replay will be available. I'm going to send the replay, to be honest with you, next week. You're going to get the replay next week. And the reason why is because all this content has to download. And it was a lot of content. We've been live for like almost 8 hours today. So it's going to take a little time for all of that content to download on my computer. But you will get access to the PBE Facebook group where all of you can still connect if you didn't get a chance to connect with someone through the networking, as well as all of these replay videos will be available to you for you to be able to rewatch, replay for the next 30 days. It is going to be, you can take notes. Special shout out to Donye as well, for submitting her video for her workshop, and she's in surgery. This just goes to show how we are it's people out here that want to help you. People are out here committed to this, seeing you become successful. But again, like I said, thank you so much for tuning in. For those of you who want to keep up with me personally, my name is Brittany Monet _ on Twitter and Instagram. I would say I'm a little bit more active on Twitter than I am on Instagram, but feel free to send me a DM. I always respond to DMs. You can send me an email at Brittany@projectbeautyexpo.com. Don't hesitate to reach out to me. I'm always, open to sharing, information, connecting you with somebody that could potentially help you. If I don't know the answer, I may direct you in a path to somebody that can answer that question for you. So just, let me know. I hope that you are keeping up with us on Instagram as well as our email list. We like to make announcements through our email, but definitely follow us on Instagram at Project Beauty Expo if you aren't already, because the year's not over. You don't know. We might announce something else that might be going on. You don't know. Or, in 2022, like I said, it's on and popping, because I personally feel like we're going to be able to do something in person, and we're going to gather in person, and it's going to be lit. So make sure you follow us on Instagram. Turn the notifications on so you don't miss the announcement, because I know you don't want to be left behind with the next announcement, you know, because we sound really, really cool. But I'm just kidding, y'all. But definitely, you know, I'm gonna leave y'all alone. But like, please, 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 this is your last chance to take some cute pics in our custom photo booth. Like I said, this is provided by Busy Booth, which is a Black-owned virtual photo booth company. But they also have the physical photo booth. So if you are interested in maybe have like a baby shower or, you know, a wedding or just any type of small gathering or like a brand launch, you know, for your company, feel free to book Busy Booth. It's awesome. It's Black-owned. It's amazing. The photo booth is lit. Like I said, get cute tonight. Take pictures. Tag us. We want to feature you on our feed. And again, thank you so much for rocking with us all day. Really, really appreciate it. But it's time to say goodbye for now until we're able to gather in person. I really, really appreciate it again. And I'll see you all at the next PBE event. Bye.